One day, a giant crack appeared out of nowhere. The blue aura emanating from it enveloped the entire world at the speed of light. People called it mana. The few who were particularly sensitive to mana gained unusual abilities under its influence. Such people were called the Awakened and were treated with special respect. After a while, the mana storm ended. However, the crack in the middle of the sky remained in place. When everyone got used to the existence of the Awakened, mana storms began to appear again across the globe. So-called gates began to open, from which bloodthirsty monsters emerged. From that moment on, the world was plunged into chaos. The hero constantly thought that when he became an awakened one, his life would change. It was unbearable for the young man to constantly work for someone else without a break. However, he did not want to become anyone's idol. He only dreamed of no longer being beaten and robbed. But becoming a villain was not part of his plans either. He just wanted to be someone's friend. But apparently, he wanted too much. The young man considered himself a useless D-rank hunter. People laughed at him when he called himself a hunter. The hero always knew that he would die ingloriously. Now he was moving across the heavenly swords as if on steps, approaching the crack. Of course, the young man did not want to die. Once on the other side of the crack, he encountered a huge monster. He did not want his death to be so pitiful. The hero believed that if he got another chance, he had to become stronger, even if he was a support. The young man managed to fulfill all the conditions to become a player. Perhaps now his life would change. The system invited Shin Cheong-son to join the game. Shin Cheong-son ran as fast as he could along the designated route. How could he be late on such an important day? The players saw the young man and rejoiced. He had finally arrived. C-rank hunter Davon was indignant. How dare a newbie be late? C-rank hunter Kim Cheong-son was surprised. Had none of them ever been late before? Shin Cheong-son ran up and apologized to those waiting. He was a D-rank support, a creator specializing in weapons. Davon said he was just joking. The guy was hardly late. Kim Cheong-son added that they could talk on the way. Hyunwoo and Do-yoon were already waiting inside. Shin Cheong-son thought it was terrible. He had joined the guild only 3 months ago. This was his first dungeon run, and he was already late. Shin Cheong-son encouraged himself. He had to pull himself together because this was his first raid as a support. He had to prove to his comrades that he wasn't a burden. Do-yoon asked if this was Shin Cheong-son's first raid. He was a B-rank hunter, class killer. Shin Cheong-son confirmed that yes, this was his first time as a support. Do-yoon said that supports cannot fight like hunters, so it is important for them to watch their position. If a player gets too close, they can get hit in the heat of battle, and if they are too far away, it will be difficult to protect them. The main thing is that the support must keep his distance. Do-yoon added that if Shin Cheong-son is a creator, he must keep the right distance. He asked him to create a dagger when he gave the signal. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Is that really enough? Maybe he needs another weapon? Do-yoon replied that a dagger was exactly what he needed, because he was the only one who needed an additional weapon. Do-yoon explained that it wasn't that difficult in the dungeon. Since Shin Cheong-son was here for the first time, he shouldn't overexert himself. The mage said he could sense mana. A monster was nearby. It was the C-rank hunter Lee Hyunwoo. The squad leader ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Next, they had to move in formation. Hyun-woo reported that there were 3 small sources of mana ahead, and 1 large one. And it was strong enough to be the boss's mana. Leader Do-yoon found this suspicious. Usually bosses don't leave their rooms. He said he would deal with the boss himself, and the squad would take care of the other monsters. Do-yoon asked the support how quickly he could make a dagger. Shin Cheong-son replied that if it was very urgent, it would take about 20 seconds, but the weapon would last no more than a minute. The commander said it was time to get started. The dagger would be enough for 40 seconds of fighting the boss. The monsters turned out to be crystal lizards. They grew on mana stones in the dungeons. Tank Do-won said he was starting and rushed to attack the monsters. Kim Cheong-son also attacked the monster and dealt significant damage to it. She moved from one monster to another, neutralizing them one by one. The girl thought that the monsters were regenerating faster than she had expected. She warned her colleague. 2 monsters perked up and headed towards him. The tank shouted that it was time to use magic. Lee Hyunwoo warned that he was almost ready. The mage released fiery magic balls, which rushed toward the monsters in huge numbers. Hyunwoo said it was done. Do-won praised him and suggested taking a break. Shin Cheong-son was amazed by the complexity of the battle. Now he understood how real guilds fought. The leader asked if the weapons were ready. The protagonist thought that this was not the time to be distracted, and reported that the weapons were ready. He needed to be as focused as possible. Support used the user's mana to create items. The creator's basic skill was activated. Shin Cheong-son threw the dagger and told the commander to catch it. It was an A-rank shadow weapon. Its quality and power depended on the user's mana. After a while, the weapon disappeared. Do-yoon approached the monster and swung the dagger to deliver a fatal blow. The shadow weapon did its job, and the monster lost its head. Do-yoon, the leader of the squad, left the defeated boss on the ground with a sense of accomplishment and prepared to leave the room. After the battle, the players took roll call. Everyone was present and no one was injured. Shin Cheong-son realized that these players were much stronger than he had imagined. Each of them was unique in their own way. Together they worked flawlessly. This is an excellent team. One day they will surely become a top guild. Shin Cheong-son thought that compared to these players, he had only made one dagger and had done practically nothing to help. Do-yoon approached the support and said it was a great job. He asked if Shin Cheong-son was hurt. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was fine, although he felt that he had not been very useful. The commander was surprised. With such a support skill, it is possible to save a lot of money. Do-yoon added that his skill consumes weapons. Even if you buy the cheapest items on the market, it would be impossible to use them properly. The commander explained that this is precisely why he needs a creator. He only needs weapons with mana to activate his own skill. Do-yoon congratulated the support player on his excellent start anyway. The first dungeon clear was successful. Shin Cheong-son said that he would eagerly await the next raid and try to live up to the expectations placed on him. Suddenly, everything around them shook. Was it an earthquake? Would the cave collapse after the boss was destroyed? Shin Cheong-son showed his comrades that the wall was collapsing. Behind it, a passageway opened up. Magician Lee Hyunwoo noticed that it looked suspicious. It looked like a path that definitely led somewhere. Leader Do-yoon suggested that this path might be a secret one. Lim Do-won had no doubt. What else could it be but a path to treasure? Kim Chi-min supported the idea, but the mage noted that they couldn't go there unprepared. The leader said that everything would be done quickly and nothing else would collapse. Lee Hyunwoo agreed and said that in that case, he would go too. The commander ordered Shin Cheong-son, the support member, to also go with them along a secret path in search of the supposed treasures. The group of hunters set off into the unknown. After a while, Shin Cheong-son tried to save his life. He was being pursued by a huge monster. The hero did not understand how it had come to this. Everyone had died. He was the only one left alive. Monsters like this shouldn't exist in a D-rank dungeon. He had never even heard of monsters that could not be detected with magic. Shin Cheong-son looked back and saw the monster approaching. Would it catch up with him? The young man was struck in the back and flew far forward. Blood flowed from his mouth. Bleeding profusely, the protagonist tried to get up. He believed that he couldn't stop. Shin Cheong-son decided that he must not die here because he had other goals. Support activated the blade and threw it at the approaching monster. The blade hit its target, and the monster screamed loudly in pain. However, the blow was not critical. The monster knocked the protagonist down with a punch to the chest. Shin Cheong-son lost consciousness and found himself in limbo for a while. One thought kept spinning in his head. A D-rank support who was incapable of even the simplest healing. Shin Cheong-son believed that he had finally found a guild that really needed him. However, he ran away and abandoned them all like a pathetic loser. Any other player would have been much more useful. It would have been better if he had never awakened. But the hero's unattainable dream turned out to be not so unattainable after all. The system reported that Rodnik had been discovered. The young man had fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining the status of player. Shin Cheong-son began to come to his senses. Information came in. A new reward was available to player Shin Cheong-son. The protagonist didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't care anymore. Shin Cheong-son climbed the invisible steps to the crack again, and, finding himself on the other side, came face to face with a monster. The system announced, weapon creator Shin Cheong-son is regaining memories of his past life. Reward delivery complete. The hero didn't understand what was happening. Where did these strange memories come from? The monster nearby initiated an attack on him. The act of aggression was recorded, and Shin Cheong-son decided to counterattack. However, the monster took no damage. For a golem, it was incredibly durable. If the memories were correct, the golem's weak points and tactics for destruction remained the same. Golem-type monsters have no obvious weak points. When damaged, the golem quickly recovers. The grid world skill was activated. Now it was necessary to inflict damage on several points at once. The user became the center, and the grid materialized with distant boundaries. The field created within the grid's radius could move freely at the user's will. The attack was so sophisticated that the golem couldn't withstand it, and was destroyed. Shin Cheong-son breathed a sigh of relief. The intermediate goal had been achieved. The golem-type monster had been defeated. The hero thought that Grid World was a support skill that allowed him to speed up the creation of items. But if you mastered it well, You could also use it as an offensive maneuver. Information appeared in the system window. The boss had been defeated. However, the protagonist could not find out anything about the dungeon or the monster itself. Shin Cheong-son noticed unusually high mana activity. The passive skill Magic Absorption activated on its own. A memory of his previous attempt came to mind. The young man did not understand what past life meant, but it was definitely himself, another him from the future. Shin Cheong-son was frightened. The future turned out to be a destroyed world. It was scary to even talk about what had happened in that world. The player absorbed all the experience and knowledge from that time. Even if it was the future, it should not become the future of his world. There were too many differences. A status window appeared in front of the protagonist. He had truly become a player. Player was the name given to the few who were chosen and awakened. According to his new memories, there were currently no players in this world. In about 2 years, only a few of the awakened will be chosen to become players. A blue screen appeared in front of them, visible only to them. In the future, the appearance of the mysterious system shocked all the awakened. The players were not only given the system, each of them received a special reward. Skills and strength that ordinary awakened ones did not have. The system and rewards, which appeared out of nowhere, were used by the players to rapidly increase their strength, much faster than the other awakened ones. Thanks to the guild leader becoming a player, the Davon guild, of which the protagonist was a member, developed to the highest level. This guild was not particularly close to our hero, but it was the impetus for his development in his past life. As part of a growing guild, the young man constantly honed his skills to keep up. Shin Cheong-son decided to check the acquired skills in the system window. This turned out to be very convenient, as the skills were transferred from his previous life. However, the skill used on the golem's body did not even exist before. He had not heard of anything similar from other players. Could it be that only he had this skill? The skill absorbed energy from polluted mana. Now it was possible to collect the energy contained in the polluted mana of dungeons. Shin Cheong-son thought that first of all, he needed to deal with the bodies of the dead players. Defeating the monster had not been easy and had cost too much. Hunters Association headquarters. An employee asked her boss, were they really going to let him go so easily? It seemed strange. A small guild attacked an unconfirmed dungeon and an accident occurred. 4 out of 5 people died. The only survivor was a D-rank support. It would have been understandable if he had simply run away while the others were fighting. But this guy took care of the bodies and reported to the association. The gates had already disappeared, so it was impossible to verify this. The girl asked what the boss thought about it. The situation seemed very strange to her. The boss asked if she really thought that a D-rank support could destroy the hunters. The boss said that this was not a civil matter. There was no point in worrying about other people's problems. Even if something strange had happened, it was impossible to verify what had happened in the dungeons. All that remained was to passively gather evidence. The girl objected that this was not the case. Recently, such incidents had been happening more and more often. The chief said that hunters disappearing after discovering gates that were not reported was no longer a rarity. If they report it to the association, they will be put up for auction. All these hunters would get was a little money. That's why they risk their lives and go there silently. It's almost impossible for a small guild to win the bidding for the gate. He said that the assistant could contact this young man for further investigation if she wanted to. The department head studied the file. This player's name was Shin Cheong-son. Something about the case seemed illogical to him. The situation as a whole was clear, but there was a feeling that it was more complicated than it seemed. During the interrogation, Shin Cheong-son was too calm. He had hardly ever been to the dungeons, but despite what he had seen, he behaved as if he was not afraid at all. There were many inconsistencies in his words, but overall they matched. Of course, this could just be a personality trait. The department head thought that something was wrong here, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It was one of two things. Either something had happened, or he had missed something. It was annoying. There was no point in worrying about it now. However, in the future, everything would have to be thoroughly checked. No matter how much the protagonist thought about it, something still didn't add up. Unconfirmed gates. Shin Cheong-son couldn't remember this dungeon in his past life. Every member of the guild had seen the bid application form. The application bore the association's seal. But if the association had registered the gate as unconfirmed, then who had impersonated it and deceived the Davon guild? Or could it have been the association itself? What worried the hero most was that this had happened not only to Davon. The detective said that unconfirmed gates with missing people were no longer a rarity. Shin Cheong-son didn't know all the details, but there was something common in all the news about the guilds. Players such as Moon Do-yoon, the leader, and even gifted individuals who would later be called heroes were involved. There was probably someone who wanted to erase the very existence of heroes. In that case, it was necessary to carefully hide one's abilities. Shin Cheong-son was the only survivor in the case of the missing players. This investigation remained unsolved. If you act suspiciously, you can make too many mistakes. The hero thought he had about 2 years to prepare for the first player selection. During this time, he needed to utilize and develop all his skills. Shin Cheong-son decided that he needed a way to develop without attracting attention. This required as many useful skills as possible. A whole year passed. In an impenetrable part of the forest at the foot of the mountains, the player fought a fierce battle with an aggressive monster. During the battle, the player's weapon broke and the sword snapped in two. The young man was struck in the chest and flew far back, but managed to stay on his feet, slowing down with a piece of the sword. The monster continued to attack fiercely. Jumping high into the air, the beast prepared for another attack. The other members of the squad watched the situation unfold in horror. The heavily armed monster advanced on the unarmed player, who was sitting on the ground, backing away from his opponent. It was a D-rank gnoll, a high-level creature whose physical abilities surpassed those of ordinary gnolls. This monster's skin was highly resistant to magic. The player thought that a gnoll from the E-rank dungeon should have frozen. Even among D-ranks, this monster was considered one of the most dangerous. The tank rushed to the swordsman's aid and put his shield forward. The gnoll launched its attack on him. The tank said that they wouldn't last long if they only defended themselves. The tank shouted that they needed to look for an opportunity to deal damage, the scourge of low-level hunters. The reason gnomes were given this nickname was not only because of their exceptional physical abilities. Usually monsters of this rank had a weakness for magic. No matter how low-level the adventurer party was, they always relied on spells. But the Goblin Lord was an exception. The hunters, who were cocky with their simple spells, felt fear for the first time. The price of their complacency was the destruction of the entire party. The player thought they had only one fighter who could deal physical damage, but he couldn't withstand a one-on-one battle and lost his weapon. The swordsman told the tank that he had no weapon left. How was he supposed to deal damage? The player thought, if only he had known how it would end, he would not have been so greedy and would have gathered as many people as possible. He did not even imagine that his desire to use fewer people would result in such a defeat. The swordsman looked to the side and noticed a player busy with something completely different. It was a porter. He did not participate in the battle, but acted as a collector and carrier of byproducts, such as magic crystals. As long as a person can sense mana, they can do this job. So the attitude towards porters among the awakened was far from the best. The swordsman remembered that he had brought one porter with him. And now, when everyone else was being overwhelmed by the monster, this guy was calmly working as if nothing was happening. The porter had creative abilities, but it wasn't worth expecting much from him. The player approached him and asked if he could forge a sword. The young man nodded affirmatively. The player asked him to make the sword as strong as possible. The young man apologized, reminding him that he was here as a porter, not a support. The swordsman said sharply that now was not the time for such conversations. After all, they could all die. If they couldn't defeat this gnoll, the porter wouldn't survive either. Shin Cheong-son agreed, but set a condition. After clearing the dungeon, the players must forget about his ability. And when dividing the reward, they must pay him as a support. The swordsman was outraged. It was difficult to expect good quality weapons from someone who had failed to become a creator and had become a porter. Did he really think that only weapons could clear the dungeon? The porter calmly said that it was funny. Without good weapons, the dungeon cannot be cleared, but weapons must exist. Shin Cheong-son confidently declared that with his weapons, they would be able to clear this dungeon. The Overkill Guild, one of the 3 major guilds in the country. The assistant said that the president of the Awakened Association had sent a request for assistance. The boss clarified, because of the dungeon with the rank error? The assistant confirmed. At first glance, it's just a request, but in reality, they are willing to give anything. They have no choice. There are hardly any awakened capable of entering the forcibly closed gates. The chief looked at the photo, and one person's face seemed familiar to him. A few weeks ago, a dungeon with a rank error appeared in the Soko area. The chief remembered that he had an assignment nearby at that time. This young man was definitely there. According to the report, he was listed as a porter. Even if similar cases occur again, the probability of dungeons with errors appearing is extremely low. Dungeons with rank errors where survivors remained can be counted on one hand. But this porter has been among the survivors twice already. Such a coincidence is impossible. It seems that dungeons with errors have been appearing more and more often lately. A few days ago, a D-rank dungeon became a B rank, and the entire squad inside was destroyed. The boss said that the Association of the Awakened is at a loss with worry. Criticism of them is growing louder. Predicting, analyzing, and assigning dungeon ranks is the association's job. The person who made the mistake had a rough time. The boss said that there are people in their guild with infiltration skills. This could be a moneymaker. For a while, he will be accepting additional requests and monitoring the situation. The leader inquired about the progress of his previous request. The girl replied that she had searched several places but had not found a creator of A-rank weapons or higher. However, she had obtained a B-rank weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. The manager said that any weapon below A-rank would break as soon as he used his ability. There were very few support class creators. He ordered his assistant to continue searching. He had had enough of wasting weapons. An employee peeked into the office and reported that something important had happened. The man explained that, at the request of the association, he had checked one place, a D-rank dungeon where a group of their newbies had gone. Manager Tae-hoon asked what their rank was after they joined. The man replied that it was now the highest rank, C. Tae-hoon stated that he could not thoughtlessly dismiss new recruits. This was more like an emergency situation. The leader said he would take care of it himself. The gates were guarded and monitored by security. The townspeople watched the events with interest. Representatives of the press gathered immediately. Members of the Overkill Guild arrived at the gates. Journalists asked leader Yoon Tae-hoon to talk about cases of dungeons with ranking errors. Guild leader Tae-hoon ordered a report on the situation. The woman replied that the main squad consisted of 6 hunters, 2 supports, and 1 assistant. All of them were above the required rank. However, the numbers lose their meaning when the dungeon changes its level to C. Tae-hoon asked how much time had passed since they entered. The woman replied that it had been about 2 hours. The guild leader assured her that he would do everything possible. The administration representative thanked him for his assistance. Tae-hoon approached the gate with a guild employee. It was Min Hee-soo, a B-rank support. Her class was Subspace Creator. She also served as the guild master's secretary. She was able to create subspaces inside closed or hidden places. The infiltration skill was activated. It allowed him to break through mana flows, destroying any obstacles, including gates. But when crossing into another dimension, the skill only worked on the user. Min Hee-soo warned the guild leader to be extremely careful. Deep in the dungeon, a tunnel could be seen leading into the darkness. Tae-hoon noted that the temperature and humidity were too high here. Why was that? Judging by the terrible smell, a reptile lived here. The ground was suspiciously clean, which meant that the monster was intelligent. Considering the rank of the dungeon, it was clear that the lizard was quite old. The destroyed lizard had a danger level of Class D. The guild leader went further and saw many dead monsters. Their number gave an idea of the strength and size of the squad. Analyzing the situation, he understood the state of the team. Tae-hoon thought that perhaps they were all already dead. He couldn't shake that thought. But when Tae-hoon reached the squad's presumed location, he saw something he did not expect. The players were still fighting the monster. The archer was hitting the target non-stop, attacking from a distance. The guild leader was surprised. Were the players really able to handle these monsters? Judging by their movements and speed, the lizards were much stronger. The difference was quite significant. One of the monsters, using its unique abilities, cunningly approached the player and raised its weapon above him. However, the monster's blow was unexpectedly blocked by a magic sword that appeared out of nowhere. Tae-hoon was surprised. Was it magic? But the weapon appeared out of thin air. Who could have summoned it? The guild leader noticed a porter standing alone. Their eyes met. Tae-hoon counted all the players on his fingers and counted 10, but he clearly remembered that there were only 9 of them. What was this guy doing here? The porter was distracted by the guild leader, and at that moment, the monster raised its weapon over the helpless players. Tae-hoon ignored the porter and rushed to help. Shin Cheong-son did not expect to see Yoon Tae-hoon himself as the savior. The guild leader had a weapon that did not even require a backup. Tae-hoon engaged the monster and began to push it away from the others. The guild leader waved his hand and told the players to move as far away as possible. They thanked their boss. Yoon Tae-hoon fiercely attacked the monster, allowing the others to leave the dangerous area. During the clash, the monster was destroyed and dismembered. The leader thought that he hadn't even used all his strength. Unfortunately, the B-rank weapon still seemed too weak. Shin Cheong-son asked Yoon Tae-hoon if this happened every time. With such weapon wear and tear, they had to fight on the edge. The guild leader noted that the porter was taking too many risks. Shin Cheong-son created a new weapon and offered it to the guild leader to try. Tae-hoon was surprised. Could the young man really create such a blade with just one gesture? He must truly be a weapon creator and a true master. But in that case, why was this young man listed as only an assistant? There were rumors of inexperienced mercenary supports working out of necessity. The porter said he had one condition. Once the dungeon was cleared, everyone had to forget about him and his skills. Tae-hoon objected that he couldn't do that of his own free will. Shin Cheong-son replied that then the guild leader could break his high-ranking weapon himself. Tae-hoon took the porter's blade and thought that it would break anyway when using skills. But the extra weapon wouldn't hurt. He promised to forget everything and headed towards the monsters, intending to destroy them once and for all. At first, Tae-hoon didn't know, but soon realized that he could now fight at full strength, using his entire set of skills. At the first clash, the monster's weapon was destroyed. The guild leader was, of course, surprised. He was only going to parry the attack, but the enemy's blade broke first. The new sword was much easier to wield. Was he really that powerful? So this porter was a weapon maker who could create at least a B-rank blade on the spot. Tae-hoon continued to fight the giant monster with his new sword. The guild leader was curious to see how long it would last. In the next attack, the monster received a fatal wound. Its chest burst into flames, and it screamed. In the end, the monster was destroyed, and the blade remained intact and undamaged. It wasn't even dulled. The players thanked the guild leader. After all, they had survived only thanks to Yoon Tae-hoon. The leader was glad that none of them were seriously injured. The players admitted that they could not have won with their own weapons. But with the help of that guy, they were able to break through and survive. Yoon Tae-hoon approached the porter and asked his name. The porter replied that there was no point. Why would anyone want to know the name of a simple assistant? The guild leader objected. They should address each other by name. He introduced himself as Yoon Tae-hoon. The assistant also introduced himself. His name was Shin Cheong-son. He added that he would leave the mana crystals at the entrance to the dungeon. The squad commander nodded, indicating that he understood. Tae-hoon asked the assistant to leave his things there and go with him to the boss's hall. Shin Cheong-son remarked that he was only here as a porter. But the guild leader replied that this was an abnormal dungeon. If they didn't defeat the boss, they wouldn't be able to get out of here. Shin Cheong-son objected that Tae-hoon could handle it on his own. The guild leader said that no weapon could withstand his unique abilities. No matter how strong he was, the blade could break. But the young man firmly stated that his weapon would not fail him. Tae-hoon noted that anything was possible in a dungeon with a ranking error. The creatures here were much stronger than ordinary lizards. If the local boss is no less powerful than them, he must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Shin Cheong-son agreed. All that remained for him to do was to go with the guild leader. The tunnel leading to the boss's room was shrouded in pitch darkness. The boss turned out to be the king of the lizards. Despite his small stature, his strength and speed were several times greater than that of an ordinary lizard. Tae-hoon said that in this case, it was better to forget about ranks and other information. The guild leader suggested that his companion finish off the monster as quickly as possible. Tae-hoon added that otherwise, the blade could break in two. But Shin Cheong-son confidently said again that his weapon would not break. The aggressive lizard did not wait for an invitation and immediately attacked the people who had appeared. The guild leader and the monster came face to face. Both opponents were determined. Tae-hoon demonstrated skill, courage, and unmatched proficiency with cold weapons, fully living up to his title as guild leader. The fire-breathing monster spewed flames and prepared for a new attack. An invisible shield suddenly appeared between Tae-hoon and the monster, completely neutralizing the beast's attack. The guild leader asked in surprise, "Doesn't the young man only create weapons?" Shin Cheong-son objected. "Isn't a shield a weapon? Has Tae-hoon never used one to strike?" The guild leader said that when they got out of the dungeon, he would ask this young man a lot of questions. The monster used a metal chain to restrain its opponent's movements, and Tae-hoon's sword was wrapped in it. Shin Cheong-son told the guild leader to stop playing around and fight like a real warrior. Tae-hoon reminded him, wasn't it the porter who asked him to test this sword? The boss, who had suffered multiple wounds, grabbed a spear and decided to attack the hero, believing that the young man was left without a weapon. The monster approached closely, but an invisible shield appeared in front of Shin Cheong-son. The young man asked, who did this scoundrel aim his weapon at? After all, he was just a porter. Tae-hoon, burning with rage, approached his opponent from behind. Outside, at the gate, the guards were still standing, and journalists were waiting for news of the events. Finally, the gates opened slightly, and the players came out, led by their leader, Yoon Tae-hoon. The reporters immediately asked what had happened in the dungeon. What could the guild leader tell them about the boss? Was everything okay with the team? The secretary asked if the guild leader himself was okay. Did he have any life-threatening injuries? The players thanked Tae-hoon for his timely rescue. If it weren't for him, they would have had a hard time. The porter told the squad commander that he had received his payment and did not intend to stay any longer. One of the journalists asked how the guild leader managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. Maybe it turned out to be too easy. Tae-hoon, looking back at his assistant, replied that he was not the star here. he had been helped. However, those present were convinced that while the squad was defending itself, the guild leader had single-handedly dealt with everyone. The players confirmed that their weapons had broken, they had no chance, and it was only thanks to the arrival of the leader that the monsters were defeated. Tae-hoon reminded them that the weapons had been made by that very assistant. That was the only reason they had been able to hold out until his arrival. The squad commander was surprised. Who was he talking about? Tae-hoon explained that he was talking about the support, the assistant, and the creator of the weapons. The commander acknowledged that there was indeed an assistant with them who supported the squad. But did he know how to make weapons? The archer objected that she did not remember such a thing. The guild leader was astonished. Had the players really not seen the young man making weapons? But they did not understand what he was talking about. This assistant didn't even have a pickaxe for mining crystals. Apparently he lost it while collecting all the crystals. Tae-hoon was stunned. How was that possible? They had been running around with weapons they had made themselves. Had they really forgotten everything? And then the guild leader remembered the condition. Everyone had to forget about the assistant and his skills. He thought that this was the rent he had to pay. But how could the young man use a skill that was only available to creators of A rank and above? Young Tae-hoon turned abruptly and ran off in an unknown direction. Everyone was stunned. What had happened to the guild leader? The assistant and secretary caught up with him and asked what was going on. But Tae-hoon still couldn't find the missing porter. He ordered Hisu to find one person urgently. The secretary reported that Shin Cheong-son's location was known. Today, around 1 p.m., he entered a D-rank dungeon with a group of 5 people in the Songpa area. Tae-hoon thanked the girl and noted that it was good work. Songpa was not too far away. Secretary Hisu was surprised. Shin Cheong-son was just a D-rank creator. Why was he so interesting to the guild leader? Tae-hoon carefully studied the young man's file once again. It did indeed say, D-rank creator. There was no reason to doubt it. All available information indicated that Shin Cheong-son was exactly who he claimed to be, but the rent itself completely ruled out that possibility. When creating and transferring weapons, it allows you to charge a fee in the form of a requirement for the debtor. The complexity and level of execution of such requirements depend on the skill of the creator. The skill was impeccable. The guild leader had never seen rent used in this way before. A skill capable of bringing easy wealth was used only to conceal one's identity. He thought, such a creator could easily reach the highest level. Then Tae-hoon experienced a feeling he had never felt before. The ability to fight at full strength without fear of breaking his weapon. In his lifetime, he had met countless blacksmiths who were considered the greatest. The guildmaster tested the blades of these masters for strength and suitability for his skills. In Tae-hoon's hands, the blades would heat up to red hot and sometimes lose their properties. After intensive use, they crumbled into small fragments. The greatest masters felt humiliated because they did not live up to expectations. Tae-hoon was unable to find a weapon worthy of himself. Moreover, his skill in creation was limited to the form of ordinary weapons. But the blades created by this young man did not obey any rules, as if there were no limitations at all. Tae-hoon thought, if Shin Cheong-son is capable of this, then he can create something that is impossible with ordinary weapons. On average, it takes a group of 5 people about 4 hours to clear a D-rank dungeon. About an hour had passed. The guild leader asked Secretary Hisu what else was planned for today. The girl replied that Glow was meeting with Hyun-moo at 7 p.m. Tae-hoon asked to cancel the meeting. He was going to leave work early today. Tae-hoon headed for the gate where the dungeon clearing squad was working. Another monster was defeated in battle with the players. As expected, the monster was completely destroyed. The knight thought it was impossible. Could this weapon really have been made by an assistant? It was enough to break the boss's weapon. When the knight's weapon broke, he thought it was the end. Who would have thought that the assistant had such a skill? He had never seen swords of such quality in his life. The knight thanked the assistant from the bottom of his heart for this weapon. The players decided to recruit the protagonist if he was not already in the guild. The knight said that such talent should not be limited to being an assistant. He has a keen eye for good players. Shin Cheong-son thought he had to spend too much mana. He didn't expect to meet a group that was barely coping with a normal dungeon. Shin Cheong-son understood that if he had had mana left at that moment, everything would have been different. The incredible amount of mana he felt in the dungeon after destroying the golem and using it all up had not been restored. Our hero thought that he now had no more mana than a normal awakened D rank. At least it was enough to create weapons. He couldn't have imagined that his memories of his past life would be so helpful. The main skill of a creator is the creation of items. It would seem that the quality of the created item should be proportional to the mana cost. However, there is a way to increase the effectiveness of this skill that no one knows about yet. It is the level of understanding. The higher the understanding of the item being created, the higher its quality. The best part is that as the quality increases, so does the efficiency of mana. If you use the same amount of mana to create the same item, the result can vary significantly depending on the level of understanding. After the hero learned about this, he underwent rigorous training. As a support, he researched materials, studied with hunters, visited workshops, and took lessons in weapon crafting. However, the current feeling exceeded his expectations. Compared to the mana spent, the quality has increased significantly. It is quite difficult to use both creation and rental fees at the same time. Mana equipment is expensive, so it will not be possible to get it anytime soon. Shin Cheong-son thought that at least he could buy mana potions, the only item produced on an industrial scale. He would need to order more potions. But the young man understood that with his salary, it was an unaffordable expense. No one would accept a D-rank creator as a support, so he had no choice. Shin Cheong-son studied the situation and realized that a few dungeon clears would not be enough. He gets no more than 1% from a single dungeon. It's too inefficient. There was only one thing left to do: find an abnormal dungeon. It was the only way to absorb a lot of mana at once. Compared to normal dungeons, the absorption rate there was at least 10 times higher. Unfortunately, it was impossible to predict the difficulty of such a dungeon before entering it. In the past, he would have had a hard time if the guild leader hadn't been nearby. In the current dungeon, he was about to face a boss of approximately C rank, and he needed to prepare for that. The only way to develop as an awakened D rank was to see what reward he would receive for absorbing mana. After clearing the next gate, the group leader thanked everyone for their good work, and the players said goodbye until they met again soon. Shin Cheong-son thought that everything had gone well this time too. The memories had been erased, as they should have been. Someone called out to him. The young man looked back and saw the guild leader Tae-hoon accompanied by his secretary. Tae-hoon came closer and asked if the young man remembered him. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Had this man's memories not been erased? Shin Cheong-son replied that he didn't remember anything. Were they acquainted? Tae-hoon said he didn't believe it and handed the young man his business card. The guild leader added that he wanted to discuss something. The card bore the name of one of the best guilds in the country, Overkill. The protagonist thought it was too early for him to join such a large guild. He had to find a way to refuse. Shin Cheong-son turned away and said he was busy. He had a dinner appointment. Tae-hoon pointed out that the young man would not regret agreeing. The conversation would be short, and dinner would be on him. Shin Cheong-son said that his interlocutor had a good position as the head of the guild. He even had time to meet with D-rank assistants. Shin Cheong-son thought he needed to check how much the guild leader was influenced by the rent. He agreed. The young men went to a trendy restaurant and continued their conversation. Shin Cheong-son asked what business the head of the Overkill Guild had with D-rank support. It was unlikely that he just wanted to chat. Tae-hoon mentioned that he was a berserker class. The young man probably already understood this. He had tremendous strength, but he needed a weapon that could withstand it. The most important thing for a berserker is to find a supplier with the right weapon. Tae-hoon added that he had searched everywhere for such a person. To this end, he traveled within the country and beyond, meeting with the best blacksmiths. If there was even the slightest hope, he ordered a weapon without thinking about time or money. Tae-hoon said that until recently, no weapon could withstand his strength. But recently, there was one exception. The exception was a sword created by Shin Cheong-son. The protagonist realized that the rental fee skill did not work on this person. It turned out that berserkers had a skill that reset the skill. Shin Cheong-son decided to be cautious with high-level hunters. Tae-hoon admitted that he wanted to be honest. Would the young man like to join his guild? He had information that the young man was not currently affiliated with anyone. If Shin Cheong-son agreed, the Overkill Guild would welcome him warmly. Tae-hoon offered a contract worth 10 billion coins. There would also be separate payments for operating expenses and dividends. The contract was for 1 year, and the young man's rate would increase by 10% after each renewal. Shin Cheong-son didn't listen to the guild leader, got up from his seat, and said that he didn't want to join the guild right now, so he had to decline. The protagonist added that if they had discussed everything, he was leaving. The young man thanked them separately for the hospitality. The secretary was surprised. Why was the head making such a sweet offer? Tae-hoon replied that if a girl had been in his place, she would not have asked such a question. He added that many years had passed since the cry of weapons had ceased to reach his fingers. With such a weapon, he could give it his all, and it would endure everything. The guild leader said that it wasn't just about that feeling. He asked if Hiso knew how many high-level weapons he had broken over the past year. The girl knew that the guild leader's spending on weapons was truly astronomical, because they couldn't withstand the strain. With low-level weapons, the leader wouldn't even be able to use his skills. Hiso noted that if such opportunities really existed, then the proposed contract was worth it. However, the problem was that no one was capable of achieving this. not even the best in their field. Tae-hoon said that this person possessed such a skill. That is why he wanted to recruit the young man at any cost. Shin Cheong-son thought that he had rejected an offer from one of the 3 best guilds. He could not have imagined that such a day would come. The Overkill Guild and Yoon Tae-hoon would be a great help, but it was still too early to take that step. Shin Cheong-son decided that it was okay. He just had to wait patiently. The boss would definitely find him again. There didn't seem to be a single living soul left in the dark dungeon. Almost all the monsters in this huge room had been destroyed. The knight with a sword in his hand could not understand who was resisting him. His opponent said that he would remember this battle for a long time, because by this point people usually begged him for mercy in tears and lost consciousness. The opponent with the huge sword was puzzled. Could it be that the one who would become a hero had distinguished himself? The knight asked why this guy had attacked them. Had he decided to take all the trophies? The villain said he had a much more interesting reason, but he had no intention of telling it to someone who would die in a few minutes. He laughed and suggested that the knight attack, since he had no choice. The knight realized that he was not facing an ordinary opponent. However, at such a distance, he had no chance. He moved to attack, knowing that he might lose this fight. However, the villain knocked the sword out of his hands, and the knight found himself unarmed. Suddenly, something flashed between the opponents. Both were confused. Under the impact of the shockwave, the villain flew far back, but managed to stay on his feet. The unarmed knight fell to his knees. The villain said he was disappointed. He said he had volunteered, inspired by the fact that this was the first heroic-level subjugation in a whole year. Who would have thought that this knight would turn out to be such a small fry? However, the knight's courage was commendable in any case. He began to beg for mercy. The villain swung his huge sword and said he would be careful. The knight was destroyed. The villain said disappointedly that he had hoped for a worthy fight. This couldn't even be called a warm-up. But don't worry. The report will note the knight's valiant fight against the boss and his heroic death. This is common in anomalous dungeons. The villain took a photo and said that his collection was growing. In fact, he lived for collecting. Suddenly, he was overcome by a strange feeling. The villain realized that he couldn't stand this terrible energy. Its owner must either hide it or warn him when it appears. The priestess apologized. She was in too much of a hurry, hoping to find precious ingredients here. The villain said that there were no valuable ingredients here. These players and monsters were hopeless. The young man added that this was why he had said it was better to wait a little longer and not listen to that person. The priestess was surprised. Was the executioner really willing to go against that man's wishes? The executioner replied that he had said it just like that. The priestess had to clear everything out here. The woman assured him that he didn't need to worry. It was her specialty. The executioner said that the priestess must keep her promise and allow him to fight the S-rank hunters. That was the only reason he was bothering with her. He added that because of this mind, he had to destroy his enemies carefully. He couldn't use his power normally. The priestess was curious to see who it would be this time. When she saw the monster, she realized that the man hadn't lied. People were still crowding in front of the gates. However, the security service on duty around the perimeter strictly observed precautions. The masked young man saw our hero and greeted him. He was finally here. Shin Cheong-son asked his companion what he was doing here. He added that he knew only one person who carried such a huge scabbard with him. The masked man asked what the support was doing in this place. The young man said he was going to enter the gate. The guild member who was supposed to do it suddenly fell ill. He tested positive for COVID, so they had to send him as a replacement. Shin Cheong-son said he didn't believe that explanation. At that moment, everyone was invited inside. The protagonist knew that this person would contact him again, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Shin Cheong-son thought that in that case, he would have to adjust his plan. The squad entered the gate and found themselves in a dungeon. Our hero brought up the rear. The masked player asked Shin Cheong-son why he didn't join the guild. The protagonist replied that he didn't want to discuss it anymore. The players ahead discussed the information that the C-rank gate auction had taken place that morning. The Henmu Guild won it immediately. They offered a very high price that no one could beat. Shin Cheong-son thought that the Henmu Guild had bought the C-rank gates. But what did they find there? The squad commander said that if support joined their guild, he would be able to easily acquire special gates above B rank. The name of the guild alone gives certain hidden privileges. For the Awakened, the name of the guild plays an important role. People will envy and respect the player. The player will not only get better jobs, but also valuable rewards. Thanks to fixed rights, many opportunities will open up for the player. For example, the player will be able to obtain an entry ticket to the high-rank gate auction. Not only talent, but also political position has a huge influence. Everything is arranged so that the most valuable treasures are distributed among the large guilds. It is necessary to have a goal that our hero strives for, like the awakened Shin Cheong-son. The squad commander said that with the help of the Overkill Guild, it would be much easier for support to achieve his goal. However, it is unclear why Shin Cheong-son so stubbornly refuses to do so. Shin Cheong-son replied that it was none of his business. However, he partly understands his insistence. It is unlikely that anyone would refuse an offer to join the Overkill Guild. The protagonist said bluntly that he would not join any guild at all. The squad commander was puzzled. Could this be the result of trauma from the destruction of the Davon Guild? However, it didn't matter. He needed support. The squad continued to delve deeper into the dungeon and study the situation. The mage led the way, lighting the path with his staff. A lot of cobwebs appeared above the players' heads. They correctly assumed that this was where the monster's territory began. The monsters in this dungeon are legion spiders. It's not difficult to deal with one monster, but their peculiarity is that they live in groups. According to the reconnaissance report, there are about 50 of them here. In principle, that's not so many. Their venom causes paralysis, so you can't let the spiders bite you. The leader took his sword out of its sheath and said that the monsters would appear soon. It was necessary to stay close together. Shin Cheong-son told the squad leader not to worry about his assistant and just prepare for battle. The leader announced that all fighters in the team must protect the support and assistants. This is a rule that hunters must follow always and everywhere. There was movement deep inside the cave and monsters appeared before the players. Huge legionary spiders. The swordsman said that it was necessary to remain calm. They would be able to handle the monsters if they were careful. The spiders launched a massive attack. However, the players put up a good fight. Support, watching the battle, thought that it wasn't bad for a D rank. There was no need to worry about this squad. However, the spiders continued to arrive, and it seemed that there would be more than a few dozen of these monsters. The squad leader swung his sword and prepared to attack the approaching monster. The squad commander understood that the spider legionnaire was one of the weakest ranked monsters. He didn't even need to use his blade, just release a little chi energy. At this rate, the commander expected to finish the raid without damaging his weapon. The number of monsters increased, and the players formed a circular defense. However, the spiders advanced, and the circle tightened. The tank noticed that the number of spiders was not decreasing. There were at least 100 of them. Why was the intelligence so inaccurate? The mage said that his mana reserves were running low. The swordsman noted that it would be quite difficult. The commander, changing his position, told Shin Cheong-son to follow him. Our hero replied that he had his own business to finish. The support character headed alone toward the mass gathering of monsters. The squad leader shouted for Shin Cheong-son to duck immediately. After all, this guy could be attacked if chi energy was used. Shin Cheong-son activated his hypnotic gaze and looked at the spiders. Magical threads appeared throughout the space where the spiders were. The closest monster was wounded, and its green blood spurted in all directions. The destroyed spider fell at our hero's feet. The young man thought that of all the weapons he could create now, a sword would be the most effective. The most effective thing would be to create several swords at once and launch them into the area where the monsters were gathered. However, he did not have enough mana for that. In this case, the protagonist decided to do something different and created only one magic sword. The sword pierced through space and began to move from monster to monster, destroying everything in its path. The entire area around the players was cleared of enemies. Finishing its movement, the sword pierced through a spider and stuck into the ground near the players. The squad leader thought it was a mass attack. It takes at least 10 seconds to use it. During that time, support dealt with dozens of monsters. Did he use materialization in battle? But that's not the point. Support is capable of fighting at this level. Shin Cheong-son asked the commander why he was standing there. Didn't he want to help the guys? Meanwhile, the squad continued to repel the attack of the spiders pressing down on them. The leader said he would continue the conversation as soon as he dealt with these monsters and rushed into the attack. Shin Cheong-son pointed to the destroyed spiders and told the commander that he had to come up with something himself. After all, no one would believe that a porter had done this. After the battle, the knight thanked the squad commander. He said it was amazing. However, he immediately noticed a similarity. Who would have thought that the man in the mask would actually turn out to be the head of the Overkill Guild? The young man apologized for not admitting it right away. He had come undercover to explore the dungeon. The players said that they had survived only thanks to the guild leader. He had very skillfully dealt with all the monsters at once. The porter appeared nearby and said he was back. The porter and another player apologized for the delay. They had been gathering resources on their way here. The young man with the lamp in his hand said that they had looked around a bit but hadn't found any other monsters. However, there was another passage right in front of them. Perhaps they could get through there. The knight suggested that they couldn't continue. It was sad. but it was better to go back. Support was surprised. Why did the knight think so, since there was so little left? The knight replied that the number of Legionnaire spiders and the layout of the dungeon were completely different from what he had seen in the report. The dungeons were behind the gates and did not belong to this world. Inside them were strange creatures and structures that could not be found on Earth. The concept of dungeons and awakened beings is still very new. So the main task for the newly awakened was to search for information about the dungeons. Few of them were able to quickly adapt to the dungeons, about which they knew nothing, which in turn meant a failed sweep, or, in the worst case, death. This is how the concept of a scout came about. The awakened, who were able to detect others or hide their own tracks, gathered together to receive orders to scout the dungeons. After these orders, the number of successful clearings increased significantly. These awakened ones began to be called scouts. The knight said that the accuracy of reconnaissance is usually above 98%. This is hardly a mistake. He asked, if the guild leader is with them now, can't they continue? The knight said he understood the players' eagerness, but even the fact that the guild leader had helped them once was enough. If they weren't careful, everyone would be in trouble. The player said that he really wanted to clear this dungeon, and he had his reasons for doing so. The mage supported him. The knight asked, are these reasons more important than life itself? Once the player enters the boss room, there will be no turning back. The knight added that he himself did not want to do this, but they should leave and report everything to the association. Support said that he was fine with everything. The knight was surprised. The guild leader added that even though he was here on his own business, he was still a member of the group. If his help would assist the group in their investigation, he saw no reason not to provide it. Tae-hoon said that he still needed to see the boss's room. The knight bowed to the guild leader, thanked him, and asked him to help the squad. The guild leader told the knight not to worry about him and to continue leading the squad himself. The knight said that in that case, the squad would continue to advance deeper into the cave. Now they had a new approved route. The squad approached a huge gate, behind which was the boss's room. The knight guessed as much, and said that he would refresh everyone's memory. This dungeon is ruled by the Queen of Legion Spiders, who has a danger level of D+. The Queen's combat power is generally quite low. She is considered a simple enemy who mainly just breeds spider legionnaires. The knight added that this was exactly what was in the report. Now they don't know what monster awaits them behind this door. They opened the doors and walked inside along a narrow, long, dark corridor. The guild leader did not sense any signs of danger. The knight ordered the players to be on high alert and grip their weapons tightly. Somewhere under the ceiling, spiders appeared, and among them was the boss. A player asked, is this the Spider Queen they were talking about? It was good that the boss turned out to be the one mentioned in the intelligence reports. The mage said she would attack first and stepped forward. The spiders stood motionless, as did their queen. The knight was surprised. Could she already be dead? It was impossible to imagine. The knight was cautious and told his squad to retreat. However, a huge monster appeared above the motionless spider. It was an arachnid, a queen who commanded all spider monsters. She is very intelligent and cunning, ravaging the territories of other spider monsters, thereby increasing her legion. She can share her power with her servants. The guild leader stepped forward and bravely attacked the arachnid. He couldn't even believe that he would encounter a B-rank monster here. Tae-hoon thought that if he wasn't precise, he wouldn't even be able to scratch this monster. He needed one powerful strike. However, the guild leader's sword was destroyed along its entire length. Tae-hoon noted that he didn't even have time to strike before his sword was completely destroyed. Our hero stepped in and told the guild leader to hold off on this matter for a bit. Help is on the way. Normal weapons for the guild leader are already being prepared. The protagonist was surprised. Had he really used up all his mana? But even that was unbelievable, because he had managed to hold out for so long with that amount of mana. Our hero took a bottle of liquid out of his pocket. He understood that mana potions could only be drunk once a day. Drinking more than that could lead to addiction. After drinking the potion, the protagonist felt a good effect. Shin Cheong-son thought that the arachnid was a B-rank boss. If not for the mistake, there should only have been a C-rank boss called the Spider Queen here. The players understood that the presence of guild leader Tae-hoon was a favorable factor for their squad. It would be difficult for them to deal with the arachnid on their own. As soon as the danger level exceeded B, the level itself changed. Shin Cheong-son assessed the monster and thought that its pure combat power exceeded that of 5 A-rank fighters. In any case, they couldn't rely solely on Yoon Tae-hoon. Support told the players to get up and prepare for the boss battle. Arachne changed her target. The knight asked the support who he was. Why was such a talented awakened one chosen as an assistant? Did he come with the guild leader Tae-hoon? Shin Cheong-son said that the players needed to figure something out first. They had a choice. New weapons appeared in front of the players. Support said that the players could take this weapon and clear the dungeon by fighting the spiders. Or the players could run away and wait outside until everything was resolved in another way. Shin Cheong-son expressed confidence that the players would make the right choice. The swordsman with the new weapon said it was incredible. He had never held anything like it before. The swordsman thought that destroying monsters with this sword was like cutting paper. It was quite easy to wield this sword. The mage, spewing lightning bolts, activated her unique abilities and said that the monster would not succeed this time. The knight was surprised, because only the weapon had changed, but the power of the skills had also increased several times over. Could it be that the support had created such a good weapon? The guild leader looked at the monster and thought that it would be difficult to buy time, as expected of a B-rank boss. Tae-hoon noted that the weapon was still intact. It was much better than he had previously thought. The mage was surprised. Where did these spiders come from and where were they going? Indeed, there were more and more spiders. The knight suggested that the spiders were approaching the guild leader. Tae-hoon shouted for all players to step back. The situation was getting worse. Arachne activated her ability. Arachne sacrificed the spiders, restoring her health. Tae-hoon logically assumed that until they destroyed all the spiders, Arachne would keep recovering over and over again. They needed to increase their firepower to finish it all off in one go. Shin Cheong-son stated that even though he created a sword from the remains of mana, he did not think that the guild leader would destroy it. Support offered the guild leader a completely different weapon, a two-handed sword. Our hero added that it was the strongest weapon he could create at the moment. Tae-hoon felt it as soon as he picked up the sword. With this weapon, you can defeat everyone with a single blow. The guild leader was not very familiar with two-handed swords, but he understood that it suited him. A powerful blow with a two-handed sword caused a strong explosion. It was a basic berserker skill. This was probably the first time the guild leader had used this skill correctly. Instead of gaining overwhelming power, this skill loses its rationality, because it is difficult to cope with the risk that will follow when the weapon shatters into pieces. The guild leader was satisfied with the result. He decided not to stop there. Now the guild leader could use his powers to the fullest. The monster was not to be envied. Tae-hoon thought it was dangerous. If he hadn't unleashed his power, one might question his sanity. This was only the second time this had happened since his awakening. He was able to use his skill to its fullest. Tae-hoon thought he had been wrong before. Support is not an ordinary awakened. When his ability becomes known, the whole world will focus its attention on him. The guild leader stood in front of the destroyed monster boss. An incredible amount of mana appeared. It couldn't even be compared to other dungeon bosses. Shin Cheong-son asked if the guild leader sensed anything from this monster. Tae-hoon stated that the queen was definitely dead. They had disposed of her remains, so she would not come back to life. Shin Cheong-son thought that even a high-ranking hunter couldn't sense this mana. The passive skill, Mana Absorption, was activated. With this skill, you can collect energy from infected mana within the dungeon. The player received a new skill, Demon Weapon Production. Shin Cheong-son thought that he couldn't even imagine what this weapon would be like. He didn't remember any descriptions of the demon world, but everyone knew about it. Shin Cheong-son regretted that the reward was not related to mana. The protagonist thought that thanks to Arachne, he had already received half of the required amount of mana. Tae-hoon turned to our hero. He had something to say. Despite the support's refusal, he still continued to ask him to join the guild. Tae-hoon realized that this was rude, so he wanted to apologize. The knight was surprised. Could it be that the guild leader, Tae-hoon, was bowing his head to a D-rank assistant? The knight suggested that, judging by his abilities, this was no ordinary person. He must have a hidden talent for mass destruction. The swordsman told his commander that they had searched everything, and there was nothing else. The mage suggested that the arachnid had previously devoured all the monsters in the dungeon. The swordsman said that his new weapon was simply delightful. He could chop monsters with it without expending any energy at all. The mage had never heard of a weaponsmith who could make such a thing. Could he really be from the Mass Destruction Guild? The knight told the players that they needed to contact the association immediately. The squad leader added that they needed to leave this disgusting place as soon as possible. The knight thought that even though this assistant's connection to the Mass Destruction Guild was obvious, it would be better to leave. If they interfered in the affairs of a large guild, it could cause a lot of unnecessary problems. Whatever the emergency was, it was not like the large guilds, which placed great importance on security, to reveal their power so easily. Shin Cheong-son agreed to talk. Even though he used payment, the guild leader should not bow his head to someone unknown. Tae-hoon told his assistant that the guild no longer bothered him. But this statement did not mean that they had given up. Yoon Tae-hoon extended his hand and offered to sign a contract. The terms should appeal to the support. Meeting separately in the office, the girl said she was happy to see the young man again. Min Hee-soo introduced herself and said she was the secretary of the head of the Overkill Guild. Today, she was responsible for concluding the agreement. Shin Cheong-son thanked her and noted that the guild leader had promised to contact him immediately, but who knew it would be the next morning? So replied that the guild leader had ordered everything to be prepared as soon as possible. Hye-soo noticed that they were now in a special reception area. This place had a particularly high level of security. There was no need to worry about confidentiality. Hee-soo suggested reviewing the contract, the terms of which had been announced in the basement. The secretary said that it would take time, but Shin Cheong-son could change the content of the contract. Shin Cheong-son thought that everything was as the guild leader had said in the dungeon. Now that everything was organized, it felt more real. He pushed the contract aside and said he had no questions. Then, in the dungeon, the guild leader vaguely remembered why the assistant did not want to join the guild. Tae-hoon suggested that the young man had to hide his identity for a number of reasons. If he was right, this proposal could help. Tae-hoon noted that they could secretly provide Shin Cheong-son with the necessary materials, equipment, ingredients, gate rights. None of that mattered. However, for the sake of formality, a contract would need to be signed, and everything would be delivered secretly. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Why such kindness? Tae-hoon replied that of course it wasn't for nothing. The player would have to complete tasks assigned to him personally. The guild leader noted that he would not force the young man. If he did not like the task, he could refuse. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. What if he did not help, but only received support from the guild? Tae-hoon said that was fine too. The main purpose of the agreement was to establish a connection between the Overkill Guild and Shin Cheong-son, as well as to prevent him from joining other guilds. Accepting support was nothing more than a sign of loyalty. Men in black appeared in the dungeon. They said they represented the reconnaissance unit of the Hunters Association. Was the guild leader all right? Tae-hoon said it was time for him to go, and that he was ready to hear the assistant's answer outside. He hoped the answer would be positive. The guild leader thought that this young man's ability was the best thing that could have happened to him. According to the protagonist's plan, he wanted to make a lasting impression on Yoon Tae-hoon and continue his relationship with the Overkill Guild without joining it. Shin Cheong-son signed the contract and asked when he could start receiving support. Hee-soo replied that it would start immediately. Shin Cheong-son should let her know if he needed anything. The secretary said that the guild leader had prepared a gift for the young man to commemorate the signing of the contract. Hee-soo noted that the guild leader had found something useful in the arachnid's room. Shin Cheong-son thanked Min Hee-soo and handed her a list of materials he needed at the moment. The secretary looked at the list and said it could be arranged in about a week. The girl apologized for meddling, but suggested that these materials would not be useful. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was not going to use them. Shin Cheong-son was waiting for someone at the Overkill Guild office. He saw the girl and thought, finally, she's here. It was the A-rank hunter Han Chia. After the player selection, this brilliant hunter came to be known as the Goddess Archer. Han Chia approached the information desk. The girl apologized and said she wanted to request a training pass to the gate. The staff checked her ID card and realized that they were dealing with an A-rank hunter. The assistant offered the girl a C-rank gate. Han Chia said she was interested in a D-rank gate. This hunter had recently been promoted to A-rank, but she still had almost no experience. She had only entered the gate a few times. Shin Cheong-son had seen lower-ranked awakened ones abandon everything, but not A-rank awakened ones. Our hero didn't know why, but he assumed that this girl would soon be promoted in rank. Han Chia signed the relevant papers. The first rank of awakened is based on the absolute amount of mana. When the blue energy poured through the cracks, mana entered all people. However, each person absorbed a different amount of it. The more mana the body can store, the better abilities the player can possess. Therefore, the association began to figure out how much mana each person had. Those who were able to absorb more than a certain amount were called awakened. Then they began to be divided into ranks depending on the amount of mana. Of course, the rank was not fixed. Even if the rank is low, you can still go on dungeon raids. If you become well known in the association, you can expect a promotion. There are cases when the opposite happens. Han Chia returned the papers and said that she had filled everything out. The assistant asked if the girl had a partner. Han Chia replied that she worked alone. The secretary said that in that case, she would put the girl on the partner list. According to the rules, you have to go in groups of 2. Since there were no requests for D-rank gates, she would have to wait a little longer. The assistant assumed that Han Chia did not have permission to go out alone. Otherwise, she would not have registered here. To obtain such permission, one must pass a test. Was Han Chia ready to sign up? The girl at the information desk reminded her that Han Chia's rank would be updated in a month. To confirm her A rank, she would need to either have experience in completing dungeons of rank C and above, or pass the A rank test. The consultant said that the test would be more suitable for the hunter. Most likely, Han Chia would soon receive a message about the test. Shin Cheong-son stood aside and watched Han Chia. Han Chia moved away from the information desk and thought that it was difficult to even request the training gate. She should have made an online request. Coming to such a crowded place was crazy. Han Chia decided to come here because she thought she wouldn't be looked down upon. She needed to pull herself together. Han Chia thought that she was now facing a D-rank gate, so this would not happen again. The main thing was not to rush. The girl checked her message and made sure that the invitation had already arrived. It was D rank, as expected. Han Chia thought that she was going to go alone anyway, so she should agree quickly. The gates located within the city were, as always, cordoned off by security services. Han Chia thought she hadn't dressed like this in a long time. It felt unusual. The young man asked the girl. Her name was Han Chia, the hunter, right? The young man introduced himself and said his name was Shin Cheong-son, and he was a support. The young man expressed his hope that they would get along. The girl bowed to the support player and told him her name. Shin Cheong-son apologized for being late and suggested they leave. Han Chia said she had already made the request. Shin Cheong-son thought that this was indeed Han Chia, a ranger-class hunter who had originally received an A rank. But after she repeatedly failed her tests, she was demoted to a C rank. Under these circumstances, Han Chia still received the title of Goddess Archer, because after becoming a player, she discovered her true talent. Shin Cheong-son knew what talent he was talking about, the kind that can be awakened even without player status. Today, our hero wanted to awaken this talent in the girl. At the foot of the mountains, in a wooded area, a squad of armed monsters was moving along a set route. Han Chia, hiding in the bushes, watched them. The squad passed by. The archer thought that these were indeed real monsters. It was good that she had decided in advance to buy the necessary equipment. Han Chia had a device on her left wrist that captured monster mana. Han Chia apologized to the young man and said she was going to go alone. Would it be okay if she destroyed the monsters by herself? Shin Cheong-son agreed and told her not to worry. If she needed help, she could let him know. At the very least, he was capable of making arrows. Han Chia aimed her bow at the monsters. The arrow flew past, and an explosion sounded near the monsters. The frightened monsters scattered in different directions. The protagonist had not seen the girl fight before she became a player. But her destructive power was much higher than that of many A ranks. All of this, however, was meaningless if she couldn't aim. One of the 3 arrows still hit the target, a record for her. The girl thought that this way she could take down at least 4 more monsters. Han Chia decided to finish everything with 2 shots. She took aim again. One of the monsters took out a horn and sounded the alarm. Han Chia was surprised. Monsters began to flock to the signal from all sides. The girl continued to shoot arrows from her bow. Han Chia realized she was surrounded. There was nowhere to retreat, due to the limited number of arrows in her quiver. The archer couldn't decide where to shoot, forward or backward. The monsters, noticing her confusion, rushed to attack. Suddenly, a multitude of magic swords rained down from the sky, aimed directly at the ground. Shin Cheong-son said he needed the girl's help. Han Chia clarified. Didn't he say that he was only a D-rank creator? Shin Cheong-son replied that the sword defense would not last long, so he needed her help. Han Chia asked what exactly she needed to do. The protagonist pointed in the direction and told her to shoot there with all her remaining strength. The archer did not know what the young man had in mind, but promised to do her best. The arrows flew deep into the forest, clearing everything in their path. Han Chia said she had shot. What now? Shin Cheong-son said that with her shot she had cleared the way. Now they had to run. Our hero grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her along. They ran toward the forest path that had appeared, and the monsters rushed after them. The players stopped when they reached the entrance to a cave in the rock. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said they had survived. Han Chia looked back. She had a feeling that the monsters were still chasing them, but these creatures could no longer reach them. Was there something hidden here? But why was this guy so calm? The girl understood that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Han Chia declared that she was done for the day. She would pay the young man the compensation she had mentioned earlier. But the assistant replied that they couldn't leave yet. The monsters were agitated, so they would remain nearby for a while longer. It was indeed dangerous to leave now. Shin Cheong-son said that they had dropped a signal flare during their escape. Therefore, they had no choice but to wait until the goblins left. Han Chia asked when they would be able to leave this place. Shin Cheong-son replied that it could take half a day, or maybe more, depending on the situation. Han Chia clutched her head in agitation. Half a day? Our hero knew he had lied. In reality, The monsters would leave in half an hour. Their concentration wouldn't last that long. However, the girl was frightened and ready to believe anything. The thing was, he had to get Han Chia to go with him into the cave. Han Chia couldn't make up her mind and said she would never do it. The upset archer said that it was all her fault. If she knew how to fight, everything would have turned out differently. The girl said she was very sorry. It would have been better if she had gone alone in the first place. Han Chia thought that she had caused trouble again. Even in the D-rank dungeon, she behaved the same way. She shouldn't have come here at all. Shin Cheong-son said that if she was truly sorry, could she do him one favor? She needed to pull herself together. Shin Cheong-son added that they had time. Why not talk? The young people entered the cave after all. Han Chia asked if he really needed her help. The girl noted that even though she was an A rank, she had very little experience in dungeons, and it was even unclear what the assistant wanted to explain to her. Shin Cheong-son remembered that she had warned him that it was her first time entering the training gate. Now everything became clear. She simply did not have the necessary information. Instead of a boss, this dungeon was home to an elite monster one rank lower. It lived in this very cave. The young man confessed that for personal reasons, he needed to defeat this monster. But he had always been refused before, and he had no way of fighting it. The young man added that Han Chia was the first to accept him into the team as a support. The girl found this strange, but she promised to help. Han Chia decided that it would be right to support this guy, because it was thanks to him that she was able to escape. She understood how painful it was to be rejected by a team. Thanks to the sensor on her wrist, she was able to detect the presence of an elite monster. A huge armed monster appeared out of the darkness. Han Chia told the support to step aside and took aim with her bow. She thought, even if this monster is elite, it's still D rank. One hit and it will be destroyed. The shot was accurate, and the archer was already convinced that she had succeeded. But the arrow bounced off, and the result was not achieved. Han Chia admitted she had made a mistake. Now she had to shoot with all her might. The archer took aim again. She knew she had to shoot right now because the monster was approaching quickly. There was no time to hesitate, and Shin Cheong-son pushed the girl aside and confronted the monster himself. The elite monster struck, but the protagonist managed to dodge. Han Chia, sitting on her knees, watched the support's battle. She remembered recent events. In one of the previous raids, the players were outraged. What was she doing? Was this a joke to her? She didn't even know how to shoot properly, and her shooting almost wounded her allies. How was she going to make up for it? Han Chia said that even though she missed, she didn't shoot in their direction. The girl heard in response, "She's not apologizing, she's just looking for excuses." After the raid, the girls said they wouldn't take her on the team, even if she was an A rank. No one wanted anything to do with her. But if she is so useless, why is she still a hunter? Han Chia, remembering all this, thought she should have given up everything. Because of her, even Shin Cheong-son could suffer now. The enormous monster approached the girl. Han Chia looked up at him fearfully. Shin Cheong-son turned to his companion. He told her that she had to listen to him carefully. If Han Chia calmed down and did only what he said, they would definitely be able to win. Shin Cheong-son thought he had everything prepared. In case of an emergency, it could be activated without any problems. All that remained was to buy some time. The young man told the girl to look closely at the monster. She would definitely notice something. Han Chia was surprised by the unexpected sensation. Shin Cheong-son continued to prompt her to shoot there with all her might. All her senses were heightened. The archer felt uncomfortable, but she could clearly see where to aim. Han Chia thought that if she made just one correct shot, it would all be over. She released the arrow. Shin Cheong-son thought that fortunately he had activated everything correctly. The activation conditions were extremely strict. The archer's shot was accurate and had the desired effect. Shin Cheong-son noted that it was very useful. The monster took serious damage. Its body was badly injured. Shin Cheong-son warned the girl that the sensations would be unfamiliar, as if all her senses were heightened. He understood that this method was a little dangerous. Shin Cheong-son said that in order to awaken Han Chia, it was necessary to awaken her senses. The girl asked the assistant who he was. It seemed to her that he had foreseen all this. And what did awaken mean? Shin Cheong-son replied that she should take her time. They still had plenty of time. The girl told the assistant not to stray from the topic and to answer her questions directly. Han Chia felt dizzy, her legs buckled. The protagonist hoisted the unconscious archer onto his back and said that it was very difficult to make friends. But at least one question had been answered. When she came to, the girl apologized. She didn't understand why she had behaved that way. It felt as if it wasn't her. The young people were already outside the cave. Han Chia couldn't believe she had shown disrespect to the man who had saved her twice. Shin Cheong-son sighed and said that everything was fine. The young man added that no one was hurt. They had defeated all the monsters, so now they needed to get ready. Besides, half an hour had already passed. Shin Cheong-son asked the girl to return the pendant he had given her before entering the cave. Han Chia returned the pendant. The young man looked at the stone and noticed that its light had changed. So she really had used the pendant. Meteorite perception. A rare item that can only be obtained in the A-rank dungeon Burning Harpy's Lair. Item ability: heightened senses. It automatically activates when conditions are met. The owner's senses are rarely heightened. At this time, the person's abilities increase significantly. That is when the stone begins to glow. Now abstract senses can be used. However, the problem lies in the complex conditions. The owner's emotions must be at their peak. For people like Han Chia, the best way to activate it is through intense fear. Therefore, the protagonist made her insanely afraid. Although it seemed difficult, he still managed to awaken the girl. Even at such a high market price, there are very few of them. The young man gave up on this idea. However, he thought that this guy would find him in 2 days. Thanks to this, everything became easier. But this was only the beginning. Han Chia felt how she woke up with the help of the item. She needed more practice to reach her previous level. Shin Cheong-son told Han Chia to listen to him carefully. Her primary task was to focus exclusively on monsters. To do this, she would first need to change her bow. She was strong enough to replace her short bow with a long one and shoot from a distance. Shin Cheong-son added that this way she would encounter fewer monsters and be less afraid of them. Han Chia thanked Shin Cheong-son for the opportunity he gave her and for awakening her. The girl added that when she thought she was dying and helpless, she felt something from this pendant. The archer had the impression that everything around her had frozen. She felt that she could overcome any obstacle. Han Chia said that at that moment, she could clearly see her goal and knew exactly where to aim. The girl noted that although she had an A rank, in terms of character and other aspects, she was no higher than a D rank. Attempts to change this led nowhere, only increasing her disappointment. However, now, in the short time they had known each other, she had grown a lot. The girl realized that she was capable of many things and became truly enthusiastic for the first time. Han Chia noticed that she had started talking too much. Shin Cheong-son said that it would be difficult for her alone. He would give her his number, and Han Chia could call him if she needed help. Han Chia was delighted and thanked him. She also said she would leave him her number. The protagonist received a message on his smartphone from the head of the guild, Yoon Tae-hoon. It said there was an emergency. The protagonist contacted the headquarters of the Hunters Association. Tae-hoon replied and said he would call back after the meeting. Shin Cheong-son only had time to say that he was ready to help resolve the emergency, because last time the guild leader had given him something useful. Tae-hoon expressed his satisfaction that the item had been useful, and thanked him for agreeing to help. Min Hee-soo entered the office and said that the president of the association had returned, and they could leave. The secretary noted that this was an unusual situation. Usually, an official document is sent. Who would have thought that the president of the association would call them for a personal meeting? The guild leader suggested that perhaps the S-rank gate had reappeared. Tae-hoon decided that everything would be fine, since Shin Cheong-son had agreed to help them. The guild leader said that if he fought as before, there would be no danger. It was the right decision to contact Shin Cheong-son's support team. Secretary Min Hee-soo thought that her boss was in a better mood now than after the Arachnid dungeon, probably because of this creator. The girl decided that the guild leader had been acting strangely ever since. He was ready to give the young man unlimited support. Who would have thought that Tae-hoon would make such an amazing offer that was impossible to refuse? Although Tae-hoon is a berserker, he finds it difficult to control his emotions. But the guild leader is more calculating and sensible than he seems. The secretary thought that this creator was more talented than he appeared. D-rank would never be able to create a weapon that the guild leader would like. Hee-soo decided that she needed to find out everything for herself, since the guild leader rarely invited him. Tae-hoon and Hee-soo approached the association chairman's office. A security guard stood at the door. The security guard said he was pleased to meet the guild leader. Tae-hoon asked if anyone else would be attending the meeting. The security guard replied that he had heard that another guild leader had been invited. Another guest stepped out of the elevator. He waved his hand and remarked that Yoon Tae-hoon had been very active lately. Hee-soo thought that this was the only person who could throw Tae-hoon off balance. It was the head of the guild, Kim Ik-hyuk. Kim Ik-hyuk said that his old acquaintance had capable guild members and that he just needed to improve himself. Dae-hoon replied that he was too busy to respond to such absurd provocations. Kim Ik-hyuk suggested that Tae-hoon was busy choosing low-level dungeons. Tae-hoon probably wanted the newbies in the low-level gates to support him. Kim Ik-hyuk added that although there were mistakes in the dungeon ranks, opponents entered them for the purpose of clearing them, not rescuing. Hee-soo was indignant, but her boss told her not to respond. A security guard reported to the association president that the heads of the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds had arrived. The boss added that he could already hear them arguing from where he was. Association President Han Chol-min remarked that nothing ever changes in this world. After a long wait, the security guard suggested that Hee-soo have a cup of tea. The girl replied that she was fine. The head of the association said he had an urgent task for these guilds. 3 days ago, uncertain gates appeared and disappeared on the outskirts. Han Chol-min noted that these were not gates with errors, but rather undefined gates. Their mana level was difficult to even measure. The head of the Overkill Guild thought this was very strange. Such gates could not even be evaluated. Usually the rank of a gate is determined in 2 ways. First, a special tool is used to measure the amount of mana in the gate itself. Therefore, most often the rank of the gate is equal to the rank of the monsters behind it. Second, the data from the reconnaissance sent by the association is compared. The president of the association explained that dungeons with ranking errors appear when the amount of mana increases sharply. But this is different from a situation where measurement is impossible. Tae-hoon asked if they had tried sending scouts. The president replied that such attempts had been made several times. However, none of the scouts had returned. Kim Ik-hyuk was surprised. Did the association really not know the dungeon's rank and have no information? Why hadn't he been informed about this earlier? Han Chol-min noted that they did not know how long the curtain of the gate of unknown rank would be maintained. If everything was left as it was not surprising that monsters would start coming out of there. This has happened before, and each time it turned into a living hell. Han Chol-min reiterated that this was an emergency. This time, refusal by the guilds would not be accepted. The president of the association wanted both guilds to unite and clear the uncertain gate. Initially, it was planned to involve the Hyungmu Guild, but due to a sudden business trip abroad, they could not join. This was a serious enough case to bring together 3 major guilds. Han Chol-min gave them 2 days to prepare and promised to provide funding and the best reward. If the guilds need anything, the association will provide any assistance. Tae-hoon asked if the team should consist only of guild members. Han Chol-min replied that it didn't matter, as the very existence of these gates was causing chaos and panic in society. Additionally, a small number of reliable people could be recruited. After the meeting at the association, Shinhwa Guild leader Kim Ik-hyuk returned to the office and ordered the creation of a team consisting of guild members of rank A and above. Free players must be selected within the next 2 days. Kim Ik-hyuk thought that his opponent, Tae-hoon, had an ace up his sleeve. He had a strange smile on his face during the meeting. Kim Ik-hyuk told his assistant to include her in the team. The assistant pointed out that Kang Yu-ran was no longer helping their guild. With her personality, there could be problems. The guild leader replied that he wanted to see her in front of him and ordered his assistants to do everything possible. The assistants thought that since Kang Yu-ran was no longer helping anyone else, they should take advantage of the opportunity and hire her. 2 days passed. People gradually began to gather at the gates. There was growing discontent among those who had arrived. Why was someone allowing themselves to be late? There were 5 minutes left. It was always like this with the Shinhwa Guild. They arrived right on time. One of the players remarked that this was precisely why he disliked such people. They had no manners whatsoever. Would they learn anything if you shot them in the head? The player told Sung Jae-hee to watch his words. Tae-hoon thanked Shin Jun-so for agreeing and accepting the offer. It was unexpected. Shin Jun-so reminded him that he had used the item that the guild leader had given him. He had his pride too. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. There was a hidden quest. A dungeon with a story had appeared. He had to put an end to the abandoned world and get the reward. 5 days ago, this system window suddenly appeared in front of the hero. Only a small number of players receive hidden quests. The selection of players had not yet begun, but our hero had already received a hidden quest. He saw no reason to refuse. Although such quests are very difficult, completing them brings incredible rewards. Some even awakened new abilities. However, who would have thought that this particular dungeon would be involved? Representatives of the Shinhwa Guild approached the dungeon. Tae-hoon apologized in advance for their leader's rudeness. The deputy guild leader was surprised. Why had his colleagues come so early? Kim Ik-hyuk apologized and said they had a lot of work to do. But it seemed that the Overkill Guild had too much free time. Kim Ik-hyuk added that the Overkill Guild was going through low-level gates, so it was no surprise that they had plenty of time. The deputy guild leader said that it was not worth responding to these people. It was better to ignore them. Shin Jun-so thought that the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds were still on bad terms. It wasn't just emotional animosity between the guilds, but also constant arguments in the media about which one was stronger. Kim Ik-hyuk saw the assistant and laughed. Is this really their trump card? Kim Ik-hyuk said that this young man had gone too far. Clearing the dungeon is no joke. Did the young man really want to be carried out of there? The members of the Shinhwa Guild told their leader not to be angry, because they also had a new member. Yuran reminded them that they had been told there was very little time. They had no time for arguments, so they had to hurry. Kang Yuran was the strongest elemental master in the country, capable of using all 6 elements. She was an S-rank sorceress. Tae-hoon thought that their opponents really did have a stellar lineup. The representative of the Overkill Guild said that it would be easier than easy. He would gladly take care of everything. Shin Cheong-son thought it would not be easy. In his previous life, the clearing of this dungeon had failed. Of the 8 team members, only Tae-hoon survived the final round, mainly thanks to his penetration skill. After that, the gates suddenly disappeared. This was an unprecedented case where 7 high-ranking awakened individuals were declared missing. The association worked hard on the search, but there was no information about the dungeon. There is no guarantee that this time they will be successful. The head of the Shinhwa Guild was acting completely insane. The players entered the gate and found themselves in a huge castle. It looked impressive. However, the next doors would not open. Someone suggested breaking them down by force, but the doors still wouldn't budge. Kim Ik-hyuk told everyone to step aside. He was going to try it himself. The head of the Shinhwa Guild began to strike the doors repeatedly, trying to break them down. The player asked why the head wasn't using his skill. Kim Ik-hyuk replied that he didn't want to waste it on such trifles. The girl pointed out to the head that the monsters were respawning. Kim Ik-hyuk said that it was their ability to respawn. You need at least that level to see his skill. After that, the leader struck the monsters. The battle between the 2 guilds and the monsters was in full swing. The girl asked our hero if he was going to fight. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was a support producer. Kim Yuran said she wasn't going to fight for a team like this. She was interested in whether the strongest awakened countries would be here. In her opinion, they looked quite ordinary. They couldn't even defeat a single monster. If she had known in advance, she would have refused. Our hero found this strange. The infected mana of these monsters looked unusual. They were not in their usual form. What was wrong with the threads used to control the monsters? Shin Cheong-son looked up and noticed an object where all the mana streams converged. All he had to do was destroy it. However, the young man did not want to reveal his skills. Kim Yuran demonstrated her abilities and affected a passing insect. Shin Cheong-son asked if she had enough mana for the insects, then why not shoot at the monsters? Kim Yuran repeated that she only destroys those she wants to. Shin Cheong-son suggested that the girl was afraid of insects. She replied that this was not the case, and added that the guy should stop talking to her. It annoyed her. Shin Cheong-son said he wasn't imposing but still pointed out where another insect was. Kim Ik-hyuk fought the monsters and wondered why Yuran was using her skills somewhere else. At one point, Kim Ik-hyuk noticed that the monsters had stopped moving. The guild leader said he was just getting warmed up. According to him, these monsters were nothing more than mere trifles. Shin Cheong-son looked at the broken plates and thought that they were the source of the resurrection. If he hadn't seen the infected mana, he wouldn't have understood anything. The young man thought that this was the reason why the cleanup had failed in his previous life. Tae-hoon said that was all. But since they didn't know for sure, they had to search the entire first floor. The deputy head of the guild replied that he understood and ordered everyone to follow him. Kim Ik-hyuk told everyone to get out of the way. He had to be the first one in. The players were surprised. Was the infected mana really gathering in that closet? They should have shot it first. The players searched all the rooms, but found nothing unusual. Had all the monsters died instantly? The first floor was cleared fairly quickly. They decided to go up one floor and check it out. Kim Ik-hyuk told Tae-hoon not to act like he was the boss here. Kim Ik-hyuk followed his colleagues from the rival guild. The guild leader was angry. Had they decided to ignore him? He had to crush their pride. Kim Ik-hyuk suddenly felt a pain inside. Had he gone too far? Shin Cheong-son walked alongside him and watched Kim Ik-hyuk closely. However, the atmosphere in the room was tense. According to Tae-hoon, there was nothing special here, but he still had to check for himself. Shin Cheong-son sensed an excess of infected mana in front of him. Kim Ik-hyuk still insisted that he didn't have time to use his skill. Dae-hoon and his squad made their way through using their weapons and available skills. A warning came that a high-ranking invisible monster was hiding directly ahead. The deputy leader reported that he was fine. His comrade in arms with a weapon in his hands said the same thing. But he did not see the young man who was with their leader. Tae-hoon was so engrossed in the battle that he didn't even notice Shin Cheong-son's disappearance. Shin Cheong-son thought that the battle was getting tougher. He had already absorbed the mana, so he had to catch up quickly. Our hero saw a girl holding a doll in front of him. Shin Cheong-son wondered what a child was doing in such a place. The girl asked the young man if he was a hunter. The child told the hunter to follow her immediately. Shin Cheong-son wondered how the girl knew he was a hunter. She replied that her sister upstairs had told her about it. A hunter would come and save her. And if that happened, they would have to leave together. If the young man had come all this way, Then he was the hunter who had come to save her sister. The girl led the hero to her sister. She was sure that they knew each other. The girl with the doll turned to her sister and said that it was time for them to leave. The man she had told her about had arrived. Shin Cheong-son assumed that this girl had suffered psychological trauma. Shin Cheong-son said that the Hunters Association had sent him there. The girl perked up. Had he really been sent here? Shin Cheong-son asked the girl to tell him what had happened here. She fell to her knees and thanked him for his help. Then she began her story. She was the 4th scout of this dungeon. The first 3 did not return, so she was ordered to explore it. However, as soon as she entered, dolls attacked her from all sides. The girl said she was caught off guard and tried to run out through the gate. But the door closed and would not open again. She was trapped. Shin Cheong-son thought it was the same situation as before. He asked if the girl knew what had happened to the other scouts. She found it strange that they seemed to be conscious. At one point, they tried to attack her, and she had to run away. As a result, she got trapped and met this girl. The girl helped her a lot and said that her little sister often plays with her. Shin Cheong-son asked the girl her name. She replied that her name was Elizabeth. The young man said that she needed to go with him. It was too dangerous to stay here. The girl objected that it was much scarier outside, where battles were constantly raging. Shin Cheong-son thought that secrecy was gradually weakening. Before him were human-like monsters. Was this really a scout's ID? The face matched the missing person's documents that the association president had shown him. The player said that some of the faces were familiar to her. One even resembled the guild leader. The players received orders not to attack. They were facing missing scouts. Stealth is a skill that cannot be used for several minutes after completing an action. Otherwise, speed is greatly reduced. They cannot simply be destroyed. Kim Ik-hyuk was sure that he was facing monsters capable of using stealth. But were they really scouts? The guild leader noticed that their speed had dropped and decided to deal with them in one blow. A player from the Overkill Guild pointed his weapon at Kim Ik-hyuk and said that the guild leader had gone mad. These were not monsters, but people who needed to be saved. A way had to be found to restore them to their former appearance. Kim Ik-hyuk said that when someone tries to destroy a player, there are only 2 options. Destroy them yourself or be destroyed. He added that anyone who showed hostility towards him would be destroyed. This shooter was no exception. The young man thought that the guild leader was behaving inappropriately. Tae-hoon said it was time to stop this. Kim Ik-hyuk had to listen to him. Kim Ik-hyuk objected that the others didn't understand anything, but he was ready to show them the truth. The girl shouted for the guild leader to block the monster's attacks. Tae-hoon said that this was not a request, but a deal. He would transfer the reward for the raid and all the funding for the Shinhwa Guild. That should be enough. Kim Ik-hyuk warned that if they angered him, he would destroy everyone. Shin Cheong-son thought that this would buy him some time. Tae-hoon told his players that the most important thing now was to figure out how to save the scouts. The girl asked if her brother had seen the dolls outside. It was very scary to be among them. She added that they were mysteriously entangled in purple threads. Until the threads were removed, the dolls would not die and would continue to attack. The threads were very strong and difficult to break. Shin Cheong-son asked the girl and the scout if they were really scared. The hero clarified. So the dolls can return to their normal form? He wanted to bring back his colleagues, who had become dolls. The girl said that her brother had to stop the device attached to the doll's body immediately after the thread broke. But if they tried to get rid of the threads by force, the bodies would explode. She added that this was all the information she had. Would it help? Shin Cheong-son thought that even to a difficult question, the girl had answered accurately and kindly. 20 seconds after using stealth, they would die. The team of players continued to fight the monster dolls. A player said they needed Kang Yuran's help. Could she freeze the dolls and block their movement? Yuran replied that it all annoyed her. The guild leader continued to repel the monster's onslaught. When the time ran out, Kim Ik-hyuk's skill was cancelled, and he felt the old pain return. Shin Cheong-son said that they barely managed to save the scouts. The protagonist said that he would take care of it himself now. Tae-hoon asked the support where he was going. Shin Cheong-son replied that he needed to check something, nothing special. The head of the Overkill Guild asked the young man not to act on his own initiative in the future. The player reported that the scouts were starting to use stealth again. Tae-hoon suddenly shouted for everyone to stay put. An attack took place, to which Tae-hoon reacted lightning fast and parried it. The guild leader said that the opponent had just passed him by. Thanks to the threads of infected mana, our hero could see their outlines clearly. Tae-hoon thrust his sword forward and repelled another attack from the monster puppets. Shin Cheong-son said he could see the puppets' weak spots and would mark them. Players had to aim precisely at these points, so as not to damage the main body. The guild leader noted that the method worked. Who would have thought that you could aim at them like that? Their weak spot is the device in the center. You have to hit there. Kim Ik-hyuk was surprised. Why did the dolls suddenly break after the attack? This had never happened before. Tae-hoon asked what exactly the support had been checking on the first floor. Shin Cheong-son replied that there was nothing special there. He explored the dungeon alone and accidentally found a surviving scout. She was not in the best condition and did not go with him, but he managed to learn something about what was happening from her. Shin Cheong-son reported that he had also discovered the scout's weak points. He said he found a girl who helped him get to the scout. It seems her parents are stuck here. Kim Ik-hyuk noted that this looked extremely suspicious. After all, it couldn't help but raise doubts. How could an ordinary girl end up here in the first place? These gates are heavily guarded. It may seem that she simply went unnoticed, but the association constantly monitors them, and no one can get in here unnoticed. Tae-hoon said he understood his colleague, but emphasized that it was wrong to jump to conclusions. Kim Ik-hyuk replied that Tae-hoon was obsessed with finding flaws in other people's words. Tae-hoon remarked that he dislikes pointless arguments, but it seems he will have to teach his opponent to act in a coordinated manner when clearing out enemies. One of the players agreed, adding that the Shinhwa Guild behaves as if it is above the rest. We will have to take advantage of this opportunity and teach them a lesson. Players from rival guilds began to settle scores, proving their superiority to each other. Shin Cheong-son watched the heated exchanges and couldn't understand what was going on. Why did emotions suddenly intensify? The girl said she had only slightly faked them, and they were already acting aggressively. It looked pathetic. She thanked the protagonist. Thanks to him, she was able to use her brainwashing skill on strangers. She needed to get closer without arousing suspicion. At first, the hero thought the girl was a monster's offspring, but then decided she was just a normal child. It turned out that he had been brainwashed the moment they met. Shin Cheong-son realized that he might be too late. He had to stop this urgently before everyone was completely brainwashed. By this time, the threads of infected mana had already wrapped around the hero from head to toe. Moreover, the same thing happened to the others. It turned out that everyone had been brainwashed. Who would have thought that the girl would use infected mana to control not only the body, but also the mind? Shin Cheong-son activated his passive skill, Mana Absorption. The girl had chosen the wrong opponent. The monster girl was surprised. Could this guy really absorb infected mana? Shin Cheong-son shouted that this girl was the enemy, and called for her to be attacked, disarmed, and captured. The girl called her parents and said that they were not attacking her at all. Puppets appeared in front of the child, ready to defend her. Kim Ik-hyuk shouted for everyone to move aside. He was going to destroy them all at once. The girl said it was time for her brother to prove himself. Tae-hoon shouted for Kim Ik-hyuk to come to his senses and stop. The head of the Shinhwa Guild was already under the influence of the infected mana. The threads of infected mana completely entangled his face. The girl said that her brother Louis was doing great. Because of this, the protagonist felt the infected mana emanating from Kim Ik-hyuk's hand. The girl added that her little brother likes to hide behind modesty. Nobody noticed that, did they? The little monster said that it was fun to fight with her own comrades. This little brother became a puppet. I wonder what will happen next. Tae-hoon shouted that he would quickly grab Kim Ik-hyuk and asked for support. The player with the firearm said he would provide it, but Kim Ik-hyuk was under protective armor. This is a skill that activates when the guild leader feels his life is in danger. In this state, he is temporarily invulnerable and cannot be distracted. It can last up to several hours. The girl said that her brother had become useless. Now he couldn't fight. They had to deal with the remaining 3 players. The other members of the 2 guilds prepared to continue fighting the puppet monsters. The hero thought that even their energy levels showed that these dolls were different from the previous ones. They were all at the level of a difficult dungeon boss. It was too dangerous to ignore these 2 guards and move on. It was safer to face them head on. The hero had a bad feeling. Shin Cheong-son wasn't sure, but it seemed that this wasn't just a controlling type. Tae-hoon ordered Myung-gun, Jae-hee, and the others to take care of the female doll. The guild leader added that he would take care of the male doll himself. They needed to finish this as quickly as possible. The players responded that they understood the order and proceeded to eliminate the enemy. Tae-hoon, using his 2-handed sword and unique abilities, rushed into the attack. The protagonist wondered. The ability to turn opponents into dolls and control them. Isn't that a bug if it conflicts with Kim Ik-hyuk's impenetrable ki? It must be a skill that turns hunters into puppets. But something was wrong here. Kim Ik-hyuk's transformation happened instantly, and that was even after the hero absorbed all the infected mana. The protagonist decided that before he used mana absorption, and everyone was entangled in threads, Elizabeth had the opportunity to turn them into puppets. However, she did not do so at that time. One of the players began to eliminate the female doll by opening targeted fire with a firearm. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Was all this just a game? Why did Elizabeth reveal herself then? The girl not only led the hero to the lost scout, but also told him about the weaknesses of those who had already become dolls. Elizabeth managed to gain the hero's trust, and then immediately revealed her true nature. This reduced everything to nothing. Very strange. Even someone who loves internal conflicts would not have done that. It seemed as if she had been forced to fight. It all seemed incredibly drawn out. Taehan thought that he would be able to put his power into the weapon created for him by Shin Cheong-son and control it better. Berserk activated the explosion. The players understood that these were the costs, and that they had to use such methods in such situations. Jae-hee told the deputy guild leader that this would be enough, that it would definitely be enough. The young man used an enchanted bullet and fired a shot. The enchanted bullet had a striking effect. A huge hole gaped in the chest of the doll woman. The head of the Overkill Guild thought that everything turned out to be much more difficult than expected. He was surprised that his opponents were using only physical attacks and nothing else. Taehoon was worried about psychic attacks, but for some reason, he, the Berserker, was able to withstand them. Taehoon ordered everyone to get ready again. Until he gave instructions, they had to be wary of psychic attacks and stay where they were. He told Elizabeth that the 2 dolls had already been destroyed and that there was no support to be expected. The girl said that this was just perfect and threw the doll aside. The deputy head of the guild and the other players were surprised by this behavior. Kim Yuran said that the girl was acting very strangely, as if something terrible was about to happen. However, outwardly, everything looked boring. Shin Cheong-son thought, it would be better if it ended just like that, and the premonitions turned out to be false. There was an explosion, and everything around was covered in blood. Taehoon noted that the sight was not pleasant, even if the victim was a monster. The head of the Overkill Guild said that now everyone could rest. But in the next second, something incredible happened. The 4 hunters froze, not because of magic or a psychic attack. Something appeared in the dungeon that they had never encountered before. An overwhelming presence. As expected, it was the appearance of a hidden boss. It was the elder vampire, Elizabeth Bathory. Elizabeth thanked them and said that she had been waiting all this time for people who would destroy her 2 dolls. These dolls not only betrayed her, but also forced her to exist forever with their power. They turned out to be ungrateful rats who imprisoned her in this useless body. Finally, she came to life. Kim Yuran ordered the players not to stand idly by and to prepare for battle. Although Taehoon was strong, he certainly couldn't handle such a monster alone. Elizabeth Bathory said that these people were very cute rats. The vampire added that she wanted to feast for the first time in a long time and activated Essence Drain. It looked cruel. Kim Yuran knew that high-ranking undead were masters of absorption magic. But how was it possible to affect so many people at once from such a distance? Elizabeth suppressed them without observing any conditions or wasting time on preparation. What kind of monster was this? Elizabeth turned to Taehoon and said that this brother was very strong. Even in his current state, he could cause her problems. If he had full control of his power, the outcome would have been different. The vampire added that now that would never happen. Berserk activated an energy attack, and there was an explosion. The damage was colossal. Taehoon was bleeding profusely. Shin Cheong-son asked what percentage of his power had been used. The guild leader was surprised. What did he mean? Support explained that Berserk's explosion had a power scale. After all, the body would not be able to withstand it if he constantly fought at full power. Usually, Berserkers exert themselves depending on the situation. Support added that he was still a novice in explosion theory, and did not know everything. Shin Cheong-son noted that when the guild leader destroyed the arachnid last time, the power was less than half of the maximum. And now, less than half was used as well. Taehoon said that even so, the strongest sword made by the support broke. In his current state, he would not be able to show the power he had never unleashed before. Taehoon said he could buy some time. Shin Cheong-son decided to monopolize his abilities. The protagonist thought it would be a ridiculous favor. He offered energy, but not mana. From that moment on, they would be connected permanently. Shin Cheong-son said that they should then show each other their successes. The process of creating demonic armor was initiated. The stored infected mana was completely used up. The search for a suitable weapon in the demon world began. The creation of the weapon was complete. A huge flaming sword appeared before the guild leader. It was a demonic sword, Leviathan. Shin Cheong-son said that now it was the guild leader's turn to show his berserker abilities. Taehoon thought that something had changed in this sword. If it had many abilities, he would have easily accepted it. But there was something else here. Although this sword was created by Shin Cheong-son, it looked unusual and difficult to control. In the guild leader's hands, the Leviathan sword glowed red-hot and filled with energy. Elizabeth thought that this weapon was infected with mana. Judging by the power emanating from it, it was a special ability of the element of fire. The sword seemed extremely powerful. Elizabeth Bathory activated blood magic. The area around the female vampire was covered in a bloodbath. Shin Cheong-son thought that this skill covered too large an area. Could it be an absorption and blocking ability? Elizabeth noticed that although the absorption power was not the same as before, this skill remained quite versatile. The mana was carefully distributed. The enemy's basal metabolism was gradually paralyzed. Everything was supposed to melt down to the bones, muscles, nerves, veins. After a while, the opponents would no longer be so strong. Tae-hoon was frozen for a moment and stopped moving. But soon this stopped, and the guild leader moved towards his opponent again. Elizabeth Bathory was surprised. Even after activating the bloodbath territory, he continued to move unhindered. She thought that the berserker's body was controlled not by will and consciousness, but by the power of the sword. Moreover, his abilities now surpassed his previous ones. Elizabeth said that in any case, it would be fun. Now she would be the one destroying the puppets. Blood magic was activated again, but Tae-hoon, sword in hand, did not react. After a long and brutal battle, the vampire woman Elizabeth Bathory was seriously injured. The main goal had been achieved. Shin Cheong-son was truly amazed. Tae-hoon had been holding back incredible power all this time, although he probably didn't realize it himself. A valuable item appeared in the protagonist's hands as a reward. Our hero expressed hope that this item was somehow related to restoration or magical activity. The materialization Leviathan was released. The next time this skill was used, a separate search would not be necessary. It could simply be materialized. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. What does separate search mean? Isn't the standard search for weapons completely random? Our hero told the guild leader not to even try to get up after such a battle. Even if he could, he was currently unable to walk. Shin Cheong-son added that high-level power had been used against Tae-hoon, and he had already suffered significant damage. It was surprising that he was still conscious. In any case, it is necessary to rest a little. Although the players have been injured, their lives are not in danger. The hidden boss, Elizabeth Bathory, lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. The female vampire said she congratulated her little brother on his victory. Shin Cheong-son assumed that Elizabeth was in critical condition. But why did he receive a reward and information that the cleanup was successful if she was still alive? Our hero asked the vampire how she was connected to the dungeon. Shin Cheong-son noted that those fists were controlled by the same infected mana he senses from Elizabeth, but she couldn't control them completely. After all, the fists were primarily trying to protect her. The female vampire admitted that they were trying to protect her. After all, she's a valuable source of power that feeds them. Elizabeth Bathory said that long ago she indulged their whims. Normally, she would not have done so. However, she saved the rats that were about to fall into the water. If that had been the end of it, it would have been just a strange story. However, these rats turned out to be unusual. They said that they couldn't just let their savior go. She had to accept their invitation. Elizabeth said that it was the first time she had heard anything like this from a human being. The woman added that she had been caught in this way. Elizabeth did not know what the turning point was. However, when she came to her senses, she was no longer a guest, but a member of the family. The vampire added that it didn't last long, but she was happy. This continued until she realized why the rats had accepted her into their family. Now her body was entangled in threads. Elizabeth admitted that she was to blame for everything. After all, she had given them the chance to betray her and control her. The woman added that she had become infinitely soft and weak. Thus, they imprisoned her in this body and sealed most of her abilities so that she could only provide them with the infected mana they needed for protection. Shin Cheong-son asked, protection from what? Elizabeth replied that she wasn't sure. Although her brother had looked around before entering the estate, he might have noticed something. Shin Cheong-son said that there was an endless desert with no end in sight. The woman replied that it was not a real desert, but only a barrier and space created to protect the estate. Elizabeth added that that woman had created it with her power, to protect herself from the monsters on the other side of the rift. Elizabeth said that, judging by her brother's reaction, there was also a rift in his world. Was that how they ended up here? Their worlds had gone through the same thing. A rift appeared in the sky, people with mana awoke, and gates began to appear one after another. Elizabeth noted that monsters much more vicious than vampires like her emerged from these gates. Shin Cheong-son asked how their world was coping with the disaster of the gates. How many years had passed since the last rift? Elizabeth replied that she didn't know much, as she hadn't seen anything herself. After she was imprisoned in this body, dark times came for her when she could not move. During this time, her world fell, and the estate was isolated. Only recently was she able to move again. Elizabeth added that since then, it had appeared before her eyes, the system status window. Shin Cheong-son thought that if it was a system window, then she was also a player. Elizabeth said that the young man had a lot of questions. The vampire apologized and said she couldn't answer all of them. Losing consciousness, the female vampire said that death wasn't so bad either. Shin Cheong-son thought that her body had begun to decay. The item demonic shackles of control can be used. Shin Cheong-son took out the box and opened it. The young man even let out a cry of surprise. After opening the box, strange transformations began to occur around the young people. Elizabeth asked what he had done. The item of strong confinement can be used on defeated monsters in critical condition. Shin Cheong-son said it was no coincidence. He could use them and save them for later. However, he had a personal interest. After successful equipping, the corresponding monster would come out of critical condition and obey the player who used the item as a familiar. The protagonist has seen many players with familiars, but this is the first time he has encountered a situation where the player himself has become a familiar. A contract was signed with the ancient vampire Elizabeth Bathory. Elizabeth Bathory is registered as the familiar of the player Shin Cheong-son. The woman turned into an animal. Shin Cheong-son said that this was somewhat unexpected, although he had suspected something like this. Who would have thought that she would turn out to be a cat, not a bat? Even the necklace changed size. The woman was furious. How dare this boy make her his familiar? It was better to be a cat than to suffer such humiliation. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Was it really that difficult to maintain a human form? However, Elizabeth could not refuse the situation that had developed. If there is normal or infected mana in reserve, the familiar's abilities can be temporarily unblocked. It turns out that this is a familiar that cannot even perform a simple transformation. Shin Cheong-son picked up the cat and said that even in this form she could communicate. Shin Cheong-son asked, just in case, if those two dolls had really deceived her. The cat replied that she had already told everything and had nothing more to add. Shin Cheong-son recalled Elizabeth's words. They stole her powers for their own survival. The young man wondered if there was any point in such a life. He didn't understand what had happened, but this family didn't seem refined. He wasn't even sure if they had rational thinking or egos. They were more like programmed dolls than living beings. The cat said that there was nothing strange about this. People's psyches adapt to their bodies. They find themselves in this state because they are forced to use infected mana. Therefore, their thinking and ego atrophy. Did he really expect her to sympathize with these dolls? Shin Cheong-son replied that it wasn't necessary. The protagonist added that he and most people would not continue such a life. Our hero approached the destroyed male doll. Shin Cheong-son thought that if he had changed bodies, he would not have continued such a life. The cat wondered with surprise what was happening to this young man. Shin Cheong-son concentrated his mana in his hand and told the cat to come to him. Elizabeth thought that she was being forced to obey even a simple command. Shin Cheong-son explained to the cat that it was called the Crystal of Essence. It was usually used for spells related to black magic and saved some of the mana and soul. They must have put something like that in the doll to give it a soul. Apparently, they didn't have enough power, but technically they were well equipped. The cat didn't like it. What is he saying? Isn't there another way? She thought. The woman said that she had seen several thousand visions over the past few days. However, the result was always the same. The collision of two worlds had been happening in recent years. The frequency of these events would increase uncontrollably. Even if they tried to delay it as long as possible, in 5 years it would be too late to prepare. This wasn't really happening. It must have been a vision based on memories. Could these be her father's memories? The man asked what that method was. Would the hypothesis of different dimensions that she was studying help them survive? The woman said that if Elizabeth helped them, they would at least be able to protect the land surrounding the estate. However, problems would arise later. If this world is destroyed, the estate will be lost forever between two dimensions. Only if someone from another world discovers them will it survive. However, this could take even several thousand years. They would simply wait slowly for their demise. The man reminded her that she had just said that they would be able to live for a few more years. The boy said that his sister Elizabeth was not like them. Couldn't they at least save her? The child added that their family was only alive because Elizabeth had acted then. Maybe this was fate that couldn't be changed. At least one member of the family must survive. However, Elizabeth would never agree to this. Elizabeth, bound hand and foot with thread, said that she trusted them very much. Why did these people do this to her? The family looked sadly at Elizabeth and said they were truly sorry. The girl was placed in a box and locked. The woman said that even after they transferred themselves into the bodies of dolls, they would remain conscious. The man added that they would be able to retain their sanity for several hundred years. However, after that, everything would gradually fade away. In 2,000 years, they would not remember who they were, but they would still remain dolls. Even if their dimension was isolated, it was unknown what dangers threatened them. This time, they had to protect Elizabeth. It is unknown how long this will take, but they will act until someone from another world comes and takes Elizabeth away. The protagonist used 50 points of infected mana and temporarily unleashed the abilities of Elizabeth Battery's familiar. The woman was upset. Why hadn't they told her about this earlier? Shin Cheong-son said that in that case, they would all meet their end together. It was inevitable, and she would have died with them. Shin Cheong-son told the woman to get up. They didn't have much time. Shin Cheong-son thought that this was not a complete recovery. However, 50 points of infected mana only gave them 3 minutes. He had paid dearly for this, not so she could cry here. The young man added that Elizabeth Bathory should at least draw conclusions. All this time they had been puppets just to protect Elizabeth. In the end, she had to help them calm down. The woman cried out that she couldn't do such a thing. Shin Cheong-son told her not to be so pathetic. Even though their destruction and death were predetermined, they could have simply decided to live out their last days happily. However, they did otherwise. They imprisoned themselves for life for the sake of her future, the reality of which they were not even sure of. Shin Cheong-son added that this was the least Elizabeth could do for their devotion. It was her minimum obligation. The additional goal was achieved. The truth about Elizabeth is known. The reward will be a mischievous treasure chest. The dungeon with a history of clearing is 100% complete. An additional reward has been received. Representatives of the 2 guilds completed the task and left the dungeon through the gate. Rescue and support services were actively involved in their recovery. Everyone was alive, but some of the players were injured. The protagonist had the feeling that he had spent more time there than he had expected. Shin Cheong-son asked the cat how she felt here compared to that world. Elizabeth replied that there was no comparison. Even the mana was weak. However, she still had no choice. Elizabeth said that no matter what this place was, she would try to live a wonderful life here. It was her duty. The woman added that this was precisely why she couldn't stop drinking. Today had been a terrible day. The woman realized that she was not alone in the dark room and wondered what the rat was doing there. Had it come to ruin everything? The man turned on the light in the room and said that calling it a rat was too harsh. He was waiting for his colleague and poured himself some wine, tormented by the long wait. She should understand him. The girl asked why he had come here. If he wanted to pay for that bottle of wine, he wouldn't even have enough money to live on. The man said she was very rude. However, he really did not come here on personal business. He heard that she had been to the underrated dungeons. He reminded her that he was very interested in the underrated dungeons. He had heard rumors that it was a lot of fun there. He said it was simply amazing that she hadn't seen anything there. Who would have thought that she, the tall and proud queen, would pitifully lose consciousness in the middle of a raid? Kim Yuran said that the situation had changed dramatically in a strange way. Although she was unconscious, she saw the results of what happened with her own eyes. Yoon Tae-hoon finished off the boss with just 2 swings of the sword given to him by the support. Even considering the berserker's explosion, it was an unprecedented amount of power. Her interlocutor said that there are different types of S ranks. That means he is definitely worth hunting. Kim Yuran replied that she wasn't sure about that. Although Tae-hoon was very memorable, they should focus on the support. Kim Yuran assumed that he was a minor D rank, and all he could do was create weapons. However, these weapons withstood the full power of the guild leader. The man said that it was very useful to know how to create a good sword. It was good to have such a person around. However, a tool is just a tool. If there is no one to wield it, the weapon itself is useless. The man added that their abilities were on opposite sides of the sword and the purity of battle. The rest was simply impure. Kim Yuran said that if he hunted Yoon Tae-hoon, that impurity would be the main reason for his defeat. The man laughed. A D-rank support that the queen is obsessed with. Now he was interested. The man said goodbye and remarked that he could destroy them both. Yoon Tae-hoon and the impurity. Several days passed. Shin Cheong-son opened his eyes. He was lying on a bed. Our hero thought he had slept for several days in a row. However, his condition still hadn't returned to normal. It was probably not because of the creation of the demonic weapon, but because of Elizabeth's absorption skills. He needed to find out if there was a way to get rid of the side effects of this skill. However, after thinking it over, our hero still couldn't find that cat. The young man expressed hope that everything would be fine. She is a familiar, and he can summon her by force. Elizabeth is well aware of this too. She must be interested in this new world. Until Elizabeth started acting strangely, she was currently on the street getting acquainted with passers-by. Our hero had a reward in front of him. A mischievous chest with treasures. Who would have thought that he would be able to see this chest in real life? This is a random reward that players often encounter. Although a random item drops from the chest, it is not 100% random. The item in the mischievous chest is limited to what the owner needs. But the thing is, this mechanism is missing some details. For example, you might get a sharp and heavy sword that can only be used to attack, but cannot be used to block blows. A shield can withstand any blow without recoil, but randomly reflects the blow to someone else. Regardless of their major flaws, the problem with these items is that they can be used. There have been many cases where people have tried to use items despite their flaws, but in the end, blood was shed anyway. If there is an item in the chest that is currently needed, there can only be one thing there, something that can restore mana or increase it by a certain amount. The young man thought that the type of item that could be there was certain. The important thing was what this item's weakness would be. A strange item appeared in our hero's palm. Trader's Gluttony. It allows the owner to use the mana leak skill. The mana drain function is proportional to the amount of positive attitude the target has towards the owner. Elizabeth returned to the room. The young man thought that this annoyed him. Mana drain itself is not a bad skill. It is a kind of base. But the condition of a positive attitude? From the name, it was clear that this was something sinister. Elizabeth didn't understand why the young man was angry. The cat noticed that they had a guest outside. There's a strange guy here, she thought. Kim Ik-hyuk got out of the car. He was disappointed with the neighborhood. Why did Tae-hoon allow his support to live here? He always acted as if he were insanely generous. Kim Ik-hyuk looked at the house in front of him. The guild leader thought that even though it wasn't very good that he personally wanted to hire a support, this guy was worthy of it. Even without what Yuran had told him, he felt that something unusual had happened. Shin Cheong-son had done something to Yoon Tae-hoon. The energy that came out of him was enough to break through the barrier and instantly reach his opponent. Kim Ik-hyuk didn't know why this guy was D rank, but he definitely had the potential to be at least A rank, if not higher. So Yoon Tae-hoon didn't hire him for no reason. Kim Ik-hyuk thought that if this guy didn't fully belong to Tae-hoon yet, he needed to deal with him right now. Shin Cheong-son left the house and asked how the guild leader knew where he lived. Our hero clarified that he had no way of finding out this address legally. Kim Ik-hyuk said it didn't matter. Usually, in such cases, most people are very impressed to know that the best guild wants them. Kim Ik-hyuk held out his hand and said that the young man must be quite impressed if the guild leader had come to meet him in person. Shin Cheong-son replied that he hadn't come to say hello. Today, he needed to renew his assistant's work permit. Kim Ik-hyuk said that if he hadn't promised Tae-hoon, he would give him a second chance. After what the support had done in the dungeon, he should look at him as a creature. The guild leader noted that he treats people with such abilities accordingly. He is ready to create conditions that cannot be compared to anything else, no matter where the young man goes. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was surprised that the guild leader was so confident, but that it didn't matter. The protagonist said that he would respond to Kim Ik-ho in the same way he responded to Tae-hoon. They couldn't offer him anything that would interest him. Kim Ik-hyuk was angry. Kim Yuran behaved the same way. They believed that the Shinhwa Guild meant nothing to them. Kim Ik-hyuk thought that both this guy and Kim Yuran would beg to work for him. Our hero had planned to do this earlier, but the Hunters Association claimed that getting there by public transport was quite problematic. Most hunters use cars, so there is some logic to this. Our hero accidentally bumped into a passerby and apologized. Shin Cheong-son thought that he didn't seem to have fully recovered yet. This man was walking straight towards him. The face seemed familiar to the young man. Shin Cheong-son looked back, but the man was already gone. The protagonist decided that this couldn't be. Could Dojin be alive? The man in the hood also recognized the person he had encountered, Shin Cheong-son. The gates in the center of the city were unlatched according to standard procedure, and guards were posted in front of them. The hunter with the hammer on his shoulder said that if the preparations were complete, then they would depart. At gates of C rank and above, even high-ranking hunters can be injured or killed by a single mistake. When it comes to safety, nothing can be left to chance. The mage said she was worried because it was her first time at a C-rank gate or higher. Shin Cheong-son thought that this tank was a veteran. If he listened to him, there shouldn't be any particular problems. Although it wasn't his place to judge, the mage told our hero that he looked quite experienced. He had an intelligent gaze and a firm step. The man in the mask and hood looked at our hero and thought that he was Shin Cheong-son, a D-rank support specializing in weapon creation. He had been a hunter for 2 years, but only had 1 year of practical experience. At the beginning of this year, there was the Davon Guild. It was Moon Toyon's guild. The young man asked his interlocutor why he was aiming for some D-rank gate. With his guild's standards, shouldn't he be aiming for something higher? The guild leader replied that even though it was D-rank, the level there was very high, and there were many resources. In such dungeons, there was an incredible profit compared to the labor force involved. Therefore, large guilds often use them. The young man said that D-rank dungeons are nothing more than pocket money for a large guild. Moon Toyon said that their new guild was not one of those. They could afford a lot, even if they only got half of what they had hoped for. They could strengthen the weapons of the most diligent guild members and train on exclusive equipment, rather than with others. Moon Toyon told his brother Dojin that there was very little left. They had to wait. Soon, the whole world would know about the Davon Guild. However, that did not happen. Was it really Moon Dojin? This is incredible news. The young man said it didn't make sense. His brother was B-ranked and a recognized veteran. He couldn't have been killed in a dungeon like that. However, according to the documentation, it was an unusual dungeon. The interlocutor stated that the player had entered an underrated dungeon. A subsequent investigation revealed that it was a high-risk location. Moon Dojin then felt that his brother's death was not a simple accident. He said he had obtained the gate through an official auction. His brother would not have cheated. The interlocutor asked if his brother had said anything. Moon Dojin asked who was in charge of the auction. Something was definitely wrong here. Something beyond common sense had happened. The interlocutor said that his brother's body would be delivered 2 days after the investigation was completed. It was fortunate that his remains had been found. The employee reported that there was only one survivor, thanks to whom it was possible to collect all the bodies. Shin Cheong-son, studying the information on his smartphone, continued along the established route. Moon Dojin thought that this person seemed to have been lucky at the time. The players decided to enter the gate and begin clearing the area. Tank said that this time they would finish the sweep without serious injuries, if possible. Moon Dojin thought that all the B-rank hunters, including his brother, had died. How could a rookie D-rank support be so lucky? It all seemed extremely strange. The young man thought, if this support was involved in his brother's death, he needed to find out the truth and restore justice, whatever the cost. A security representative told the hunters to stop. Tank said they were participating in the gate sweep. The hunter replied that he was a member of the team and was simply late. He had the appropriate permission, which he could show. Besides, who would come to the gate if they had nothing to do with it? The security representative apologized and allowed them to pass through the gate. The hunter said that if they hadn't let him through, everyone here would definitely have died. Approaching the gate, the hunter noted that the victim's name was Moon Dojin. The hunter added that it would be interesting to see the abilities of his candidate for hero. A decapitated monster called the Duke lay in the dungeon. Danger level B. Tank said that they had indeed defeated the monster on their own. The masked hunter thought something was wrong here. After all, it was just a C-rank dungeon. If you looked closely, it looked more like a high-level B-rank dungeon. If the abilities were hidden until the last moment, it could be very dangerous. Tank noted that it was all thanks to the assistant. He never thought that such a talented person would be with them. Shin Cheong-son said that even though he helped, it was only half the battle. It was difficult to deal with such a monster alone. At one point, the tank found himself on the floor. His broken hammer lay nearby. The masked hunter thought that if he had brought his usual equipment with him, it would have been much easier. Support said that this player needed a new weapon. He would be able to create it. However, after leaving the dungeon, he would have to forget about his abilities. The hunter noted that the strength and cutting power, as well as the weight, were several steps ahead of his usual weapon. A guy who can instantly create something like this is a D-rank support. Is that even possible? The masked hunter approached the protagonist and asked who he really was. Shin Cheong-son said that he should ask his interlocutor about that. When did they get to know each other? Our hero noted that he did not know the guy's name and had never told him his own. The stranger agreed. The man in the mask said he would rephrase his question. Did he know Moon Toyun's support? The young man took off his hood and said that he was his older brother, the head of the Davon Guild, of which the support player had been a member a year ago. Moon Dojin added that he didn't care who was in front of him. He wanted to know what had really happened to his brother a year ago, and whether the support player was involved. The sword hunter didn't understand what was going on. Was there another monster here? An uninvited hunter with a sword on his shoulder appeared in the dungeon. He said that unexpected developments were expected. The hunter noted that he was surprised that their rising star, Moon Dojin, had survived until now. He didn't think anyone else could avoid his attack. Who would have thought that someone else would survive? The hunter did not know where this imposter had come from, but he was very strong. He was probably a berserker, and a very talented one at that. The hunter said there was no need to be afraid of him. The stranger heard that there was a D-rank support here. Was it really that same assistant? The hunter noted that he needed the support to defeat Tae-hoon. But that didn't mean he could just let him live. The swordsman was surprised. Did this stranger know Shin Cheong-son? The villain said he was very curious to see if this support was any good. In that case, the hunt would be even more fun. The rivals clashed in battle. The young man thought his opponent had incredible strength. You can only clash with him twice. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. It could end even after a simple defense. If circumstances dictated it, he had to avoid him at all costs and find a loophole. The villain thought that this swordsman was nothing special and completely useless. It couldn't even be called 2 against 1. Shin Cheong-son said that this guy was absolutely right. The sword and the attacker himself were instantly entangled in threads of mana. The villain saw a female vampire performing the appropriate actions to block his attacks. Shin Cheong-son and Elizabeth Bathory simultaneously said that now it would be 3 against 1. At this point, there was no accumulated infected mana left. Therefore, the owner's mana would be significantly reduced. The familiar's summoning would be forcibly terminated in 10 seconds. Shin Cheong-son thought that what he had obtained in a dangerous place would not last long. However, that time was more than enough to end the fierce battle. The fog skill was activated. Our hero's physical attacks were not intimidating at all. Although this villain seems to be of the same type as Tai-hoon, there is a slight difference in levels. Weapons are also important, of course. Elizabeth said that in any case, it was like a farewell. Time was up, and Elizabeth Bathory's summoning was complete. The woman noted that it wasn't bad, although the ending was a little messy. The attacker held his sword with his left hand. His right hand was irretrievably lost. Resisting, let alone attacking in such a state, was very problematic. The swordsman thought that even if this opponent was difficult to destroy, he could be seriously wounded. However, there was a huge difference in their basic skills. But with his opponent in such a state, there was definitely a chance of victory. The hunter said that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to drop his weapon and surrender to the mercy of the victor. However, given his actions, the outcome would be the same. The villain felt helpless. Dropping his sword meant clearly showing that he was submitting. The sword fell from his hand. However, Dojin immediately realized that this guy had other intentions. The hunter saw that the villain had decided to use infected mana and lunged at him with blades in his hands. The hunter realized that his opponent had activated a magic circle and used a teleportation skill. Shin Cheong-son said it was good that it was just an escape item. If it had been an attack or debuff item, regardless of the outcome, the hunter would not have remained intact. Shin Cheong-son said he would tell him everything now. He would tell him what happened a year ago with the Davon guild and this young man's older brother. He had a right to know. After clearing the dungeon, the hunters left the area and went to the city, passing through the gates. The wounded were given the necessary assistance. Moon Do-jin said he wasn't feeling well. Even though these hunters were destroyed by that scoundrel, they had to lie and say that they were destroyed by monsters in the dungeon. Shin Cheong-son said they had no choice. According to security personnel, they believed there were 7 people on their team. A few minutes after they left, someone with an access card entered the gate late. The certificate was a good enough forgery to fool the guards. The unbelievable happened. Although, maybe it really was a pass. Shin Cheong-son noticed that the same thing had happened a year ago, as an underrated dungeon was discovered, auctioned off, and certified. The protagonist did not know their goal, but this was not something a small group was capable of. If the association was caught, any organization could disappear. An important person who was not caught even after deceiving the association. Perhaps it is someone so influential that even if they are caught, nothing will change. Our hero was sure that Moon Do-jin also had a common understanding. The scoundrels they were dealing with were not simple guys. Shin Cheong-son added that this was why they did not even lie to the families of the guild members, including the brother of the guild leader. Because among them there might be someone who would not be able to accept it. Moon Do-jin said he understood everything. If they officially reported it to the association, the villain would not suffer anyway. Moon Do-jin said he wanted to inquire about the support abilities. He understood that there was no point in being a D-rank creator. Why was this being concealed? The protagonist replied that it would take a long time to explain. But before what happened a year ago, his abilities were useless. He could only create a few swords. Things were so bad that he was ashamed to even call himself a D-rank. However, a year ago, in an underrated dungeon, he awakened a new ability when he was on the verge of death. Thanks to this, he was the only survivor. It sounds unrealistic and may seem suspicious. It's hard to believe. However, when the main culprit and the secrets behind it all are revealed, he plans to tell everything to the world and their families. However, this does not justify the fact that he hid the truth. The protagonist apologized. He will definitely find those responsible for this one day, and he will do so as soon as possible. Moon Do-jin said that this is not just a matter of support. But apart from the fact that the young man is guilty of all this, he cannot answer any of his questions. Moon Do-jin said that now he is no different from Shin Cheong-son. Although he saw everything with his own eyes, he must remain silent in front of those who have the right to hear. The hunter said he would not stop until those responsible for his brother's death paid dearly. Moon Do-jin said that until then, Shin Cheong-son could count on him. From this moment on, they could only rely on each other. A magic circle with reinforced infected mana appeared in the old abandoned room. Inside this circle appeared a cowardly fleeing villain. He had taken his sword with him. The wounded man threatened to destroy everyone. A voice from the side said that she didn't know who he was talking to. Kim Yuran noted that he was saying this after losing and running away. It was a pitiful sight. The woman announced that it would be better if he returned dead, or at least in a hopeless condition. Then she could sacrifice him. Kim Yuran told the injured man that he didn't need to behave like that. Much was still expected of him, although it was unclear why. A strange object appeared in front of the wounded young man, floating in the air. He wondered what it was. The woman told him not to refuse and to eat it. This little creature would become his new arm. The victim was indignant. Did she really think he would take this unknown creature and eat it? The woman noticed that they did not have a very trusting relationship. But in such circumstances, there was no choice. Even if it wasn't his main hand, such a loss was very serious. How would he cope with it on his own? The young man took the creature in his hand and looked at it. The villain swallowed the substance and felt very strange changes inside himself. Kim Yuran said that these two were much better suited to each other than she had previously thought. She thought it would take all night. The victim's hand was restored. The woman said that this was still the primary form. After some time of use, it would automatically determine a more suitable form. If he doesn't like it, the guy can admit it right away. This creature is like a child to her. The woman added that now, thanks to this creature, she could do whatever she wanted. The villain grimaced in annoyance and thought that he would destroy them all. The man thought he should deal with the female vampire, Moon Do-jin, and the boy who injured his hand, Shin Cheong-son. There were more people than usual at the airport to meet the arriving plane. The girl suggested that a famous person might be arriving. The young man said that it was not actually a celebrity, but a hunter. The young man said it was the Youngmu Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in the country. The girl replied that she thought she had heard something about it. But why were they at the airport? The young man said he was reading an article, but it seemed they had been invited to the United Kingdom. Apparently, a very dangerous and complex gate had been discovered there. The reporter with the microphone in her hand told the cameraman that they were already there. Hunter Wu Hain was asked how she felt after clearing the city at dawn. Rumor has it that she received an astronomical sum from the British government. Wu Hain was the head of the Youngmu Guild. Could this guild compete abroad? The guild leader's secretary said that they would not be giving any interviews at this time. They would answer questions later at an official press conference. In the car on the way from the airport, the secretary said it was a job well done. They were done for the day. In 2 days, there would be a group interview with representatives of the Sana Guild. The secretary noted that 2 days ago, traces of the Decider had appeared. The girl added that it was in the dungeon with an error in Bopian. According to witnesses and the testimony of the person in charge of the fence, someone appeared later than the others, and his description matched that in the reports about the executioner. According to the association, 2 survivors remained. One of them was a B-rank assassin. The secretary added that the second was a D-rank support. The guild leader was surprised. Could a D-rank support have survived? How did a D-rank support survive the executioner? Does the B-rank assassin have extraordinary abilities? The secretary said she had no answers to these questions. For now, they both claimed that the deaths of their comrades were accidents that occurred during the hunt. Wu Xing thought that there could be several possible explanations for this. They could have been on the side of the executioner, or they could have been threatened in various ways to keep them alive. Wu Xing told the secretary to add this to her schedule. It was necessary to meet with the surviving hunters. I wonder what they will be able to tell us. The young man sitting in front of the computer did not think he would find it here. As expected, he could not find any information anywhere among the great sword users in the archives of the Hunters Association. That stranger was indeed an unofficial hunter. He usually looks different. The only thing that could be said with certainty was that the guy was connected to the destruction that had occurred in the dungeons with the rank error. Moreover, the existence of the dungeons with the rank error itself could be the work of the organization to which he belonged. Judging by their abilities and potential, everyone who was in the dungeon with Elizabeth could have become heroes in the future. If they had been destroyed, it would have been a great loss for the future world. The fact that they continue to falsify dungeon ranks and send killers, but do so separately, hints at the possibility that the killers also work outside the dungeons. Kim Yuran met a young man at a bar. The girl said that when she named the meeting place, she expected more neat clothes. Maybe she wanted too much? Shin Cheong-son said he had never been to such places. In any case, he has become increasingly distrustful lately. The protagonist said he didn't think his address and phone number were in the association's public database. Kim Yuran suggested that Kim Ik-hyuk had already come to the support desk. The girl added that now she understood everything. The guild leader must have been looking for him with confidence on his face. Kim Yurin told Shin Cheong-son not to worry. She wouldn't say anything like that guy. After all, she invited the young man out of personal interest. The girl asked if Shin Cheong-son had come because he was interested in her, or because of business. Kim Yuran offered him a drink. The protagonist replied that this was not a conversation that could be had over drinks. If the girl didn't want to say anything special, he was ready to get straight to the point. Kim Yuran said she was interested, but she didn't see what was at the end of the last dungeon because she lost consciousness. Somehow the young man defeated that monster. Even Tae-hoon, judging by his condition, didn't stand a chance. Our hero said that it was worth asking Tae-hoon about this, not him. After all, he was a D-rank support who had no combat skills. When Yuran was unconscious, he couldn't influence the situation in any way. He just used all his remaining energy to create a sword. He didn't know anything else. The girl said that although it was absurd, it was funny. A scoundrel with a huge sword was walking around hunting hunters. It was quite possible that she would be this madman's next victim. Shin Cheong-son stated that if his predictions were correct, the very fact that she entered the dungeon with a rank error meant that Kim Yuran was their target. Among those who entered, she was the only one who did not belong to any guild. Yuran continued. That means they will primarily target the one who has no protection from an organization. It sounds very plausible. But the young man forgot something important. Yuran added that she was not the only one. There was also a D-rank support who did not belong to any guild, and was much weaker than her. The girl continued. If what Shin Cheong-son just said is true, isn't he himself in danger? Kim Yuran added that if the young man wanted, she could protect him. Shin Cheong-son said that he had said everything he wanted to say, so he was leaving. The protagonist asked the girl to take his words seriously. Her life was at stake. Shin Cheong-son left the meeting place, and Yuran watched him go. After the meeting, Yuran called the necessary people and informed them that the young man had just left. She must do everything possible. This was a chance to repay her debt. The caller was listed as Rat Bastard. Our hero was waiting in a dark alley. The stranger said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The man said he admired the guy's courage. He didn't expect the support to be walking alone at night after only a few days. Our hero was being waited for by the very same executioner. Now his hand was in place. The villain said that the young man could run away or scream, but it would all be useless. The protagonist said that this guy probably didn't notice, but he was already trapped. The dark space skill was used. The woman who created this trap was very talented. As long as the barrier existed, no one would know what was happening inside it. She not only blocks the entrance, but also creates a virtual space that mimics reality, not taking into account the infected mana. He was a little worried that he would not sense the presence of others. He thought that this guy had destroyed those who live here. However, despite his abilities, their organization has a certain level of insight. The protagonist stated that to some extent, he had expected this. That he would be hunted, and that it could happen today. Someone said that he was the perfect person to hunt. The Decider was angry. How dare a support incapable of anything on his own talk to him like that? The protagonist created a sword as huge as his opponent's. The Decider thought that a normal strike like last time would not be enough. Our hero said that this was the first time in a year that he could fight his enemy one-on-one. Shin Cheong-son added that today he definitely won't be worried about witnesses. Our hero added that if his opponent considered him to be a support player, incapable of doing anything on his own, then he wasn't entirely wrong. The Decider tried to attack him. Shin Cheong-son activated the Network World skill and said that his opponent would be able to see for himself. The car stopped, and the head of the Wuxing Guild got out. The woman looked around. She saw no signs or traces of the gate, but she could definitely sense the infected mana. Wu Haina's class is Saint. This class is considered above average among support classes. They use both normal mana and a special divine power. Divine power is considered the opposite of contaminated mana. Therefore, some holy classes may not be able to see contaminated mana, but they can sense it. The secretary suggested reporting this situation to the association, since the infected mana is located in the middle of a residential area. Wu Xing took out her staff and said that if she did not return in half an hour, only then should the association be notified. Until then, there was no point in making a fuss or taking any action. The secretary watched Wu Xing leave and thought that there was a brick wall ahead. However, the guild leader definitely sensed something. Wu Xing approached the wall and walked through it as if through fog. The secretary noticed that now she could not only not see, but also not feel the presence of the guild leader. She was worried but hoped that nothing would happen to Wu Xing. The executioner continued to fight the D-rank support. The villain said that this guy was using tricks that didn't even work. A 38 caliber mana grenade was used, firepower used by the armed forces against monsters. Shin Cheong-son pulled the pin out of the grenade and threw it at his opponent. A woman watched the scene from the roof of a neighboring building. She was curious to see how good this young man was, if even the Empress bowed her head to him. However, he could indeed cause trouble. There was nothing remarkable about the weapons he created. They were simply powerful and sharp. They must have been designed with physical strength in mind. The woman thought that whoever used this weapon must be incredible. The young man doesn't just throw the weapon. The speed, angle, power, and aim are so good that even an experienced decider has a hard time. In addition, he also creates firearms and knows how to use them at the right time and in the right place. He's not just a good creator. It would be impossible to apply his skills if he didn't have real combat experience with someone at the veteran level. How could such a monster remain in the shadows until now? Shin Cheong-son told his opponent that mana grenades are not particularly effective against monsters above C rank. But with humans, it's different. Their strength and endurance are completely different, especially if the attack is made from behind. The executioner said he didn't even want to imagine it, as he had never experienced anything like it before. The protagonist suggested that his opponent surrender meekly. The young man added that he did so out of politeness. Newly created magic swords flew at the executioner from all sides. The woman said she couldn't help it. She would have liked to avoid it. However, her colleague was in danger, and he needed help. If she had known it would turn out this way, she would have gathered more information to prevent it. The woman waved her hand, and the executioner's right hand turned into a blade. She told him to do his best now. Our hero thought this was suspicious. The right hand that his opponent had been deprived of was now in perfect order, but unexpectedly, high-level infected mana had appeared. The woman understood that it would not be easy now. Creating a powerful weapon alone would not be enough. It didn't seem like this guy had a way to counter it. The protagonist remembered the gift he received as a memento of signing the contract with the guild leader. There should have been useful items from the lands of Arachne. The young man remembered these gifts. The box contained the Bloodstone of Arachne, which contained the last cries of the boss Arachne. When used, the hunter can become one class with the person who dealt the final blow to Arachne for 1 minute. The skills and rank will be the same as the users. At the end of the time, the hunter will lose 99% of their remaining stamina. The protagonist never thought he would have to use this. The effect of Arachne's Bloodstone was activated. For the next minute, Shin Cheong-son's class and rank would be equal to those of Yoon Tae-hoon. At that moment, the protagonist understood what it meant to be a combat class. Our hero declared that the second round had begun. The explosion skill was activated. The woman couldn't believe her eyes. How was this possible? Where did this guy get his berserker abilities? Could it be a temporary class change through the Bloodstone? His physical strength and energy were obtained for a short time. The woman sensed infected mana from this weapon. It couldn't be that he got this power from it. How could an ordinary hunter use infected mana? After the raid on Elizabeth's estate, Shin Cheong-son had no infected mana left. However, there was a small amount of infected mana in Arachne's Bloodstone. Shin Cheong-son's skill, Mana Absorption, did not miss it. The passive skill Mana Absorption was activated. 100 points of infected mana were obtained. Next, the skill Demon Weapon Creation was activated. 100 points of infected mana were absorbed. A search for a suitable weapon in the demon world is underway. Creation complete. Demonic Sword. Fragarch. Shin Cheong-son attacked his opponent with his new sword. The executioner was powerless against his opponent and suffered constant damage. The woman thought again that something was wrong here. Even if this guy's class had changed, what was happening to his skills and ability to move? It seemed as if he had been wielding a sword for a long time. The priestess's questions were justified. Although the Bloodstone of Arachne has the ability to change classes, it does not grant experience and skills. Moreover, in his previous life, Shin Cheong-son was not a combat class, so it would be logical if he did not have combat experience. However, the demonic sword Fragara shone brightly. Compared to the Leviathan that Tae-hoon fought, this sword was a step below in terms of destructive power. But unlike Leviathan, which specialized in firepower, Fragara possessed the true abilities of a demon's sword. Shin Cheong-son felt as if someone was enchanting him. His mind remained clear, but his body moved as if it were not his own. The very thought that he wanted to slash made it clear that the sword was controlling him. It was a demonic blade that subjugated its owner to its will. Ironically, it was only at that moment that the weapon was most compatible with its owner. Our hero noticed that a minute had passed and the Bloodstone's effect had worn off. The executioner couldn't help but notice this and decided to step up his actions. Shin Cheong-son thought that, judging by the enemy's condition, the next blow could be critical. Our hero felt the approach of divine power. Wu Xing appeared behind the protagonist and asked if he was Shin Cheong-son. The The woman added that she had many questions to ask, but the situation was clearly not suitable for conversation. The young man might have serious injuries, so it would be better to wait a little. The guild leader noted that she needed to make sure they didn't let this enemy get away. The executioner had his hands tied and couldn't do anything. The executioner turned to the priestess and did not understand what was happening. Why was she allowing this? The villain shouted, demanding that the priestess do something and not ignore him. The priestess said she had no choice and initiated the use of the guillotine. The priestess did not expect this outcome. She assumed that this man might suffer. He was useless until the very end. The ruler's head flew off to the side. The priestess declared that since she had already gotten rid of the useless part, they could end it there. Wu Xing held out her staff and demanded that the woman kneel and put her hands behind her head. The priestess asked what she would do if she didn't. The guild leader used her unique abilities and activated her divine power. The priestess admitted that if she had been hit with such a technique, she would have died instantly. But fortunately, the blow did not hit her. The priestess and the destroyed executioner were inside the magic ball. Wu Xing asked if there was an assistant here besides the executioner and the woman. With that, they decided to call it a day. The priestess said she had given in to the requests of the loser standing next to her, but she was not going to waste her energy on a fight that he had not ordered. Next time, she would make him more useful. Teleportation was activated, and the enemies disappeared. After a while, the protagonist found himself on a sofa in an unfamiliar room. The young man did not understand where he was. Had he been carried here while he was unconscious? How much time had passed? The protagonist felt surprisingly close to the peak. He was so tired that he must have slept for a whole week. But now he felt rested, if of course he ignored the ropes on his hands. The guild leader entered the room, greeted him, and said that she wasn't entirely sure about the young man's physical condition. The woman added that she had done everything she could. Shin Cheong-son could admit if he felt uncomfortable. Shin Cheong-son replied that thanks to this woman, he was almost completely fine. Our hero wanted to thank her for her help and kindness. Shin Cheong-son asked why his hands had been tied. Wu Hei-in said she wanted the young man to answer her questions as honestly as possible. What was Mr. Shin Cheong-son doing in that place with those people? The woman added that she would answer all his questions later. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Did she really know his name? Our hero didn't need to be introduced to his interlocutor to understand who was standing in front of him. Wu Hei-in, an S-rank saint, widely known not only among hunters but among everyone else as well, the head of the Hyungmu Guild. However, for our hero, this was a problem in itself. In his past life, the Hyungmu Guild was not among the three strongest. The idea of the three great guilds in past lives was lost. It was almost a two-horse race between Overkill and Shinhwa. There was also a guild called Soul Connection, but they were always one step behind and were not considered worthy rivals. However, now the Hyunmu Guild is completely different. It has become one of the three great guilds, capable of competing even with Overkill and Shinhwa. The difference between this world and the one our hero remembered was so great that he decided to find out how the Hyunmu Guild had managed to rise so high. The reason for everything was this woman, Wu Hei-in. Shin Cheong-son thought she was the best healing type support, having managed to advance from C rank to S rank. The protagonist said that he was not with them, but had been treacherously attacked. However, in her past life, Wu Hei-in remained only a support player, stuck at B rank. Our hero was not personally acquainted with her, but their paths crossed several times when the guilds collaborated. Therefore, our hero remembered that she was weak, but she exuded gentleness. Wu Xing was definitely not as sharp as a razor as she was now. Our hero wasn't sure if her character and abilities had changed that much, but one thing was certain. Wu Xing deserved all the credit for it. That's why he had every right to suspect that she was one of the hero hunters. But for some reason, she saved him and stood up to those guys. The woman said she wanted to ask something else. Did Shin Cheong-son know the decider? The young man replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he would like her to answer his question first. Shin Cheong-son assumed that this woman was well acquainted with the decider. Otherwise, why hide him from the association, tie him up, and interrogate him personally? Did she really want to catch them herself? Guild leader Wu Xing was surprised. Was the young man now interrogating her? Even though she had saved his life. Shin Cheong-son objected that as long as he was tied up and unable to use magic, it was ridiculous to talk about interrogation. Wu Xing reminded him that she had said she would not harm him. But Shin Cheong-son replied that with his hands tied, he could not trust her. He acknowledged that she had saved him and fought the executioner. But that wasn't enough for him to tell her everything he knew. After all, she saw everything with her own eyes. Perhaps the ruthless killers of his comrades sensed that something had gone wrong. They fought the decider to save him. Or perhaps it was all staged from the beginning to eliminate the decider so that they could extract information from him later. Our hero said that this woman somehow managed to break through a barrier that no one else could overcome. If she really knew about the Decider, she would understand that his suspicions were not just paranoia. Wuxing laughed. How could anyone think that she was working with them? That was unpleasant to hear. Then the guild leader decided to tell them about herself first. She had a younger sister named Jiyoung. Unlike her sister was very talented and capable. The young man thought, Wu Jion, there was no doubt about it. Fire Lotus, Wu Jion. In her previous life, she was one of the players who were called heroes. So, he was now standing in front of Wu Haine's sister. Many guilds coveted her talents and invited her to join, but she refused all offers. The woman said, 2 years ago, Jiyeon came home all excited. Her sister said that if everything worked out, they would be able to start their own guild. Jiyeon handed her a piece of paper. Wu Hing explained that it was a gate won at auction, but it turned out to be a trap that took the lives of everyone who entered it. Shin Cheong-son noticed that this purchase was a fake. It was supposed to be a gate of indeterminate rank. Wu Hien was surprised. How did the young man know this? It was indeed so. Moreover, the dungeon turned out to be extremely risky, she added. If it had been a normal dungeon, her sister would have been able to get out. However, then that guy appeared. Jiyoung asked him why he was tormenting them. The executioner replied that they should at least respect the members of the group who came before them, although they had no right to choose. Wu Heian said that this guy might try to attack, but she would not allow such a scoundrel to do whatever he wanted. However, Jiyoung was indeed attacked and flew far back. The ruler declared that he had gotten rid of the small fry and was ready to take on the big fish. Jiyoung was hit hard and deactivated. Hien added that this was the last time she saw her sister alive. The guild leader continued. Then, for some reason, she found herself still alive. The girl searched the entire forest for the villain, but never found him. Jiyoung remained lying alone on a deserted rock. Returning, Hein took her motionless sister by the hand. After that, she did everything she could to become stronger. Wu Haina added that she desperately honed her skills as a saint, joined the Hyungmu Guild, and rose to her current position. The woman admitted that her abilities were terrible at the time. But at that moment, on the brink of death, something awakened in her. The only reason she survived when she was pushed off a cliff was because of the skill that awakened within her. Whether it was a wound or clinical cardiac arrest, as long as it wasn't too late, her healing skill brought her back to life. It gave her status and wealth she never even dreamed of. But it didn't bring her any closer to her goal. The executioner who destroyed her sister and the organization covering for him were definitely behind it all. Shin Cheong-son thought that this woman was just like him. She too seemed incapable of changing anything, only able to watch as her loved ones perished. It would be wrong to pry anything out of her after such a confession. Shin Cheong-son said that now it was his turn. The young man told her everything he knew. After that, he thanked the guild leader for saving him and apologized for being ungrateful. Wu Xing replied that after listening to him, she understood that she would have been cautious in his place. The young people shook hands. Wu Xing asked why Mr. Shin Cheong-son didn't join her guild. In a way, they would be equals, comrades who could work together easily. Suddenly, Tae-hoon burst into the room and declared that he would never allow this to happen. Wu Xing and Shin Cheong-son looked at him in surprise. Shin Cheong-son thought, why did Tae-hoon suddenly jump out from there? Wu Hei told the guy that she didn't think he would be able to rush here so quickly. Wu Heian told our hero that she and Yoon Tae-hoon were graduates of the training center. They were assigned to the same group, so this guy helped her a lot. At the very beginning, the Awakened, before becoming hunters, undergo mandatory training. 1 class per quarter. There are 4 classes per year. During classes, the Awakened attend the training center. They learn the basics of using their skills, mana management, and the laws that all Awakened must know. Wu Xing added that after completing their training, they hardly saw each other. But when she joined Hyungmu, they began to meet regularly. The guilds and Hyungmu have been cooperating for a long time. Wu Xing said that during the last incident, they saw the executioner, so she started looking for Shin Cheong-son, the only survivor. While searching for the whereabouts of the other survivor, Moon Jujin, she found out that the Overkill Guild had its own plans for support. However, it was unexpected to hear Tae-hoon say that he didn't know this guy. It was the first time Tae-hoon had lied to her. He must have been very interested, so she contacted Tae-hoon in advance. If Tae-hoon's people were following the young man closely, there could be a serious misunderstanding between them. Tae-han replied that he was not spying on Shin Cheong-son. Besides, he wanted to hear an explanation from Wu Hyun. What was this guy doing here? Wu Hai reminded him that she had mentioned a conspiracy. Kim Ik-hyuk was also present at the time. She briefly recounted everything and asked for cooperation. For some reason, a certain force is targeting hunters. It was necessary to find this force by mobilizing the 3 guilds. Wu Xing noticed that no one believed her at the time. Even Tai Hong said they needed more evidence. Shin Cheong-son thought that the heads of the three guilds already had information. Wu Haiyan added that it was reasonable to ask for more details, so she called him here. The woman said that this force attacked Shin Cheong-son that evening, so she had to intervene and stop them. Shin Cheong-son is proof of her words and a witness. Shin Cheong-son said that what Wu Xing said was the absolute truth. Those people attacked him during the last dungeon raid, and tonight the attackers found him and his colleague. Tae-hoon was surprised. Why didn't the support tell him about the previous dungeon? Wu Hei, in turn, was surprised. Doesn't the guild leader know? The woman said she knew him and said she had experienced it herself. But he still reacted weakly, saying it was hard to believe. Wu Hei added that, regardless of the fact that Tae-hoon would not believe this guy anyway, the association could brand him and consider him very strange. The risk for Shin Cheong-son would be too high. Moreover, their relationship could not be called close. Wu Xing reminded him that she knew they often communicated, but Tae-hoon was still unable to get this guy into his guild. Wu Xing asked again if the young man wanted to respond to her offer. What did he think about joining her guild? The offer to join was not made solely for the purpose of cooperation. Over the past 2 years, Wu Xing had uncovered countless cases of missing persons, which she believed were the work of the executioner gang. Wu Xing continued. After starting the investigation, she realized one simple and obvious rule. In the case of the Overkill Guild, the Xinhua Guild, and several other guilds with similar statistics, if you don't count the missing persons, they had no incidents involving faulty gates or underestimated gates. Tae-hoon replied that regarding the statistics, he did not think it was a matter of guild size. Even if these people had influence over the association system, he doubted that they cared about guild size. It must be a matter of guild density. In guilds with a large number of members, the frequency of people going missing is much higher compared to those who were not members of a guild. When people disappeared from these guilds, it was often covered up for the sake of reputation. That is why they were an easy target for them. Shin Cheong-son asked if there were other targets besides these cases. The answer was yes. Guilds with no missing members have a healthy organizational structure with a high-ranking person at the helm. Places with strong organizational power, even with poor results, are very close-knit and care for each other. In such places, no one would turn a blind eye to the suspicious disappearance of one of their comrades. Wu Hei added that she had been tracking them quite openly, but she felt that they were avoiding her, possibly because she was acting on behalf of the Hyungmu Guild. Even Kim Ik-hyuk cares about his people. That is why he is able to lead Xinhua. Wu Hei expressed doubt that they would continue in the same vein forever. Most likely they would resort to this as a last resort. But even so, Shin Cheong-son can be confident in his safety for now. Tae-hoon agreed with what Wu Hyun said, and added that it wasn't necessary to be a member of her guild to do so. Tae-hoon noted that in terms of combat power, the Overkill Guild was a step above Hyunmu. To ensure the safety of the support team, it would be wiser to join the Overkill Guild. Wu Hei suggested forgetting about it. Tae-hoon was acting unusually. Even his pride was noticeable. Was Tae-hoon hurt that Shin Cheong-son hadn't told him about the executioner? If Shin Cheong-son joined his guild, how would he explain it to the members with high combat power? The woman noticed that this was not a decision to be made impulsively. Shin Cheong-son thanked him for the offer to join the guild. The protagonist decided to clarify. He still had no intention of joining any guild. Wu Hei asked, did the young man really think that this would limit him? He would simply be officially considered a member of Hyungmu, which would ensure his safety. Shin Cheong-son pointed out that there was no need to ensure his safety. He would simply become bait, the young man added. After all, Wu Xing herself said, it's just that their turn will come later. Even if the guild ensured his safety, it didn't mean those people would stop. Right now, they are trying to destroy someone else, not him. So why not focus on him? That way, at least the killers would pay more attention to him, and the others would be much safer. Tae-hoon was surprised. Did the young man really want to take the risk? Shin Cheong-son replied that it wasn't necessary to think that way. Even with its capabilities, the Hyungmu Guild had been unable to catch these scoundrels in 2 years. And now there was little evidence to expect that the people from the Hunters Association would cooperate. The young man added that as long as he was used as bait, it would be possible to predict at least their next move. Shin Cheong-son noted that if there was another attack like the one that evening, they could try to catch them. At the very least, they would be able to gather evidence that would force the organization to act and tell the world about their existence. Wu Hei asked if the young man really wanted to deal with this himself. Shin Cheong-son was surprised because he had told them so much. It couldn't be that the heads of 2 great guilds would do nothing and not help him. Support added that they didn't know when the killers would show up, but he sincerely believed that the guilds would also come to his aid as soon as he contacted them. Wu Heian was surprised. Did this guy really think that if they cooperated, he would be in charge of everything? The young man had to understand that she couldn't refuse. Shin Cheong-son stated that he was in their hands and agreed to cooperate. The priestess, accompanied by the headless executioner, said that she had come to report on the work of the headless man. The leader asked if the creator had finished him off. The priestess said that this was not the case, although the creator had greater abilities than expected. Wu Heian intervened. After that battle, the executioner can no longer be used. The priestess added that she believed there was a risk of information leakage and had therefore decided to get rid of him. But considering how uncompromising and impulsive he usually was, she thought it would be better to take care of him and use him. The leader said that if the priestess thought so, she had to prove she was right. The man said he was entrusting the priestess with the hermit. She had to use him to fill the void left by the ruler. The chief added that it was not because he did not trust her abilities, but because the hunt was so important. It had to be carried out flawlessly. He trusted her and asked her to do it. The woman replied that she would try. She was surprised that the head used the word ask. The head asked, "Apart from the intervention of the head of the Hyunmu Guild, does this creator have any special characteristics? After all, the creator only deals with those who interest him." The priestess said she did not know for sure. However, contrary to the information from the association, this young man was not an ordinary creator. The quality and craftsmanship of the weapons he created were at least A rank. With their help, he was able to put the executor in a tight spot in that battle. The head asked if the priestess was saying this, considering the fundamental difference between support classes and combat classes. The woman confirmed this. The priestess added that for a short time, the creator had used infected mana. His ability was slightly different from those she was familiar with. The leader became interested and asked the priestess to tell him everything that had happened from beginning to end, without leaving anything out. As much detail as possible. Several days passed. Moon Do-jin, phone in hand, told his interlocutor that he was right in front of the building. The young man added that he had come early just in case. He had agreed to have breakfast with Mr. Tae-hoon. Shin Cheong-son said that in that case, Do-jin could eat something more expensive, as the guild leader would not skimp on food. Do-jin replied that he wasn't sure if he would be able to eat at all because he was so nervous. Shin Cheong-son said that with Moon Do-jin's abilities, there was no need to worry at all. After this conversation, our hero thought that this guy would be safe for a while. He is talented enough that his entry into one of the 3 greatest guilds would not arouse suspicion. Besides, he still has room to grow. He is like a diamond in the rough. In the Overkill Guild, many could become his mentor, including the leader. Compared to when he worked alone, this would be more beneficial for the development of his abilities. The antagonists didn't know what they wanted, but for now, he would be the bait until they made their move. A few days earlier, Wu Xing asked if he had done anything. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was continuing to act like a normal support. It was as if he hadn't revealed his true strength. Tae-hoon noted that since they disappeared together, their enemies believed they had a connection to the guild. Wu Xing added that they needed to come up with another plan. Shin Cheong-son asked what the killers would do if they assumed they weren't connected. His revealed ability was the biggest variable for the enemies. In the unlikely event that he was not connected to the guild, they would do everything possible to get rid of him. If they don't hear from them for a while, the enemies will definitely want to see for themselves. They will constantly monitor him until they are convinced that he is really alone, and then they will make themselves known. Tae-hoon asked, "And they will wait for that moment?" The young man replied that he would take care of everything himself. Shin Cheong-son added that enemies are used to hiding and will remain suspicious until the very end. They will wait until everything calms down and then attack with all their might. Our hero added that only then would the guild leaders reveal themselves. Tae-hoon agreed. Wu Hei handed the young man a chest and said that they also needed to prepare. A few days after this conversation, Wu Xing declared that this support was definitely hiding something. However, it didn't matter if she could avenge her sister. Shin Cheong-son thought that he hadn't told Wu Hyun about his past life. After all, he still hadn't been able to properly sort through his memories. It was unclear how much she trusted him, but he had just happened to receive a unique class, and he became a target when he came under suspicion of working with Tae-hoon. She was a reliable ally, but that was all she needed to know for now. The girl entered the room and greeted the young man from the doorway. Shin Cheong-son saw Han Xia and greeted her as well. The young man remembered that she wore glasses outside the dungeons. She had changed a lot since their last meeting. Han Xia was the future goddess archer who had cleared the dungeon with our hero last time. Our hero helped her awaken. and they became close enough to stay in touch with each other. She usually took the initiative and asked how things were going. After awakening, Han Chia's abilities began to stand out. As if breaking away from her former modesty, she tried so hard that it bordered on recklessness. In addition to her work, she cleared countless dungeons, never knowing fatigue. In a short time, rumors of her abilities and fame spread. The girl became a rising star. Shin Cheong-son said he had read an article about her, the top 10 long-range fighters. It was just incredible. Han Chia was surprised. Had he really seen it? The girl said that somehow she had been asked for an interview, and she had agreed. She couldn't even imagine that it would be something so big. In any case, it was all thanks to Shin Cheong-son. Our hero replied that it would have happened anyway, even without him. Shin Cheong-son looked at the young man next to Han Chia and asked if they were together. The girl apologized and said she had forgotten to introduce them. This is Kwon Sa-hyun. He was a C-rank killer. Shin Cheong-son asked if he was her partner. Our hero had given the girl some advice before. The advice concerned the advantages of classes capable of attacking from long distances. If possible, they can act alone and do not need a team. However, this requires the ability to find safe places and possess agility. Han Chia, who is still learning, should not use this fighting style. She needs a partner who fights in close combat. Instead of a tank, someone with higher agility would be more suitable for her. This should ensure the safety of ranged hunters. They, in turn, will be able to attack without worrying about protecting their comrades. In this regard, Moon Do-jin is ideal. Our hero planned to introduce them. However, there was one caveat regarding Moon Do-jin's safety. Our hero extended his hand, introduced himself, and said he was pleased to meet him. The young man shook his hand and introduced himself as Kwon Sa-yeon. Shin Cheong-son noted that this guy had sweaty hands. He was socially awkward. During the conversation, Han Chia admitted that she had started using a longbow, as Shin Cheong-son had advised her. She relearned how to draw the bowstring and aim. The girl was worried that no one would want to be her partner in the two-person hunt. But it turned out that Sa-hyung was looking for a long-range fighter. Their teamwork is still far from perfect, but it's getting better every day. Sa-yeon agreed with this. Shin Cheong-son thought that this guy didn't look him in the eye at all, even worse than Han Chia before. Shin Cheong-son asked what favor the young people wanted to ask of him. Han Chia explained that it wasn't a favor. She wanted to officially entrust it to Shin Cheong-son. It couldn't be called a favor. Han Chia admitted that she was thinking of joining a guild. However, she had not yet decided which one. First, she needed to obtain the Islands of the Endless Sky certificate. As the name suggests, these are large and small islands floating in the endless sky. Hunters have successfully raided them. This is a special case where the gates do not close but continue to develop. After defeating all the monsters in the dungeon on each island, new ones appear from the one-way gates. The country's government and the Hunters Association, which had been caused a lot of problems by this dungeon, found a practical use for it. Instead of trying to close the gates, they built a facility with a multi-level security protocol system. The dungeon became a place to test the abilities of the association's hunters. Han Chia noticed that since this was a test of skill, accurate results could only be obtained when they went themselves. But it turned out that there was a team composition limit. One ranged fighter, one melee fighter, and one support character were the minimum requirements for entering the Islands of the Endless Sky. Han Chia thought that Shin Cheong-son could take the support position. Our hero decided that this was reasonable. As in the case of Moon Do-jin, joining a guild provides more opportunities for training. However, our hero did not suggest that she join the guild because of memories from his past life. At that time, Han Chia remained a loner even after awakening. She was a cold, easygoing, and confident hunter, but her personality was still not suited for teamwork. Our hero thought, Han Chia now wants to join the guild. Has she really changed? The girl wondered if she was asking too much. Then Shin Cheong-son could refuse. Shin Cheong-son agreed, because it would be useful for him too. They set off for the Islands of the Endless Sky. The young people stood in front of the gate. Before entering, they repeated the rules once again. Yu Ji-eun, the guardian of the Islands of the Endless Sky, reminded them that their bracelets contained mana. These bracelets were their tickets and a guarantee of safety. Ji-eun added that she would transport the hunters to the right island, where they would take the exam. But only if they entered with their bracelets and together with her. Removing the bracelets was prohibited. This was necessary so that she could help in an emergency. Yu Ji-eun noted that she is now retired, but was previously an A-rank support. She possessed the skills Barrier and Rescue. Ji-eun said she was counting on cooperation and communication. If any problems arise during the tests, or the hunters feel that they will not be able to pass the exam, they should report it immediately. Kwon Sa-hyun stood with his eyes downcast as always. Shin Cheong-son thought that even though he had worked with Han Chia several times, he still looked like a complete novice. Moreover, he had never seen a sword like this before. Judging by its appearance, the weapon was designed to pierce the enemy. Yu Ji-un told everyone to follow her. The Islands of the Endless Sky, the 12th district. The hunters emerged from the portal and found themselves on one of the islands of the archipelago. Ji-un announced that the first wave would begin in 5 minutes. Each wave would feature a certain number of monsters, and the difficulty would gradually increase. To clear the dungeon, it was necessary to defeat all the monsters in each wave. The number of creatures destroyed would be recorded in the database in real time. Han Chia asked what the maximum number of waves was. Ji-un replied that there should be a total of 100. That was the case when this place was still considered a normal dungeon. Back then, hunters showed everything they were capable of. In the trials, the maximum was 73 waves. The leaders of the Overkill and Hyunmu guilds, as well as Overkill guild member Sung Jae-hee, still hold the record. Shin Cheong-son thought that even considering that Tae-hoon couldn't reach his full potential because of his weapon, they were only able to reach the 73rd wave. It was probably more difficult than it had seemed before. Ji-yeon said she would stay in a location where she could watch the hunters. If she decided they could no longer continue the trial, or if they themselves announced their surrender, she would have to intervene immediately. The first wave began. The bracelets detected the approach of monsters. The hunters focused and prepared to repel the attack. The monsters of the first wave turned out to be X-30 gremlins. Shin Cheong-son thought that for Han Chia, with her gremlin level, it wasn't even a warm-up. But where did this bloodlust come from? It was almost monstrous. The monsters of the fourth wave were H3 orcs. The players continued to win. Shin Cheong-son remembered that he had felt something similar before. When the awakening of the players began, among those who defended the dungeons and simply hunted monsters, there was a secret guild called Empty Fantasy that hunted the players themselves. It was a crazy organization of killers about which there was almost no information. It is unknown who their leader is and what their true goals are. Our hero even encountered them several times before the players, realizing that the end of the world was coming, created the Great Alliance. Shin Cheong-son said that he had long wanted to ask, why are they doing this? One of the killers smiled and asked, didn't the guy get the assignment? Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Was hunting other players a hidden quest? And what rewards did they receive for destroying other players? The player just smiled and wished him luck in surviving. Then there was an explosion. The hidden quest had failed. The player faced punishment for not completing the quest. Shin Cheong-son thought that this time he had to find out everything. Han Chia noticed that the young man was a little surprised. His fighting style was indeed unusual. The fifth wave, Gnomes X10. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Han Chia said they were on the same team, but it was already the fifth wave, and only he was fighting. The girl explained that it was because of his class ability. He was a berserker. That's why his personality changed during battle. He didn't like it when she interfered. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Wasn't he a killer? His quick movements and piercing-based fighting style set him apart from most berserkers. This player ignored attacks from blind spots and focused only on offense. Shin Cheong-son concluded that this guy was more suited to one-on-one duels than group monster hunting. He thought that Sa-yeon, for example, could fight people. Kwon Sa-hyun apologized and said that his rank was still low, so he couldn't always control his emotions. He was too sensitive to interference. Shin Cheong-son noted that the guy was getting shy again and told him it wasn't his fault. Han Chia explained that after the fifth wave, there would be a half-minute break between attacks, and she would be able to explain in more detail. Saeon's fighting style has serious flaws in terms of defending against attacks to his blind spots. Han Chia added that this is why she tries to stay away and finish off those whom Saeon misses, or who fall into his blind spot. Shin Cheong-son asked what he should do. Han Chia replied that his skill was creating weapons. Shin Cheong-son acknowledged this, but noted that it would not be enough for long. Han Chia told the creator to watch Saeon and use his skill in case of danger. The girl added that then they would all get to work. A new wave is coming. Our hero found the archer suspiciously excited. The sixth wave is the Ice Wolves, X20. The seventh wave is the Lizards, X7. The eighth wave is the Skeletons, X24. The ninth wave, Crusts, X13. Han Chia said that they had reached the 10th wave. Now an elite monster should appear. The protagonist noted that his stamina was depleting faster than he had anticipated. He had little mana left. If he did not distribute it between waves, he would soon use it all up. Shin Cheong-son thought that Han Chia was fine, but Kwon Sa-hyun was tired from fighting alone. This pair clearly lacked professionalism and experience. Their teamwork was far from ideal. Han Chia announced that the monsters were approaching. The 10th wave, Trolls X2. The girl said that something was wrong here. Only 2 trolls in the 10th wave. Shin Cheong-son admitted that it looked strange. Our hero thought that the difficulty had increased, but Han Chia would be able to take their heads off without even giving them a chance to recover. The only question was whether Sa-hyun could handle 2 at once. The trolls turned out to be really strong. Kwon Sa-yeon had to try hard to defeat them. After another blow from the monster, the player flew far back, gaining momentum. As the protagonist had expected, this guy couldn't withstand their blows, and was only trying to dodge. Han Chia said that Sa-yeon was in danger, and that at least 1 troll needed to be distracted. The girl prepared her bow for shooting. The arrow hit the target right on the mark. What would happen now? The troll turned around and headed towards Han Chia. The girl was surprised. Shin Cheong-son thought she should have taken care of that first. Shin Cheong-son said he would try to buy some time. Trolls can regenerate their limbs, so next time they need to be shot in the head. The protagonist activated the creation skill. He needed to accumulate mana to create a more powerful weapon. The net world skill was activated. The net was prepared and thrown. Shin Cheong-son told Han Chia to aim carefully and shoot for the head. The troll gained speed and approached Han Chia and Shin Cheong-son. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. The troll, which should have only instincts, ran to help its comrade. Our hero thought that these monsters possessed a strange complexity. They must be destroyed. Ji-yoon suddenly appeared and intervened in the battle, shouting that she would block it. The players moved to the lobby. These monsters were not supposed to appear in this wave. Something was wrong with the portals. The outer portal opened, and monsters began to emerge. Now this place could be classified as a dungeon with a rank error. However, our hero did not sense any contaminated mana. Han Chia said that there was a member of her team there who absolutely had to be rescued. Ji-yeon said she would rescue him herself, and the rest should evacuate immediately. The rescue skill was activated. This skill allows you to instantly move targets within a certain radius to a pre-designated location. Although setting the destination takes a long time, the skill can be used simultaneously with others. An announcement was received from the security department of the Endless Sky Islands. Portals have appeared in areas outside of certain locations. The situation is being investigated. Ji-yoon ordered the players to leave the building. She will save one of her comrades. All hunters and civilians must evacuate immediately. The security department's announcements were repeated continuously. The young people moved to a safe place. Unknown individuals who appeared in the security department destroyed the security guards. The priestess said that it was a surprise for her to meet a familiar face here. She came for another person, but who would have thought that the very same support would show up? The priestess asked the headless executioner if he was also pleased. Was he also ready to settle the score with this guy? Let, the 3rd member of the band of robbers, a hermit, told everyone to be quiet. The rule must not be broken. The priestess said she didn't care. Ji-eun entered through the portal and, looking around, began to search for Kwon Sa-hyun. The trolls had already disappeared. What had happened here in such a short time? Ji-eun saw the hunter standing with his back to her. She called out to him. Ji-eun approached him and asked if he was okay. Sa-young asked the guard if she saw the same thing. The young man had been given a secret assignment. Secretary Hee-soo reported to the guild leader that representatives of the association had contacted them. Tae-hoon asked what had happened this time. Hee-soo reported that there was a commotion because a gate had appeared outside the designated areas on the islands of the Endless Sky. The squad that had signed a contract with the association was going to go there, but they were requesting support in case of an emergency. The guild leader said that this sometimes happens on these islands. In this regard, a security squad should be on duty. The secretary replied that this time the situation was a little different. Hee-soo added that communication with the Endless Sky Islands management office had been abruptly cut off, and they had only been able to contact the evacuees. The secretary asked if a support team should be assembled. The guild leader remembered that Shin Cheong-son was going to go there today. Tae-hoon thought that Shin Cheong-son would not want him to interfere. The head asked, "Are Myong-gun and Jae-hee here?" Hye-soo replied that they had left with the deputy. Tae-hoon asked who could leave immediately. The secretary replied, 1 A-rank hunter, 5 B-rank hunters, and 3 C-rank hunters. The guild leader thought that wasn't enough, but he couldn't go himself, so as not to disrupt Shin Cheong-son's plans. Tae-hoon asked if the head of the Shinhwa Guild had already been informed. Hee-soo said that the association needed any help it could get as soon as possible, so they had also contacted Kim Ik-hyuk. Tae-hoon ordered Hee-soo to assemble a support team and take action. The secretary wondered if it would be better to ask the Hyungmu Guild for help. The head replied that they would not be able to help either. Let Shinhwa do its work, but he wanted to know everything about the situation. The man behind the wheel of the car was surprised by the commotion outside. They only had to monitor the dungeon maintenance team to compile a report. His colleague was surprised. Didn't they need help? After all, they were also awakened. The man said that they were ordinary people, not registered as hunters. He had never encountered a monster and did not know how to fight. The man was surprised. Did So-yeol bring her staff with her? The man added that she had never participated in battles as part of a squad before. She would only get in the way. So-yeol took out a stun gun and asked if he should get rid of it too. The man was surprised. Where did she get it? The hunter held out his hand and introduced himself. He was the leader of the Lee Shinta squad. He was very pleased to welcome the leader of the service squad. Lee Dongju greeted the hunter and said he was also pleased to meet him. His colleague stated that she was the manager of the service unit, Shin So-yeol. Lee Shin-tae said that these two were truly brave. The squad leader said that he had a daughter the same age as Shin So-yeol. She had gotten married and moved to America, but the girl reminded him of her. Lee Dongju said that they had contacted the 3 largest guilds, but it seemed that no one had come. Lee Shin-tae was surprised. Had the association called other guilds? After all, it was just a simple inspection. Lee Dongju replied that the guilds had been invited in case of an emergency. No one knew what was inside. The squad commander said they shouldn't have gone so far. This wasn't the first time something strange had happened on the islands of the endless sky. Surely this would turn out to be something insignificant. But this time, they were completely cut off from the island management office. Some inspectors reported that there had been a mistake in the rank. But shouldn't that be checked and reported to the association? Lee Dongju said that everything looked strange. The association had not yet come forward. Someone had used its certification. According to the report, some people were unable to evacuate through the gate. They should have already left. Squad leader Lee Shin-tae said they would go on a reconnaissance mission. If people were missing, they needed to be found first. Lee Shin-tae stated that in case of danger, they would be able to leave. Lee Shin-tae added that if these 3 guilds did not know how to work as a team, they would be a hindrance even to A-rank hunters. One skeleton guild would be enough to deal with several monsters. The skeleton guild squad confirmed to the commander that they completely agreed with him. Lee Dongju grabbed his head and thought, something is wrong here. So-yeol wondered why they were doing this. Lee Dongju suggested that they didn't want to lose the reward. Medium-sized guilds agreed to do as much as they can during the contract period. So-yeol realized that they were temporary employees. Lee Dongju noticed that they were probably a group of veterans, judging by the way they held their weapons. Normally, firearms that do not require mana do not work on monsters behind the gates, but investing mana in each projectile makes them very effective. However, the Skeleton Guild insisted on using firearms thanks to an exclusive enchanter. Therefore, they applied their military skills. So-yeol was surprised. How did Dongju know so much? Dongju said that his colleague should remember all this too. It is not necessary to know all the hunters, but at least the guilds and those with whom one often has to deal. Lee Dongju told So-yeol to make sure nothing was taken. The girl asked what he was talking about. Lee Dongju explained that the guild leader had been forcibly removed for illegal activities while serving in the army. Later, after becoming an official hunter, he was caught several times illegally clearing dungeons. So-yeol said she understood and would keep a close watch. The priestess, watching the squad move into the dungeon, said she had expected something like this. They might not even be tracked down, but simply quietly destroyed. The hermit was eating at the time. He said that it was not so easy to quietly destroy everyone in a public place. He was just an outsider who helped the priestess, and she should not call him when she was going to kill people. The hermit added that he was not her lapdog, and did not enjoy the process of destruction. The executioner approached the hermit and brought his blade hand to his throat. The priestess said that as soon as the hermit stopped helping to carry out his plan, he would find himself in the same situation as the executioner if he talked too much. The hermit smiled and said that he understood everything, of course. The priestess said that if he really understood, he should lure these people into a trap. The hermit reminded her that he was not going to help destroy them. The woman came closer and said that they were now equals, but she still needed more mana for her child to close the gate. If the hermit did not want to die, he had to do as she commanded, and immediately. Lee Dongju and his companions stopped in indecision already in the dungeon. The squad commander, Lee Shin-tae, said that this was the security department. It was necessary to assess the situation. They didn't know what was inside, so they decided to search the other rooms for now. Dongju noted that it sounded good. Lee Shin-tae asked why Dongju had taken out his phone. The employee replied that he was recording everything for reporting purposes. There was no signal here, so he would have to record what was happening inside. Lee Shin-tae said they would start searching. The squad leader asked how many people needed to be rescued. Dongju replied, 1 guard, 5 security personnel, and 1 C-rank hunter who had come for certification. Shinte asked where the guard and hunter were last seen. Donju said they were spotted at the entrance to the inner gate room as they tried to rescue the hunter taking the exam. Shinte asked the employees if they had arrived at the security department. They replied that they were going up to the 3rd floor. So Yeol reminded them that the guards of the Endless Sky Islands were retired hunters. Maybe she was hiding somewhere? Donju added that she was an A-rank support, so she could easily handle most monsters. In one of the rooms, the squad found the missing people. They had been killed. The guild leader asked the employees if they had checked the security department. The answer was that the entire department building had already been searched. Lee Shinti ordered 2 hunters to protect the security staff and follow him. They headed for the security department. 2 more hunters were to cover their rear. The enemy was not a monster. Someone had taken the radio from those they were supposed to find. Lee Shinte said he noticed something strange. The voice was the same, but they didn't usually talk like that on the radio. He didn't understand why, but something capable of using a radio was trying to deceive them. Donju wondered who it could be. The rescue team came under attack. There was a powerful explosion. At the sight of the explosion, a huge monster appeared in front of the squad leader. The girl got out of the car and stretched. They had finally arrived. The young man followed her out and noticed that she wasn't even driving. The girl said she didn't have a driver's license. The young man said that wasn't something to be proud of. The young people went deeper into the territory. The girl said she hadn't seen the islands of the Endless Sky in a long time. During her last certification, she only made it to the 47th wave. The young man noted that this was very little. The girl explained that she had only received an A rank at that time, and later she did not have time to undergo certification again. Shin Cheong-son and Han Chia watched the young people approaching them. Who could it be? Shin Cheong-son apologized and addressed them. The protagonist asked if they had already met in the dungeon. The young man recognized our hero. Could it be the support member of the Overkill Guild? What was he doing here? Li Shintai, reflecting the monster's attack, shouted for his men to open fire to kill. The hunters took out their automatic weapons from behind their backs and opened fire. The monster let out a loud cry and tried to leave the room. The guild leader noted that the monster was leaving. No one from the rescue team was injured. What would happen next? Suddenly, another monster jumped out of hiding. It had no head, and instead of an arm, it had a sharp, long blade. The guild leader used his skill. Elemental enchantment, the glacier option. The headless monster was trapped in an ice crystal. Suddenly, someone said that the ruler could not be trusted. He was not even capable of destroying these hunters. A woman came out of hiding and said that she had nevertheless gathered enough mana. Li Shinte said he would give Dongju one of his men, and they should leave immediately. Shinti admitted that he did not understand what was happening, but 2 of his men had already died. This was not a monster attack, but a targeted assault. The squad leader ordered the 2 to get out and call for help before they all died. So Yeol said that the squad commander and all his men were extremely brave hunters. The head of the skeleton guild, Li Shinte, saw this woman and couldn't believe his eyes. He said that this couldn't be happening. A monster and a priestess stood in front of the rescue squad. Moreover, the gate to the exit from the dungeon was closed. The hunter asked the support, "Are the gates really closed? Did he come out because a sudden problem arose, and now he has changed his mind and wants to go back?" Shin Cheong-son thought that he needed to act more naturally with this hunter in order to convince him. He himself was not sure if he was thinking clearly. Anomalies occur on the islands of the Endless Sky, but he had not received any quests and did not sense any infected mana. However, our hero still felt uneasy, as if something serious was happening there. Han Chia said that their comrade, who had entered the dungeon with them, had not yet come out. The girl added that they didn't need anything else. They just wanted to search the place where their squad had been. The hunter reminded them that the Shinhwa Guild should have dealt with this issue. The girl suggested that they all go together. After all, they had suffered and gone through a lot together as part of the same squad. Otherwise, Haran would scold him again. The young man said he didn't care and wondered, "Who is this man, Kim Ik-hyuk?" After a moment's thought, the hunter agreed to go with them. Shin Cheong-son and Han Chia thanked him for his help. The young man said that last time, because of the guild leaders, they didn't even get to know each other properly. His name is Jun Hyun, and he is from the Shinhwa Guild. The girl replied that her name is Mio Haran, and she is also happy to meet him. Our hero gave his name and said that he was not a member of any guild. Han Chia announced that she was also a free hunter. A messenger ran up to the young people and reported that there were problems in the Shinhwa Guild. The gates of the islands of the Endless Sky were gradually shrinking. The priestess said she was going to clean up their new home. Li Shinta declared that he would not tolerate these scoundrels, and that they should not have acted in such a manner. The hunter swung his axe, intending to injure his opponent, and warned them not to underestimate his guild. During the clash between the warring parties, the hunter Li Shinte used his unique skills: elemental enchantment, flame, and ignition. The resulting explosion released a huge amount of excess energy. The guild members hid behind their shields and were unharmed. At one point, Li Dongju remembered something: the system that supported the islands of the boundless sky. Even an unidentified monster would not be able to completely destroy the gate until the system ran out of power. In that case, wouldn't the gate, albeit small, be able to recover even if the sorcerer was unconscious? Li Dongju was right. For a moment, the gate took on its original form. Some hunters showed their skill and did not miss this moment. Shin Cheong-son, Han Chia, and 2 other young hunters entered the dungeon. Our hero appeared before the priestess and her minions. The priestess recognized the very same support. An irritation appeared on her face. Shin Cheong-son and his comrades were determined. The protagonist used his unique abilities to activate his defenses. His body moved subconsciously. Otherwise, they would have hit him if he had hesitated even slightly. Our hero thought, if such an opportunity has arisen, he must test his abilities. Shin Cheong-son asked the priestess if she was ready to confess what she had in mind. The woman asked what would happen if she didn't. Shin Cheong-son replied that if necessary, he was ready to destroy her. One of the opponents said, "First people, then actions, and finally memories. The first rule is to keep your spear carrier in your field of vision." The hermit added, "The second rule." Now his opponents were listening to him. The hermit was unhappy because the priestess had not warned him that he would have to reveal himself. He was a citizen with an ID. If he was caught here, he would become a criminal. This was the last time he would help the priestess. The third rule: everyone present will forget what happened here. The hidden skill, Hermit's Rule, was activated. The hermit applies the unreasonable rule to one target within sight. He will inform the target of the conditions and rules that it will be forced to follow. One of the hunters said he understood everything. For a while, the hunters stood motionless. In any case, the hermit had been exposed. 2 hours before these events, Hunter Quan Sayan stood with his sword in his hand, in front of a group of monsters. The hunter was surprised. Why did everyone leave? They talked about the gate, but they were so far away that I could hardly hear anything. The young man thought, maybe it makes sense to hide for now, but he will soon remember him and set off in pursuit. The monsters reappeared. The young man was surprised. He thought that there were only one-way gates on the islands of the endless sky. Apparently, these were the gates the guard had mentioned. But what about these trolls? They disappeared as if someone had sent them away. Information appeared that a hidden quest had been activated. Quan Sayan was surprised. What kind of quest? He wasn't in a game. Was he hallucinating? Guard Ji-yun found the young man and asked, "Quan Sayan, are you okay?" The hunter asked, "Can the guard see it too?" Ji-yun didn't understand what he was talking about. Sa-hyun looked at the information window and was even more surprised. What was going on? The screen read, "The goal of the hidden task is to destroy Yu Ji-yun. Failure to complete the task will result in punishment." Ji-yun asked the hunter what was going on and where the trolls had gone. Behind these people, someone asked in surprise, "Why is someone still here?" It was the priestess. She said that they had warned them many times. Why haven't these people left yet? Ji-yun's guardian activated a protective shield. The priestess said, "Impressive. Not everyone can put up a protective barrier so quickly." She couldn't see the infected mana yet, but she was quite capable. Ji-yun thought, if she hadn't reacted so quickly, she would have already died. Who is she? The priestess looked at the hunter and said that this guy probably already sees the infected mana. This young man hasn't even awakened yet. It must be an empty fantasy. Sayan didn't understand what she was talking about. Ji-yun told Quan Sayan to get ready. They needed to get out of there. The rescue skill was activated. The priestess noted that it was indeed a useful skill. Quan Sayan still didn't understand what was going on. Ji-yun told the young man to listen to her carefully. It was unknown what exactly this woman had used, but she was at least A rank. The guard added that she knew almost all certified hunters. At that moment, Ji-yun was attacked, and the executioner pierced the guard's body with his blade. Quan Sayan did not expect this, and was frightened. The young man pulled himself together and stood between the executioner and the wounded guard. The redemption skill was activated. This skill can be used when the user's life is in danger. The designated target will be surrounded by a barrier and moved to the safest place depending on the user's emotions. Ji-yun used her last ounce of strength to tell Quan Sayan to listen to her carefully. When he leaves the dungeon, he must immediately report to the Hunters Association that there is an unregistered awakened being here who is killing people. Ji-yun said she was fine and would hold on until help arrived. The young man saw her cover the wound with a barrier. Quan Sayan said he would return as soon as possible and, changing his trajectory, left the room. The priestess looked at the guard and said that it must be her anchor skill, an enviable ability. Ji-eun noted that this woman seemed like an awakened one, but she had never met her before. What was she after? The priestess replied that she needed a base. She thought this island of endless sky would be the perfect place for her. The priestess said that the girl was simply unlucky. Ji-eun replied that she disagreed. She added that she had never had any problems with luck before. The priestess said it was time to end this conversation. It was a pity about her skills, but her child wanted to eat. Ji-eun saw something unexpected that the priestess decided to use. The young man noticed a wedding photo on the shelf. Kwon Sion was in the guard's house. He understood that he needed to contact the Hunters Association. A message appeared in the information window stating that the hidden task had failed. A punishment was assigned. The young man was surprised. Was it not an illusion after all? The information window said everyone thinks that at first. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared and attacked the hunter. Sa-young flew far back. The stranger, surrounded by dark energy, calmly watched the young man's movements. He said that next time it would be better to complete the task. Otherwise, he would have to destroy this guy. 2 hours passed. The hunter with a spear in his hands continued to attack. Han Xia dodged her opponent's attacks and repeated to herself that she had to gather her strength. Shin Cheong-son thought that this guy was not using his skills. It seemed like he was just waving his spear around. The protagonist noticed that the priestess had disappeared while they were distracted. And when they returned, the gate had shrunk again. This was bad. First, they had to stop Junhyun. The rescue team commander ordered everyone to disperse. He activated the elemental enchantment skill, Glacier. The spear-wielding hunter found himself trapped in an icy prison. The head of the skeleton guild asked if these hunters were from the best guilds. Han Xia replied that she was not in a guild, but she needed to find someone. Li Shinti said that first they had to help him deal with these scoundrels. They were controlling a monster that was suppressing the gate. The hermit noted that the executioner was already useless. Even the spearman had caught him, and it wouldn't be long before he was sent to prison. The priestess told him to shut up immediately, or she would take his mana away. She didn't understand why this support had returned. He had to be gotten rid of immediately, even if it meant spending all the gates collected for the trials. A multitude of gates appeared before the hunters. Our hero realized that infected mana was flowing out of them. The young man realized that until now it had only been a theory, but all the dungeons with ranking errors were the work of these scoundrels. The hermit asked the priestess if it would be worse if he found out about everything. The woman replied that she could gather as many ingredients for the test as needed if they managed to get the islands of the endless sky. It would take a little more time. The hermit noted that they did not have much time. The woman stated that without the islands of the boundless sky, they would not have a chance. The priestess added that she already knew what to do. There was 1 year left until awakening. An information window appeared in front of the woman. She was surprised. Why now? A multi-measurement error had been detected, causing the system to activate urgently. The system invited the player. The priestess was not the only one surprised by the sudden awakening. The awakening of the players, as Shin Cheong-son remembered it, was supposed to happen in 10 months, and only a select few would be able to do it. However, everything happened differently. These strange windows appeared in front of everyone present. The system welcomed the player, Mio Haran. No one understood what it was. Everyone had information about the main task, to protect the islands of the endless sky. The main goal is to defeat the waves of monsters. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Had the players already awakened? Monsters began to appear from these numerous gates, filling the entire space around them. It was the first wave. Gremlins, kobolds, and goblins. Those present were stunned. Where did they come from? Soil asked Dongju what they should do now. Shin Cheong-son shouted for everyone to follow him. The monsters tried to catch up with the people, who were retreating in an organized manner, running in a predetermined direction. Mio Haran didn't know what was going on, but she hoped they would let them go if they could handle the waves. The girl put her shield forward. The giant shield was activated. Depending on the user's physique and needs, the shield could change size and shape. The squad leader ordered the hunters to go in the opposite direction and block the path. We need to push these monsters back. Shin Cheong-son said he had another idea. Our hero activated his creation skill. A huge number of shields were created. Those present did not expect this. Shin Cheong-son said that now they only had a narrow passage left. We need to surround the monsters. Mio Haran said she understood everything. The rescue team commander looked at the deactivated hunter. The weapon was lying nearby. The fighter could not withstand the onslaught of the monsters. Haran said that they had enough people. If the commander of the squad was a close combat fighter, he could try to revive the hunter. The girl added that he was the best in large battles. The head of the skeleton guild looked at this frozen spearman, who specialized in mass combat. The monsters chose their target and moved into attack with fury. Han-chia thought it was the perfect moment to use her skill. The girl took out her bow and arrows. The golden meteor skill was activated. The energy-charged arrows flew at the monsters. So, Yeol said that professional hunters were on a completely different level when it came to teamwork. Donju agreed, and added that ordinary people like them couldn't help the professionals. The rescue team commander said that now it was their turn, so Yeol didn't have to do anything. The squad commander asked if Lee Dongju had served in the army and handed him an automatic rifle. The hermit looked at it and wondered, "What is this?" It seems that the shield on the left is a high-level item, and one person could not have created the wall of shields on the right. Perhaps it is a support ability. The priestess said that this was the scoundrel who wanted to deal with the ruler. The hermit was surprised. Was that scoundrel really a support? The priestess confirmed that the support has the ability to create weapons. He is also capable of controlling infected mana. The second wave of monsters began: zombies, skeletons, ghouls. The hermit asked if the priestess wasn't going to release all the monsters at once to destroy her rivals. The woman replied that when the system was activated, it was already too late. Her child had opened the gates, but she could no longer control them. The hermit asked if it might be worth letting them go. After all, the target was the islands, not these people. The priestess said she didn't like that option, but it might work. The priestess looked down on the interaction between So-yeol and Dongju. They could be let go if they hadn't done anything useless. Han-chia thought that things were not going very well. She had less and less mana left. The girl wasn't sure she had controlled her mana properly when fighting the trolls. Haran said she would help, and Han-chia should hold on a little longer. Han-chia replied that it was difficult for her because she was the only ranged fighter. Haran said that Han-chia was wrong. She would prove herself too. Haran activated her unique abilities and energetically attacked the approaching monsters. Han-chia was surprised. Was Mio Haran really capable of this? Han-chia noticed a sound that was getting louder with every passing second. What could it be? The sound did not disappear even after Mio Haran stopped and ceased her actions. Haran said that she was collecting the sound and activating it for a further attack. This was followed by the Wave Strike skill. After applying vibrations to the desired medium, a ranged mana attack would occur. The stronger the vibrations applied, the stronger the blow. The blow could be delivered with any part of the body. Han-chia thought it was simply incredible. It was much stronger than many of her attacks. Han-chia now understood what an A-rank hunter meant. Armed with an automatic weapon, Dongju said that he was also ready to help as much as he could. Shin Cheong-son told Han-chia to take a break. They could handle it themselves now. Han-chia said that wasn't what she meant. Sahyeon might still be there, and they were only defending themselves here. Shin Cheong-son pointed out that there was a chance Sahyeon had already left the dungeon. The guard had gone to rescue him, so the probability was increasing. Dongju said that the guard had been there. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. What did bin mean? Dongju said they found her body at the gate. Han-shul couldn't believe it. Dongju added that there were 3 bodies of security department members there. He did not think that the person they were looking for was already dead. Han-chia said that it was necessary to speed up the search. Han-chia asked in surprise, "Wasn't there another person here?" The cat was walking around on its own, watching what was happening from the sidelines. The wounded and frightened young man, sitting on the ground, asked his knife-wielding opponent why he was doing this. The villain was surprised. Did he really not understand? The armed man asked where the money he had lent him was. He had said more than once that the money was needed to pay the young man's mother's medical bills. The bleeding man said that it just happened that way. "You can threaten me all you want, but I still don't have the money. If I die now, you'll have to go to prison. Who will pay for my mother's treatment?" The armed young man said that his mother had died yesterday. Now there was no need to worry. The young man with the knife added that he was going to kill him anyway. He just wanted to see if he could hide. The cat, sitting on the roof of the house, used to think that this world was quieter, but apparently more incidents were happening here now. The cat noticed a young man walking by, going about his business. Watching from above, the cat noticed that the young man was approaching the place where the conversation about the debt had taken place. The cat said that it was good for her to exercise from time to time and jumped from the roof to the ground. Dongju looked around, but So-yeol was nowhere to be seen. He said that the girl must have been taken away. The rescue team commander noticed that Dongju was distracted and had forgotten something. Shin Cheong-son asked what had happened. Lee Shin-tae said that the monster who uses the gates and portals was to blame for everything. Shin Cheong-son understood how the priestess had disappeared. Han-chia suggested splitting into groups and looking for So-yeol as well as Kwon Sahyeon. Shin Cheong-son asked if it was necessary to look for Kwon Sahyeon. Han-chia was surprised. What kind of question was that? Our hero said that the probability that Kwan Sayan had already escaped was quite high. In that case, they would be wasting their time. Han Chia asked how they could be sure of that, since no one had come out after them. The protagonist added that the guard Ji Yoon had skills designed for rescue. The islands of the endless sky were an isolated space, dependent on a single gate. There had already been cases of instability. It is reasonable to assume that she has the skill to move people from the islands of the endless sky in an emergency. Han Chia noted that this was only a guess, as there was no evidence. The protagonist said this only because he had seen it in his past life, but if he said so, no one would believe him. Han Chia assumed that the support was there to find Seon. Shin Cheong-son said that his plans had now changed. Now they were stuck on the islands of the endless sky. If they couldn't open the gate, their situation would worsen with every passing minute. Shin Cheong-son said that even if the quest really existed, they still had no choice but to fight off all the waves. The third wave: orcs, humanoids, gnomes, goblins. According to the quest window, there are 10 waves in total, and the monsters will appear regardless. The protagonist added that this is a battle against time. They cannot waste a single minute when they do not know what will be in the last wave. Han Chia said that support thinks very effectively. The young man values human life without even checking anything in advance. This is because they are not very familiar with each other, and he understands that he himself may die. Han Chia added that this upsets her very much. The girl did not know that Shin Cheong-son would act this way. Han Chia added that she was very sorry about it. At that moment, our hero saw another side of her. The young man clutched his head. Were these really his memories? But he was seeing this for the first time. Li Shintai told the young people to stop talking. They were wasting time arguing. Now they needed to save So-yeol. The squad leader declared that he would not leave until he had repaid his debt. Everyone looked at the portal that had appeared. The hermit appeared and said that if the support wanted to save her, he had to follow him. The next moment, the hermit was sitting at a table with a phone in his hand. So-yeol's staff was standing nearby. The young man said that he had stopped the recording and deleted everything. So-yeol was tied to a chair in the room, begging for mercy. The priestess, the hermit, and a huge monster were also there. The priestess said that if the video remained and was analyzed, there could be problems. They already had a problem. The system had been activated. The priestess asked the hermit if he was interested in what the task was. The young man replied that the reward would be a way out, as they had expected. The priestess noted that in that case, they did not need the girl. So Yeol told them to stop. She couldn't see their faces and begged for mercy. The hermit suggested using the girl in some way. The young man added that it seemed to him that the priestess wanted to destroy that support. The priestess said that the hermit could do as he wished. She could see that he did not want to deal with this girl. The young man thanked her for her understanding. The hermit thought that he would also like to settle something with this support. After receiving this information, Donju thought it sounded like a trap. He asked the support if everything was okay. The rescue team commander noted that they had no other way to find So-yeol. Li Shintai said that they couldn't waste any more time. Han Chia and Li Donju had nothing to worry about. There was a man fighting hundreds of monsters alone. They had to help him quickly. Haran was fighting off the fourth wave: orc warriors, goblin archers, skeleton knights, skeleton warriors, and skeleton archers. Han Chia told Shin Cheong-son not to do that. It was all her fault. The protagonist replied that the girl was not to blame, and that everything was fine. The protagonist didn't expect this, but at some point he would have to show them his abilities. The young man decided to stick to the plan. Shin Cheong-son turned to the warrior. The squad commander reminded him that his name was Li Shintai. The protagonist handed the commander 2 freshly made swords. Li Shintai noted that he already had weapons. Shin Cheong-son told Li Shintai to throw them into the portal in a minute. The protagonist asked the squad commander to promise him one last thing. The skill payment was activated. Our hero passed through the portal and found himself in front of the priestess. The woman was surprised. Had he really come? Shin Cheong-son asked what was required of him. The priestess said that the support should behave sensibly. One awkward move, and that girl's head would be smashed in. The priestess added that she was not going to destroy this support character for no reason. Therefore, it would be better if he stood still. The spearman, imprisoned in ice crystals, demanded to be released immediately. Li Shintai remembered the young man's words that it was necessary to throw these swords into the portal. The commander of the rescue squad decided that the time had come, and swung his swords. Our hero had a strange feeling ever since he left the islands without a sky. The hermit said, "The third rule is that the support must tell them everything he remembers." The protagonist had a feeling that he couldn't just go back, as if he had missed something. The skill, World of the Network, was activated. However, thanks to Han Chia, our hero understood what it meant. Suddenly, swords appeared from the portal. Those present were naturally surprised by their appearance. At that moment, the protagonist said, "Kang Yurim." The hermit was surprised that he knew him. The swords flew across the room, leaving an energy trail behind them. Shin Cheong-son said he didn't know how this man was connected to the priestess, but that wasn't enough if he wanted to catch him. The next moment, the priestess found herself inside a glowing sphere. She admitted that both in the battle with the ruler and now, she was trying to deal with her opponent without harming his limbs. However, it must be admitted that she only needed to study the young man's head. How could she have forgotten that? After all, the head could simply be cut off. The monster attacked the protagonist, but the young man managed to jump through the portal. Shin Cheong-son returned once again and had to dodge the priestess's attack. Lee Shin-tae almost completely helped the spearmen escape from the icy confinement. Everyone present watched the portal. What was happening on the other side? Haran told the spearmen that the young man should help them and not relax. Han-chia announced that the next wave of monsters was approaching. The girl recognized them. They were the trolls. The fifth wave. Ogre mages. Trolls. Haran was surprised. Was the archer familiar with this monster? Han-chia replied that it was only a passing acquaintance. Han-chia said that even though there were many monsters this time, she now knew how to deal with them. The archer continuously fired arrows, each of which hit its target with precision. One of the monsters was quick-witted and managed to dodge the arrow. Haran warned that these monsters were very intelligent. The knight with the shield stood in front of Han-chia and said he would protect her from the aggressive monster's attack. It was a timely action, as at that very moment the hunters were overwhelmed by a massive attack. Haran wondered where the trolls got such intelligence. The monsters parted, and their leader appeared in the center, an ogre of incredible size. The skill, Orga Mage's Irresistible Roar, was activated. A powerful sound wave spread throughout the room, from which there was no escape. The next moment, the monster was attacked and torn to pieces. The monsters looked in surprise at the author of this successful attack. Lee Shin-tae was also surprised. What was that? The spearman said that it flew out of the portal that Shin Cheong-son had entered. The squad commander declared that they must go to the support team's aid. The battle with the monsters ceased for a while. Everyone turned their gaze toward the portal. Our hero was still fighting the priestess. To regain his strength, the young man was forced to consume the appropriate liquid. It was already his second bottle. The priestess said she was impressed, because she had put almost all her strength into this attack. Shin Cheong-son replied that he didn't believe a word she said. The priestess admitted that they both had something to hide from each other. The woman asked why the support revealed all his abilities but did not attack. Shin Cheong-son replied that his attacks would be too obvious and could be prepared for. The young man remembered the items given to him earlier by the guild leader and stored in a box. These items should help carry out the plan. They were twin rings. Those who wear these rings are connected, and by mutual agreement, can communicate telepathically and teleport to each other. Shin Cheong-son admitted in conversation that he had to do it. Wu Haiyin replied that she knew about it. The woman noted that the young man had said that after meeting with them, he had changed his plan, in which he had originally intended not to show himself to his enemies. However, the ruler has an ally. If they suddenly encounter the support or catch him off guard, it will be difficult. The ring can only teleport one person, but that is enough to figure things out. Our hero thought, if he summons Yoon Tae-hoon now, he might be able to capture the priestess. But that still won't be enough. Shin Cheong-son said that he had no reason to answer the priestess. The woman agreed with this. The priestess admitted that it would not be easy to detain the support with just her and her child. The hermit had disappeared somewhere, and he was of no use now. The woman noted that they had too much to discuss for her to see the support off now. Shin Cheong-son asked what she meant by that. A massive attack was launched. The priestess said she didn't want to show it because nothing was ready yet. However, there was no choice now. After this attack, directed at the other side of the portal, the hunters suffered damage. It came as a complete surprise to them. The executioner appeared before the hunters, still headless, but significantly larger in size. The priestess said that if the support hadn't made it here, she would have been better prepared to face him. The woman asked what the young man would do now. Could he handle her, the executioner, and the gates on his own? The protagonist said that the priestess had misunderstood something. He only needed to worry about her. He wanted to test her abilities because he felt like he knew someone similar to her. The woman was surprised. Did he really think she would politely explain everything and show him her abilities? Shin Cheong-son replied that he did not think so. But if she wanted to live, she would have to use everything she was capable of. The priestess declared that she was a villain. She didn't care what methods she had to resort to. At that moment, the monster already had So-yeol in its clutches. Shin Cheong-son said that she was free to do as she pleased. The protagonist asked the priestess again, was that all? Was that the best she could do? The leader had previously told the priestess that she had only one task. The woman listened carefully to all the instructions. It was necessary to find out to what extent this creator could use the infected mana. After a while, the leader said that this task should be postponed. The priority should be to find shelter. The priestess asked what she should do about support. The leader said that they would learn about his abilities after activating the system. Until then, they needed to focus on finding isolated gates. However, they didn't have much time. The priestess thought that this situation could be an opportunity to learn as much as possible about the support. But why doesn't this guy use infected mana? What is he thinking? In the fog, our hero remembered some things from his past life. Kang Yurim and Han Xia. They were completely different from how he remembered them. However, they possessed the same abilities. There could be no mistake. The priestess's technique also seemed familiar. The hammer and barrier created with divine power were something familiar. But where could he have seen it? And from whom? The protagonist thought he needed to press the advantage. She was probably using different tactics. But if the opportunity arose, he had to destroy her. The priestess was surprised. Had the support decided to use spears against her? The young man replied that he was not joking. A huge number of newly created copies appeared above the priestess and the monster. The priestess said she didn't care, although she was surprised. Why was this particular weapon used? Our hero activated the bond skill. Now the priestess couldn't move. The priestess ordered the monster to deal with this girl. The monster prepared to carry out the order, and a demonic blade appeared in his hand. Shin Cheong-son activated his skill at the same moment, and spears attacked the monster. The priestess was surprised at how quickly he was able to use his skill. Shin Cheong-son said that one must think ahead to avoid falling for such a simple trick. The next moment, the priestess spread her wings. The protagonist did not expect this. Under the impact of the resulting shockwave, our hero was thrown far back. On the other side of the portal, the battle continued, and the hunters faced the huge executioner. Shin Cheong-son thought that her skill had been activated at a dangerous moment. It was the priestess's anchor skill. However, that was not what the woman wanted at all. The protagonist understood this from the way she recoiled. It was not done on purpose. Our hero decided that this was a special opportunity to finally deal with the priestess. Shin Cheong-son assumed that this skill was some kind of sign, and indeed, the executioner appeared behind him. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, with flames and smoke rising from the epicenter. When the smoke cleared, the priestess saw that the executioner's body had been pierced through. A head appeared from the portal and told the priestess that she seemed to be in a hurry. Who would have thought that she was using something that wasn't ready? The priestess with wings behind her back looked at her leader and support standing opposite each other. The head asked if this was the creator the priestess had told him about. How much infected mana did he have? The leader reminded her that he had told her to find out about this support, but said that finding shelter was the priority. He added that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but she used the hermit and the test sample, and she still lost. Was that why she released a dog that didn't even recognize its owner? The priestess said it was because he attacks the strongest. Once that problem was solved, there would be no more issues. The leader said that he would take care of it himself now. It seems that this support didn't even use the infected mana yet. The leader asked the protagonist, was it infected mana? Did he do it with it? What does the creator know about infected mana? Lee Dongju, with a machine gun in his hand, asked why they were behaving this way. Han Xia replied that she didn't understand either. The monsters suddenly ran towards them again. Dongju didn't understand what was happening, but he opened fire anyway. Haran asked Dongju if this was his ability. The man replied that it was the power of the squad leader's weapon. Earlier, he had received a special enchanted magazine filled with bullets. The skill Elemental Enchantment, Exploding Bullets, was activated. The monsters would not have been able to cope with ordinary enchanted fields. Therefore, they managed to survive thanks to the squad leader. Han Xia joined the squad and apologized. She was wounded and needed a bandage. Haran thought it would be very helpful if the spearman woke up. However, there was nothing to be done. She would try to hold off the monsters as long as possible until the squad leader returned with So Yul. Haran asked where Li Shintae had gone. Dongju replied that the squad leader was worried about So Yul and had gone to search for and rescue her. Shin Cheong-son asked in surprise what the rescue squad commander was doing here. Li Shintae replied that he had everything under control. He had come here to help while the trolls were confused. But where was So Yul now? Shin Cheong-son understood who he was talking about, but did not answer. The leader of the villains said that the woman was still alive. The commander demanded that the man immediately reveal her whereabouts. The protagonist pointed to the side, and Li Shintae saw So Yul lying unconscious. There was a barrier around her to protect her. The main villain said that if the spears had missed even slightly, she would have died. or if he hadn't called the priestess's child so close. Lee Shin-tae admitted that he didn't understand anything. The villain had to explain himself. His opponent said that support had used this woman as bait. Lee Shin-tae was surprised and angry. Because of the priestess's order, he had no choice but to restrain her. He turned out to be an excellent target. The priestess must have been waiting for him to make a mistake. She was waiting for the moment when support's vision would be limited so she could quickly move. The young man realized that this was the best opportunity to rescue the hostage from the enemy's clutches. Lee Shin-tae indignantly asked how a civilian could be used for such purposes. The villain smiled and said that he liked it very much. The young man said that he did not know who this hunter was, but he was capable of logical thinking. Therefore, he had one option. If he helped with the plan, then he could also count on help. Lee Shin-tae pointed his gun at the villain's face and said he wasn't going to play these games. Shin Cheong-son asked the squad commander not to rush. Lee Shin-tae felt something strange happening to his head, and his hand with the gun began to transform. The rescue squad commander lost his balance and almost fell. Our hero saw that Lee Shin-tae was out of commission and no longer posed any danger. Shin Cheong-son asked his opponent why he did that. The leader of the villains replied that it was a strange question, since he had just had his head nearly blown off by a gun. Shin Cheong-son asked how he did it. The villain replied, unexpectedly. The young man said that support's colleague had just been killed, but instead of seeking revenge, he was asking questions. The protagonist said he wanted to know how far his opponent's forces could go. Shin Cheong-son said that he was not his comrade. Perhaps this hunter was a good man, but he acted too rashly. Talented, but not strong enough to call. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done about it. The protagonist thought that it was his own choice, and he had to suffer the consequences. The villain said he liked this support. The protagonist repeated the question. How did he manage to use this technique? The villain said he was tired of talking. Support should understand that it was not his place to ask questions. The stranger declared that now it was his turn to ask questions. The priestess's boss asked what support knew about the infected mana. The next moment, the young man said that he had apparently made a mistake and that he needed to deal with the annoying kids first. An energy attack was launched through the portal. The villain turned and rushed towards the gate. Our hero decided that this could not be allowed to happen. On the other side of the gate, Lee Dong-ju and the other hunters continued to fight off the wave of monsters. A powerful charge of negative energy flew out of the gate, and the shockwave knocked many of them off their feet. Han Chia did not understand what was happening here. Haran asked in surprise, did it look the same on the side where Shin Cheong-son was now? The leader of the villains continued his manipulation, and said that he had assembled these gates because he needed them. But he could no longer control them, so they were useless. Shin Cheong-son thought that he shouldn't even think about fighting. This man was capable of controlling even infected mana. Our hero understood that he was powerless against his opponent. First, he needed to replenish his mana. Shin Cheong-son took out another bottle of liquid. He realized that this was already the third bottle. Now the potions would be less effective and symptoms of addiction would begin to appear. Judging by what was happening, this guy was definitely higher in rank than the priestess and was in charge of her. However, he could not be defeated by simply calling on Yoon Tae-hoon. The protagonist thought that he had to survive this disaster. Not only him, but also Han Chia and the others who were worthy of being called heroes. Shin Cheong-son did not understand why this man was interested in him. As soon as he gets bored, he will die immediately, just like Lee Shin-tae. At that moment, our hero couldn't use the infected mana because of someone's interference. That was another piece of bad news. Suddenly, Han Chia saw something that greatly surprised them. Many gates appeared, but this hadn't been there before. It was impossible not to notice. Han Chia said that they needed to move to another location, the one where Shin Cheong-son was. Haran noticed that the archer was wounded and couldn't shoot. Han Chia apologized and asked Dong-ju to give her his weapon. Han Chia, with the machine gun in her hand, headed for the portal without waiting for anyone. Haran watched the girl leave. What was going on? All the portals began to collapse, an unprecedented event. The villain told the protagonist that now they could talk calmly. The young man said he was interested in answers. What did support know about the infected mana? Our hero apologized and replied that he didn't know anything either, because he had only recently received it. The young man asked if support also had memories. Infected mana cannot be obtained just like that. He began to suspect this when he heard the priestess's words, but now he could clearly see that support had it. Our hero decided that this guy was testing him. The villain told support not to worry. He was just trying to do everything possible to prevent the end of the world. He was counting on his help. They could become comrades pursuing a common goal. Shin Cheong-son asked why he had destroyed this hunter. The villain replied that this guy had gotten in his way. The young man added that his goal was bigger than a single death. He didn't have much time, so he needed allies. The opponent asked the protagonist if he could count on his help. The priestess heard a strange noise and looked back. She told the leader to be careful. Han Chia, with a weapon in her hands, ordered the young man to raise his hands, otherwise she would shoot. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Why did Han Chia come here? She could ruin everything. Our hero had no intention of becoming this guy's enemy. But he had to protect Han Chia before the infected mana reached the archer. Shin Cheong-son decided that he had to take down this opponent and rushed at him with his sword. His opponent easily dodged, and our hero flew to the side. The stranger said that was too slow and counterattacked the protagonist with a punch to the head. Shin Cheong-son fell to the floor. The opponent said that support uses skills but is completely undeveloped physically. Support must understand that skills alone are not enough to increase strength. Skills alone are not enough. Until now, support had been able to defeat his opponent solely with his skills. However, he lacks physical abilities. Thus, he will soon reach his limit. The stranger told our hero that he must first develop physically. There are many ways to do this while the system is activated. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Why is he telling him this? The stranger replied that it was because support had confirmed that he had memories. It is not yet known whether he is an enemy or an ally, so there is curiosity. The stranger noted that his offer still stands. Support can respond later. The question remained, where was the infected mana going? A gate appeared before the young man. The protagonist thought it was a mistake. He did not expect this guy to go all the way through the crack. Saying goodbye, the stranger took off his hood and showed his face. He said his name was Les and added that he had made a good offer. The priestess watched the departing leader. Han Chia rushed to Shin Cheong-son. The archer asked if support was okay. The priestess also headed for the gate. Information about the main quest appeared. Defend the islands of the endless sky, the last wave. Shin Cheong-son said that this was not the end. Apparently there was still a boss left. Han Chia declared that she could no longer fight. The protagonist also realized that he had no mana left. During the last attack, he barely managed to create a dagger. What would happen now? There were no more ways to defend themselves. A monster was expected to appear from the gate. A bird with a cap on its head appeared. The young people were surprised. The protagonist thought he had never seen such a monster before. Where did it come from? However, this monster did not look very impressive, assuming it was the boss. The bird turned its head from side to side. Han Chia took out a stun gun and said she would try to deal with this boss. Shin Cheong-son asked the girl not to rush. At that moment, our hero clutched his chest and fell to his knees. Blood flowed from his mouth. Shin Cheong-son was stunned. Why did the side effect appear now? Judging by the weak reaction, there was a high probability that this monster was using infected mana. If it has a similar ability, Han Chia is now in danger. Han Chia approached the bird with her weapon. She decided to use the machine gun for something other than its intended purpose. The monster said, "You must give it back." The monster said that it belonged to him. He said he would return it, but he didn't. The monster added, "The hour has struck. It's time to give it back." Shin Cheong-son thought he understood everything now. Our hero couldn't figure out the essence of it, but this monster clearly reacted to the infected mana. As long as Han Chia didn't take any sudden actions, the monster would focus on him. Our hero saw the problem in that this was the goal of his quest. How to deal with this monster? The monster asked, "Is the man listening to him?" Our hero thought that this creature had a little infected mana, but it wasn't ready to attack yet. The monster said that the man must make amends. The man did not listen when he was asked to return, so now he must make amends. Shin Cheong-son wondered, did Lessa really have his infected mana? The monster said he had a lot, almost all of it, but the man had almost none. Where did it go? Shin Cheong-son replied that there had been a misunderstanding, that the monster had mistaken the man for someone else. The monster said there was no misunderstanding. It was definitely used here. His reserves. Shin Cheong-son said it wasn't his. The bird flapped its wings and demanded, "Human, give it back immediately." Haran approached and attacked the bird, punching it in the head. Haran said to the surprised support, "Didn't we have to defeat this monster?" Shin Cheong-son replied that it was a job well done. Information came in that the main task had been completed. Rewards would be given. Shin Cheong-son wondered what to do next. Many of those present lost their balance and began to fall to the ground. What was happening? Could only the awakened see this? Shin Cheong-son realized that instead of receiving rewards, they had been released. Police officers said that people outside had seen strange windows appear. The association was also confused. No one understood what was happening. The protagonist realized that the sudden appearance of the window had caused a commotion. Those who were unconscious were also transported. That meant everyone received the reward. Everyone returned. Shin Cheong-son thought that the bodies of those who had died here had not appeared. The association had to find a way to return the bodies. Thanks to those who survived and returned from the isolated gate, the feeling of confusion in the hall was replaced by a sense of duty and responsibility. During Shin Cheong-son's investigation, it was discovered that the rift had reacted weakly a few seconds before their return. In addition, the awakened ones had visions, and the rift briefly lost its light. A few seconds before their return, the task was completed. The activation system was late because the gates were already closed. However, unlike in their past lives, all of the awakened ones had now become players. This was a huge change. The protagonist decided that he needed to radically change his plan. This way, no one would be able to meet the leader behind the priestess. Les had previously said that physical abilities needed to be increased first. While the system was activated, there would be many ways to do this. Our hero thought that he still had a lot to learn. He couldn't go on like this. Despite the confusion caused by the appearance of the window, many were able to react even in a state of alarm. For people who were once ordinary, this was yet another event related to the rift. Only the awakened ones witnessed the visions. Some claimed that the rift would one day lead to the end of the world, but they were in the minority. The Skeleton Guild was disbanded due to the death of their leader, the A-rank sorcerer Lee Shinte. During the investigation, illegal activities were discovered, including illegal raids on dungeons, unregistered goods, and theft. Guild members testified that most of the profits were sent to Lee Shinte's wife and daughter in America. The remaining guild members had nowhere to go and ended their careers as hunters. The Hunters Association, convinced that Kwon Sa-yeon was alive, took him from the home of Yu Ji-un, guardian of the islands of the boundless sky. Kwon Sa-yeon and others mentioned an awakened woman who used dark energy. The association is trying to find her whereabouts. When it became known that the guardian Yu Ji-un had no blood relatives, the association began to discuss who should receive compensation. Her husband and family died several years ago as part of a rescue squad. Dongju said that was all that was known so far. So-yeol thanked her colleague for the information. Dongju was surprised. Why was So-yeol going to share this information? The girl reminded him that Dongju himself had said that she should remember at least something. Dongju asked if So-yeol would continue her work. It was dangerous at the association. There was no guarantee that something like this would not happen again. The girl said she had to continue. Who else but her? Dongju replied that there was no great need for it. So-yeol said that managing the list of hunters, classifying ranks, providing monetary rewards, receiving and writing reports, all of this was their responsibility. Moreover, it was overlooked that they had initially posed as an association in order to clean up the islands of the boundless sky. So-yeol suggested that someone was behind these villains. Maybe gangsters, a large corporation, or national intelligence. Dongju said that So-yeol could certainly play detective, but only after she had fully recovered. In a dark, deserted alley, a gate appeared, from which a monster crawled out. Under the cover of mystery, the monster began to follow the young man as he moved along the alley. A hunter emerged from a gate in another part of the city. The young man approached the information window. There was no information about the active task yet. The hunter was angry. Why had he been called so early? The monster approached the young man. The guy got scared, fell to the ground, and screamed in fear. The monster gloated. The monster jumped high into the air and prepared to attack the frightened boy. However, the attack failed, as the monster itself was attacked and a dagger was thrust into its forehead. The monster flew far back. The young man was too terrified to raise his head. Someone's voice addressed him. The hunter, who had recently come out of the gate, was the one who had attacked the monster. He asked if the young man was alone here. The protagonist lay motionless on the bed. The cat asked if he had brought himself to this state by drinking 3 flasks of mana. The young man confirmed this. The cat was surprised that the guy had returned alive at all. Our hero remembered Lessa and thought that it was actually he who had allowed them to survive. Otherwise, no one would have returned from the dungeon. The cat suggested that his support abilities had now been revealed. Shin Cheong-son said that it was part of the plan, to reveal his abilities, make them focus, and then expose those behind it all. The cat said that if Shin Cheong-son had seen his face, the plan could be considered a success. The young man noted that the cat was mocking him too openly. The cat added, "Let's say Shin Cheong-son saw someone calling himself less, but what about the others?" She was referring to those who entered the dungeon with the young man. Several people had seen his abilities. Shin Cheong-son replied that there was no need to worry about that. The contract was concluded as it should be. When it was concluded, the payment skill was activated. Our hero then promised the hunters that he would deal with the 2 enemies and rescue the hostage. However, in return, he asked that no one tell anyone about his abilities, which would be demonstrated here. Initially, Payment is a basic skill that provides payment through weapon rental. As the skill level increases, it becomes possible to conclude a contract. When the system is activated, all players receive benefits depending on their class and the skills they use. In normal cases, long-range classes receive improved aiming, while melee classes receive corresponding enhancements. Mages can summon familiars, and supports can receive various bonuses depending on their skills. Shin Cheong-son's advantage as a support is connection. When using Plata directly, you can make a specific request when renting a weapon, but at level A and above, the request can be easily ignored or resisted. The request implies a condition. If a person rents a weapon, they must fulfill Shin Cheong-son's request in return. However, at level A and above, it can be bypassed. Nevertheless, as the skill level of payment increases, it is possible to conclude a contract that cannot be resisted while the system is in effect. Non-standard use of payment, such as memory erasure, became available thanks to Shin Cheong-son's high level of skill. For hunters of rank A and above, the chances of success were slim, Shin Cheong-son thought. Judging by the fact that he was hardly mentioned during the investigation, the skill worked as intended. Thanks to Yoon Tae-hoon, our hero was able to determine the available limits. Shin Cheong-son assumed that the system had been activated too early. Now other players would begin to adapt to these changes. The cat reminded him that she had already been a player in the dungeon, although now, thanks to someone, she was forced to play the role of a maid. Shin Cheong-son noted that now all the awakened ones had become players. This was very different from his memories. The cat asked what all this talk about memories was about. She said she didn't know what the previous cycle was, but were memories what the young man had experienced. The cat added that all memories are mixed up and don't match. All he has are techniques he calls skills, even though he never trained in their use. Are these really his memories? She continued. If this is true, then her world is also destroyed. After all, there is no one who remembers him. The cat asked why Shin Cheong-son had these memories. How was that possible? The young man recalled that when he and the guild members first entered the dungeon, he fell into a strange lake. The cat said she was talking about the previous cycle. If memories were passed down through cycles, there had to be some way. She wondered if it could just be an illusion. However, the protagonist was sure that these were his memories, and added that he could prove it. Shin Cheong-son remembered Les asking him, "Doesn't he have memories too?" Les clearly said too. That meant there must be other people with memories. Shin Cheong-son said that he wanted to take care of some business, and took a book from the shelf. The protagonist thought that Kang Yurim was definitely his ally in the previous cycle, but now he was working with Les. What really happened? Les said there was no need to worry. He was just trying to do everything he could to prevent the end of the world. If that was true, Kang Yurim must know about it too. In that case, the probability that he also had memories was very high. However, this is not a problem that can be solved right now. Therefore, they need to focus on the issues they can deal with right now. The phone rang. It was the head of the Overkill Guild. Yoon Tae-hoon was surprised, because they had agreed not to contact each other. Shin Cheong-son said that plans had changed. They needed to meet and talk. The young man who had come out of the gate and the boy he had saved from the monster sat together on a bench. The schoolboy said it was time for him to go home and thanked the hunter for saving him. The young man advised him to be more careful in deserted places in the future. A minivan stopped on the road near the schoolboy. When the car drove away, the schoolboy was no longer there. The hunter looked up and saw that the boy he had saved had disappeared somewhere. A man in a mask approached the protagonist. The young men greeted each other. The masked man sat down next to him and said that he had heard about it from an acquaintance in the association. However, they did not mention anything about support. Shin Cheong-son said that their previous plans had lost their meaning. The man in the mask was surprised. What did that mean? The interlocutor asked in surprise, had the support really met with the person behind the priestess? The protagonist confirmed this, and added that the gap between them was insurmountable. The interlocutor took off his mask and asked why he had been called in that case. Shin Cheong-son replied that if he hadn't done so, neither of them would be alive now. He added that this person was not an enemy they could defeat at this time. The interlocutor asked Shin Cheong-son if he had seen the man's face. Our hero confirmed this, but noted that he was unlikely to be registered as a hunter. Perhaps he was not even one of the awakened. Tae-hoon was surprised. What did Shin Cheong-son mean by that? The protagonist thought that Les was a strange name, and his abilities were unusual. He doesn't use mana at all, and he doesn't just use magical energy. He does so on a destructive scale. In addition, Kang Yurim and a priestess were with him. Everything was clear with Kang Yurim, but there was no priestess in his memories. However, the priestess's skills seemed familiar to our hero. The protagonist continued to wonder who she was. After meeting Shin Cheong-son, Tae-hoon talked to Woo-hyun on the phone. The woman said that this guy was clearly hiding something. When they first met, she felt a certain energy from him. She added that Tae-hoon was a warrior, so he might not have noticed it. Besides, it didn't seem like magical power at all. After activating this system, not only she, but most people could see the energy with their own eyes. This energy was exactly like the one that came from the skill used by the executioner's ally. Woo-hyun suggested that Shin Cheong-son was not with them. He really did oppose them until she intervened. The woman added that if Tae-hoon had a chance, they should try to find out everything. Support probably trusted Tae-hoon more than her. Tae-hoon said they had a lot to think about. The protagonist thought that the original plan had completely failed. Now that the system was activated, it was pointless to reveal his abilities. The young man wondered whether he should tell them about his memories from the previous cycle. Tae-hoon suggested that Woo-hyun didn't trust support very much. The guild leader added that he was different. Even if Shin Cheong-son's rank and skills suspiciously don't match, even if the young man always contacts him first, only reports on his affairs and disappears, even if he pulls the strings of the head of one of the leading guilds. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Was he really like that? Tae-hoon said that if Shin Cheong-son could fully unlock his potential, he wouldn't care anymore. Shin Cheong-son asked his interlocutor to calm down. The guild leader continued. If Shin Cheong-son had any doubts about him, he could honestly say so. The young man shouldn't worry and try to do everything on his own. It didn't matter what others said. Tae-hoon added that he was on the young man's side. Shin Cheong-son thought that perhaps he had been too cautious when talking about preparing for the end of the world with the heroes. He didn't trust them at all. Shin Cheong-son asked if he could really reveal this to the guild leader. Tae-hoon asked him to tell him everything. Shin Cheong-son said that God would descend to earth and the end of the world would come. The end of the world came suddenly, just like the moment of the first awakening. It was an official quest, the final chapter, the end of the world. The reward was the salvation of the world. The hunters saw this information window and became interested. Could this be a new quest? Would the guild leader regain his power? Someone suggested looking up, and everyone saw a winged creature. What was it? No one understood what it all meant or what was happening. However, judging by the name of the quest, it was about a deity. But where did these feathers come from? The next moment, there was an explosion, and everyone squinted from the bright light. For a whole week, the players and heroes desperately searched for a way to defeat the god, according to the quest's conditions. Exactly 7 days later, the world met its end. Everything around them was collapsing and engulfed in flames. Upon hearing these memories, Tae-hoon said that he now understood everything. The protagonist did not expect the guild leader to believe him so easily. A week after the descent, the protagonist decided that he understood everything. The way to destroy the final boss turned out to be just a trick. If only the young man had figured this out a little earlier, they could have saved everyone. Unfortunately, the protagonist realized this too late. The rival, bound by threads of infected magic, said that the heroes, whom this guy had eliminated at the very beginning, were the key. Tae-hoon suggested that the memories ended with the narrator's death. Shin Cheong-son confirmed this. Shin Cheong-son added that this is why he believes that the same god is behind the executioner pursuing the awakened one. Tae-hoon asked what kind of trick could destroy a god. Shin Cheong-son replied that he didn't remember. Tae-hoon asked if the young man remembered the heroes, their number, and their names. Shin Cheong-son said there were several hundred of them. He doesn't remember all of them, only those he crossed paths with. Of the dozen or so who made it to the end, he only remembered a few faces. The protagonist added that someone had deliberately erased part of his memories. Shin Cheong-son assumed that the guild leader was still having doubts. This was probably a normal reaction. However, Tae-hoon had been very helpful to our hero, so it was worth approaching the issue more delicately. Tae-hoon said that Shin Cheong-son could keep the ring. It would be better that way. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Did the guild leader really believe him? Tae-hoon stated that he was not looking at it from the point of view of trust, but from the position of whether he could provide the necessary assistance. Tae-hoon added that, judging by the story the young man had told, he needed not someone who would simply believe his words, but someone he could trust. Tae-hoon said he was willing to trust Shin Cheong-son, but in return, he wanted the same in return. Tae-hoon didn't know if the young man was telling the truth, but if he could get him to join the guild, he could become a strong ally. Tae-hoon thought it was time to talk about joining the guild. Our hero put the book on the table. Yoon Tae-hoon asked what it was. Shin Cheong-son replied that he had received it on the Islands of the Endless Sky. It was good that he had brought it with him. Shin Cheong-son asked Tae-hoon if his system had been activated too. Tae-hoon confirmed it. In that case, the guild leader should have understood the significance of acquiring the first skill book. This skill book was an S-rank item. Its market price was astronomical. Tae-hoon asked why Shin Cheong-son was giving it to him. Shin Cheong-son replied that it was so that the guild leader could become stronger, much stronger than he was now. Shin Cheong-son added that it would be even better if Tae-hoon could get something useful at the same time. Tae-hoon reminded him that he had promised the young man his full support. He asked what exactly was needed. Shin Cheong-son said that for starters, he needed a magic stone solvent. He needed it within 2 days. Our hero added that 6,000 liters would be enough. Tae-hoon was surprised. Was the young man really going to fill the pool with solvent? It wasn't tap water. Shin Cheong-son added that he also needed the wool of the Monkey King, the whiskers of the heavenly fish, the slime of the witch of the wasteland, the blood of the night goblin, and the helmet of the Ant King. Tae-hoon was amazed. These were materials of the highest quality. It would be impossible to obtain them in just a few days. The guild leader had never heard of some of these items before. What was the young man up to? Tae-hoon asked if Shin Cheong-son had dealt with such things in the past. Shin Cheong-son asked in return what the most valuable mana-related materials in the guild's vault were. Tae-hoon said that there was a purified spirit core in the storage room. It was loot from an S-rank dungeon that had been cleared earlier. He asked Woo Hai-in to purify it, and Min Hee-soo delivered the core. Shin Cheong-son said that should be enough. Secretary Min Hee-soo was furious, as it was a priceless treasure of the guild. Tae-hoon noted that since the core required special handling, they would deliver it themselves to where it was needed. Shin Cheong-son agreed and ordered it to be delivered to the specified address. Shin Cheong-son told the guild leader that he would like to talk to him privately. The protagonist promised to tell him everything that had happened on the islands of the endless sky. The young man took the bus out of town with his gifts and approached a house standing on the edge of a forest at the foot of the mountains. The young man was greeted by a woman in a wheelchair with a watering can in her hands. The young man told his mother that he had returned. The woman was delighted to see Shin Cheong-son. The young man asked how she was doing. One day, unexpectedly for everyone, a crack appeared in the ground, and mana poured out of it. But it did not become a blessing for the whole people. Those who resonated with the mana became awakened and gained new abilities. But for those whose sensitivity to mana was particularly low, it turned into poison. This disease was later named multiple mana perception disorder. In severe cases, it led to death. Survivors suffered from various complications. Shin Cheong-son asked his mother how she was feeling. The woman replied that she felt much better after being treated in such a place with clean air. She said she had received the items as her son had advised and left them near the storage room. She added that someone from the guild had come. It seemed to be some kind of awakened person. Shin Cheong-son thought that Min Hee-soo had come herself after all. She must have grumbled a lot. In any case, thanks to Tae-hoon, there was an opportunity to take a chance. Our hero stood in front of a huge number of magic crystals. These were stones that he had collected for a whole year. Mio Haran asked in the office of the head of the Shinhwa Guild if they were looking for her. Kim Ik-hyuk said he had heard that the girl had been to the island of the endless sky. Haran said that she had already provided a full report to Secretary So-hee. Kim Ik-hyuk looked at the report and said, "An unusual awakened being and monsters that create portals attacked, and a passage suddenly opened, from which monsters poured out." The quest began. The head of the association, Han Chol-min, asked his interlocutor if he had noticed some kind of unidentified dark force. Lee Dong-ju confirmed this. Because of the monsters, he couldn't really see anything, but it seemed that another awakened being was using it. Han Chol-min suggested that someone might have seen this person. Dong-ju replied that the 3 hunters accompanying him had noticed it. They were the deceased hunter Lee Shin-tae, the hunter Han Chia, and Shin Cheong-son. Kim Ik-hyuk listened to Haran and said he couldn't believe it. Was Shin Cheong-son really there? The guild leader asked what had happened there. Haran replied that she hadn't seen anything. Lee Dong-ju told the head of the association that monsters were swarming around. He couldn't see properly while fighting them in place of the other hunters. Dong-ju continued. Then he and the hunter Mio Haran took care of those who had lost consciousness. They couldn't be left behind. And that man disappeared in an unknown direction. Han Cheol-min asked if they had questioned the 2 hunters who witnessed the incident. Dong-ju confirmed that they had been questioned, but both said they had never seen this man before. Dong-ju thought, if the contents of the contract were not mentioned, there should be no problems. It was becoming quite a hassle. According to the contract between the players, it was forbidden to disclose certain information about the counterparty. Dong-ju said that when he was so restricted, he wanted to break the rules by any means necessary. Shin Cheong-son understood that if he thought about it, he could find a loophole to pass on the information. After all, the terms were not specified, and no penalties were indicated. He could only find out who had spoken. Shin Cheong-son had his own reasons for keeping such a tight lid on things. Donju noticed that this was exactly what he had suspected. There were too many suspicious things going on. Lee Dongju added that he suddenly remembered that they had met before. He had studied the testimony about the dungeon with the rank error. That was about a year ago. Even then, Dongju suspected that support was not an ordinary person. But how did the young man learn how to use the system to hide information? Shin Cheong-son asked if Dongju really wanted to hear the truth. After all, he wouldn't believe it anyway. Lee Dongju smiled. Was the apocalypse coming? Shin Cheong-son suggested that in that case, they should make another agreement. However, if Lee Dongju somehow violated this agreement, he would have to fulfill one request. Haran thought, the end of the world, a second life. No matter how hard I try to explain, no one will believe me. Haran wondered if the price was too high for a fairy tale that was hard to believe. Mio Haran hoped that Shin Cheong-son wouldn't make her do anything strange. Shin Cheong-son replied that he wasn't like that. Shin Cheong-son thought that although it wasn't quite the same, he could offer the girl valuable equipment instead. Haran asked why she needed it. Shin Cheong-son said that he knew something about Mio Haran. It seemed that he understood what she needed to strengthen her special skill. Haran asked if he was saying this based on those past memories. Our hero said he had conditions. Haran was upset. What other conditions? Shin Cheong-son replied that the girl would be offered a small quest in which she would have to use her abilities. The young man noted that even if she fails, there will be no penalties. There is also no deadline. There will simply be a reward for success. In the end, Haran agreed. According to the quest, she had to defeat the Banshee of Despair. The girl didn't understand where she could find it in order to defeat it. Kim Ik-hyuk asked if everything in the report was true. Mio Haran confirmed it, that the association's backup had not arrived in time, that the equipment issued had been lost, that the criminal's face could not be seen, that the monster boss's trophies could not be obtained. The guild leader was indignant. Was all this really true? Kim Ik-hyuk said that Haran had not lost consciousness, which meant she had received the full quest reward. The girl confirmed this. She thought that the guild leader wanted to take her reward away. Kim Ik-hyuk said she should have reported this immediately. Haran asked if she would have to give up the reward. Kim Ik-hyuk replied that he was not going to take it away. The girl deserved the reward for her efforts. The guild leader ordered his secretary, So-hee, to prepare his car. Kim Ik-hyuk added that Mio Haran had done a good job, and now she needed to rest until her hand recovered. Secretary So-hee expressed her hope that the guild leader had not reprimanded his subordinates or put pressure on them. Kim Ik-hyuk replied that he had not done so. After all, he was not the head of the Yakuza. The secretary of the Shinhwa guild leader, B-rank mage Kim So-hee, who possessed the druid class, said that in that case, everything was fine. So-hee announced that the car was ready and asked where they were going. Kim Ik-hyuk replied that he was going home. Home, to the former hunter of the Skeleton Guild. After Dongju left the association chairman's office, Han Jong-mil pressed a hidden button and asked if Director Park had heard everything. The answer was yes. Han Jong-mil suggested that he was up to something. Manager Park agreed. They needed to put him under surveillance and question the two hunters who might have seen the criminal. Park Jong-in was an A-rank mage and possessed the Explosion Summoner class. He was the leader of the association's Awakened Hunters response team. The chairman of the association said that the matter concerned Shin Cheong-son and Han Chia. We must act decisively. The cat, as always, was walking around on her own and, yawning, decided that today was very dreary. Last time she took out her anger on a few guys, and her mood improved. Would something similar happen today? The cat received information about the sudden appearance of a new hidden quest. The suspicious people the cat had met earlier were holding a meeting. It was necessary to find their hideout and check it out. The reward would be the right to act autonomously for 5 minutes. The cat was surprised. What kind of reward was this? It was her first quest in this world. Why did it suddenly appear? If it's about the people she had met earlier, could it be related to those types? She had to decide how to track them down. Scanning the space, the cat sensed something suspicious. Maybe it was worth checking out? The man who had previously saved the child from the monster asked his colleague what was going on with him. His colleague replied that he had taken the child to his home, but had not yet called to demand a ransom. The man said he had made some inquiries. The child was not from a wealthy family, just an ordinary boy from the street. Even if he demanded a ransom, he wouldn't get much money for him. The kidnapper said he knew that. He just grabbed the first child he saw. It didn't matter what kind of family he came from. The police had the means to track him down. Usually, in such cases, negotiations were conducted under pressure of money. Someone was surprised. Why would you need money that can be traced? The kidnapper replied that it was a personal matter. He just needed that kind of money. The kidnapper laughed and said it didn't matter. This fake world was created to be destroyed. What difference did it make what kind of money they got? Suddenly, infected mana appeared in the room, and this clot began to grow in size. The cat assumed she had found the right place. But doesn't the quest end when the hideout is found? Why aren't they giving out the reward? The cat sensed a strange energy and decided to check it out. The kidnapper came out of the room to meet her. The young man saw the cat and asked who she was. The cat thought that this man recognized her immediately. But how did he manage to do that? The young man asked if she was the one who had been with his friends earlier. But in that case, she wouldn't have been given this assignment. He had a sword behind his back. The cat was surprised that this man could see other people's statuses. The young man said that the cat didn't need to know, because she would die soon anyway. The criminal added that he had someone helping him. The system reported that a linked quest had been activated. The cat was surprised. What did a linked quest mean? The young man did not hide his intentions and pulled the blade from behind his back. The next moment, the blade was already flying towards the cat. The secret quest was in action. The young man ran after the blade, and the cat said that now everything was clear to her. There was a flash, and the cat turned into a woman. The vampire said that this was why she needed all of this. The main task of the secret quest was to detain suspicious people. The young man was surprised because he thought that no one could dodge his knives. The female vampire asked what fragment of the source meant. The young man told her not to treat him like a monster. He was just an ordinary person. The female vampire said she would like to learn more about the guild the young man belonged to, but she didn't have time for that. The woman added that the task did not say that he had to be destroyed, so she could just take away his legs. The young man said that would be too much. The guy admitted that she was quite strong and could easily deal with him. The woman said she didn't want to waste her energy on someone she didn't need to attack. The guy said that if she really got to him, her quest would end, and he would simply die. The vampire was surprised, because the young man had attacked her first. What had suddenly happened to him? The young man replied that he hadn't expected her to be able to dodge his knives. However, now he didn't want to fight at all. The young man stated that he did not work unless the boss asked him to. However, the situation had changed, and a message appeared stating that an individual quest had been activated for the young man. He had to destroy the player in front of him. The female vampire said that instead of continuing this unnecessary dialogue, she could try him. The young man replied that she had made her decision too late. His boss reacted quickly and gave him a task. A blade appeared in the guy's hands. The vampire looked at the information window and realized that dimension isolation had occurred. This meant that a battle was imminent. Her opponent said there was no need to worry. It was just a PvP zone. Now no one would know what was happening here. The young man swung his blade and cut off the vampire woman's head. His opponent thought if her mist was late, she could die. The young man was surprised because his blade felt nothing. The female vampire activated blood magic, and blood bath was initiated. The young man was outraged. How dare she do that? He turned around again and went on the attack. The female vampire used the blood magic skill, and huge bloody hands were ready to grab her opponent. The woman said that this guy had finally been caught. The young man tried to escape from the bloody trap and shouted that she wouldn't get away with this. Thanks to his blades, the opponent was able to break free from the trap and prepared to attack the female vampire again. The young man miscalculated his strength and lost the attack. Dropping the blades from his hands, he flew far back. The bloody abyss began to pull the young man back inside. How could he get out of there now? Everything around the young man looked suspicious. He didn't even want to step on it. But where did the red bloody hands come from? The young man assumed that this was a condition for using the skill. Or was it a limited technique that prevented damage? The forms are different, but it's always blood magic. Could she really be a vampire? But he had heard that there were only a few blood mages. How could she even know about empty fantasy? The young man tried to resist, and he had a lot of questions. The female vampire was surprised. How could this guy destroy her bloodthirsty hands with a single dagger? His opponent assumed that this woman might lack physical skills, but as a mage-class player, she was easily able to dodge attacks. In that case, it was indeed a limited skill that prevented damage. The young man dipped his finger into the pool of blood. The woman was surprised. What was he doing? The guy put his bloody finger in his mouth. The woman was surprised. How could he just take and eat her blood? The young man said that he was facing an opponent with AoE attacks, who was preventing him from moving and dodging all physical and ranged attacks. Would she be able to dodge his attack, which she couldn't see? The female vampire was outraged. Why should she fight this lunatic? She just wanted to relieve her stress. The young man said it would be nice if they competed. Two monsters. The woman was indignant. Who did he call a monster? The young man was surprised. Was his opponent really going to behave like this? Suddenly, the young man disappeared. However, his voice said that they were very similar. The woman saw traces of movement on the bloody surface. She felt his presence. Suddenly, her rival appeared next to her and struck her a devastating blow. Her throat was slit. The guy said that she had managed to use her skill while he was cutting her. That's impressive. The woman thought she had been very careful, but she still couldn't notice him. The young man said that she was not an ordinary person, and was not as simple as she seemed. He added that she was as much of a monster as he was, with all her skills and everything. The woman declared that she would not allow people like this guy to call her a monster. The vampire realized that she wouldn't be able to corner him with her simple skills. If he kept dodging, she might lose due to lack of time. The woman assumed that he was probably going to destroy her, so there was only one thing left to do. The guy decided that his opponent was invulnerable to physical attacks. He had only one way left to complete this quest. The young man understood that this woman reacted sharply to provocation. In such a situation, there was only one thing to do. Each of them decided that in order to catch the monster, they had to confuse it. The woman assumed that this guy wanted to change his strategy. There were less than a minute and a half left until the end of the quest. The woman repeated that the scoundrel should not call her a monster. The woman reactivated the blood magic skill and initiated Executioner's hands. Huge bloody hands with swords appeared and began to move toward the opponent. The young man laughed and said he was impressed, just as expected from a monster. The woman shouted for him to shut up immediately and used the blood magic skill again. The piercing territory technique was initiated. The masked young man thought she had ignored his trick and said he was ready to begin. The young man with the staff in his hand was surprised. Had she really died? At that moment, the female vampire flew up behind him. The attack was lightning fast. The young man was knocked off his feet, and his body was covered in blood. Several more knights appeared against the female vampire. She was surprised. Had they been here all this time? The masked villain jumped out of the bloody bath, swung his sword, and shouted that he had caught her. The female vampire grabbed her throat again. She realized that she was seriously injured, and that was not part of her plan. There was less than a minute left until the end of the quest. The knight swung his sword and rushed at the woman. She was surprised. Were they still here? The woman decided to hide in the fog. The knights launched a simultaneous attack and inflicted significant damage on the vampire woman. The main opponent ordered them to hold her tighter. The masked young man swung his sword and shouted that she would now die. Surprisingly, the female vampire smiled at that moment. There were 22 seconds left until the end of the quest. The masked young man struck with his sword. However, at that moment, the female vampire turned back into a cat, and the sword cut off the knight's head. The cat turned back into a female vampire. She said she had anticipated the monster's movements. In her hands were threads with which she restrained her opponents. The young man was amazed. Infected mana grew directly from the ground. It was puppet manipulation, threads of slavery. The opponent was entangled in these threads from head to toe. The woman continued to tighten them. The young man was immobilized and lay in a pool of blood. He assumed that she had hidden her mana using the AoE skill. The woman pointed out that the opponent himself had said that he felt a strange energy. She had set a trap, hoping that he would fall into it. Did the guy really think she would fall for his provocations? The young man admitted that he had lost because he had let his guard down. He would have won if his teammates hadn't let him down. The guy said that defeating this vampire woman in the future would be fun. The young man added that they would definitely meet again. There were 7 seconds left until the end of the quest. The woman was surprised. Had he really died? At that moment, a message came in that the quest had been completed. The protagonist told the cat that he was very surprised to see her in the morning. The veterinarians decided that he was mocking the animal. The cat lay in front of the young man with her body bandaged. She said that she would not have died even if she had been thrown away. What was all this talk about? Shin Cheong-son said that the cat, which had been fine the day before, was bleeding to death in his living room. How could he not be nervous? The cat told him to calm down. She wasn't his pet. Shin Cheong-son was surprised when, wasn't she? The protagonist asked what had happened while he was visiting his parents. The cat admitted that she had gotten into a fight. She had fought against the empty fantasy guild. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Was it really them? The cat reminded him that no one knew about their existence. Shin Cheong-son acknowledged that many players had died because of them and never became heroes. The cat said that nothing special had happened. However, one of them was completely different. It was from him that she received her injury. Shin Cheong-son asked where that player was now and where she had been that night. The cat said they would not be there anymore. Shin Cheong-son agreed that she was right. The guy thought it was worth talking to Yoon Tae-hoon. He assumed that the cat would not be able to fight such an opponent in her current condition. The cat pointed out that she had won that fight. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. The cat added that the quest the young man was talking about was actually easier than easy. Thanks to it, she was able to return to her former form. At that moment, the cat turned into a female vampire. The vampire asked, "What is a fragment of the source?" The answer was, "It is an item that restores abilities. It can restore stolen, lost, or taken power. The number of fragments needed for restoration depends on its power." Shin Cheong-son asked if her ability had returned. The woman replied that only 20% had returned so far. He asked what had happened to the guy she had fought. The woman suggested congratulating her first. The young man told her not to avoid the conversation. What happened to him? The vampire replied that she wanted to keep him alive so they could talk, but he suddenly decided to die. Shin Cheong-son asked if his body had exploded. The woman was surprised. How did the young man know that? Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door. The woman asked if he was expecting guests. Then she turned back into a cat. Shin Cheong-son replied that he wasn't expecting anyone. Our hero thought that Elizabeth was being followed. Shin Cheong-son opened the door, but there was no one there. What was going on? Then he looked down and saw a monster bird in front of him. The monster said that it had finally found this person. The cat asked what had happened. The young man was confused and alarmed. Shin Cheong-son told the cat that there was a monster standing outside the door. The cat was also surprised, of course. The monster kept repeating the phrase, "Pay back now." Shin Cheong-son didn't understand what was going on. The cat said she couldn't fight now. Where did this monster come from? Elizabeth added that it might attract unwanted attention. It had to be stopped immediately. The neighbor opened the door and peeked outside. What was going on here? Shin Cheong-son managed to drag the bird into his room and slam the door shut. The neighbor was surprised. Was this some kind of prank? The monster said, "Get him back." Shin Cheong-son wondered, what kind of monster would behave like this? Was it even a monster? The bird stared intently at one spot and told the young man to feed it. The guy thought he was in serious trouble. To calm the creature down, he offered it some cat food, tuna. Shin Cheong-son thought that he didn't have any other food in the house since he had returned. The young man said that was all he had, but for some reason the bird didn't want to eat. Elizabeth noted that she wouldn't eat it either. Shin Cheong-son said he had some questions. The guy was surprised. What does he do? The young man added that if she didn't like this food, he could go to the store and bring something else. However, the tuna was eaten. The bird said that the man could ask questions. Shin Cheong-son asked how the bird found him. The bird replied that it always knew where its things were. That was all. Shin Cheong-son said that he couldn't use mana while on the endless heavenly islands. The young man asked if it was the bird's business. The bird replied that it did not know. Shin Cheong-son could not believe it. Was he really talking to a monster? Our hero hoped that something would come of this dialogue. However, it turned out to be a waste of time. Shin Cheong-son said he would ask one more question. The protagonist did not know what this monster, which had left the gates, was capable of. The young man asked how the monster escaped from the islands. The guy wanted to get rid of him after the last question. The monster replied, "My friend let me out." The child said he couldn't just leave. He was only letting him go because of the players who didn't play by the rules. The boy added that he had to go there to keep the game fair. The bird said that his friend called her a token of this game. The player used mana to capture the monster. The young man said he thought this monster was smart, but it turned out to be just another NPC. The guy said he needed more players to create a weapon. Along the path the player was walking, there were bodies of destroyed monsters. He said he had heard about this somewhere before. As soon as the end of the world approaches, a creature will appear that will grant the wishes of the unfortunate. The townspeople saw a black bird in the sky. It was an ominous sign. The player did not know what he had wished for, or what he had given in return. He just held on to the crushing mana as much as possible. But he no longer needed it, because he had an isolated dimension. The young man couldn't even remember what he had been trying to do. However, now he knew what he needed. The guy found himself sitting on a mystical throne. He decided to save all the people who were now just toys. He also wanted to break the system. To do this, he needed to create a weapon capable of destroying gods. Several days passed. Woo Hee-in was traveling around the city in her personal car. She asked her interlocutor on the phone, "Did Shin Cheong-son really say that? The end of the world. His second life?" The caller Yoon Tae-hoon said he didn't believe this guy. However, to be honest, their situation was also far from reality. Just 20 years ago, the crack in the Awakened appeared. Taehan added that only recently had the system emerged, which is why all the Awakened were called players. And then there was the genius behind the Decider, a priestess with absurd abilities. Woo Hyun thought that they had found him after all. Tae-hoon added that even without Shin Cheong-son's words, he would have thought that someone had become bored and decided to turn this world into a game. Woo Xing asked where they were. Tae-hoon replied that she should calm down. He had some kind of abnormal ability. Tae-hoon placed a blade on the table in front of him. Wu Xing asked what he thought about it. Tae-hoon said that he had recently seen Shin Cheong-son. He told him something incredible. The protagonist showed an image on his smartphone and told Tae-hoon, the guild leader, that it was a monster that had recently come to him. Tae-hoon asked if it was the monster boss from the endless heavenly islands that had already been mentioned. Our hero confirmed it. The monster had tracked down the defiled mana that was inside him. Shin Cheong-son suggested that the monster was the source of this corruption. Tae-hoon asked where the monster was now. Shin Cheong-son didn't just let it go, did he? The protagonist replied that there was no need to worry about that. Our hero noted that a contract had been signed with this monster. Tae-hoon asked why support was telling him all this. Shin Cheong-son said he was going to use this monster. Tae-hoon was surprised. How was that possible? Use a boss who had crossed the gate? The young man replied that he had a reason. This monster boss called himself a chip. The young man added that, in his personal experience, monsters with large amounts of infected mana often guarded dungeons with incorrect ranks. If he couldn't track them down, it would be useful during raids. Shin Cheong-son noted that he would not be alone. Many others would join him. Tae-hoon asked what the young man meant. Shin Cheong-son replied that he wanted to join the Overkill Guild of Manhwa. Tae-hoon was surprised. They didn't have any such affiliated guilds yet. Unlike the main guild, which professionally conducts dungeon raids from S to B rank, the Manhwa Guild is an affiliated organization created by awakened low ranks who conduct raids in dungeons below B rank. Shin Cheong-son added that the Overkill Guild would have already created the Manhwa Guild. Tae-hoon clarified, was that in support's past life? But why? Shin Cheong-son recalled their joint raid on an unconfirmed dungeon at the request of the Hunters Association. At that time, all the leaders of Overkill, except for Tae-hoon, died. The members of the Manhwa Guild, including the head Kim Ik-hyuk, also died. Having lost the guild with awakened SNA ranks, Manhwa disbanded, and Overkill created the Manhwa Guild to absorb former Manhwa members in the future. Tae-hoon thought that this was only possible because he never believed his interlocutor, and did not think about it. The man in front of him saw their future. Tae-hoon wondered if that was why Shin Cheong-son wanted to create the Manhwa Guild, to conquer and support heroes from the future. His interlocutor said that the guild leader was right. Tae-hoon asked what happened to him in his past life as a support. Shin Cheong-son replied that Tae-hoon had died in that life. His body was found 3 months later in broad daylight. The leader's throat had been slit, as if the awakened S rank had never meant anything. Tae-hoon told his interlocutor, Wu Hai, about this conversation, and said that they had not even found the criminals in his past life. Then, as if anticipating the question, the support added that he had prepared an item to prevent an attack, and handed him a gift. After these words, the head of the Overkill Guild pulled a blade from its sheath. It was a ring blade forged from cooled materials. It was created specifically to completely contain the player's flames. Shin Cheong-son told the guild leader that his weapon broke easily after their encounters. This was not because the weapon was fragile. It was simply unable to properly store Tae-hoon's mana. The monster that was with him in the dungeon was summoned using tainted mana, so it cannot be used on its own. Shin Cheong-son added that this is why he created something that would suit the guild leader. Shin Cheong-son explained that he had little mana, and because of this, he could not create a high-ranking weapon. But even so, his product could withstand Tae-hoon's maximum power at least 3 times. Tae-hoon replied that he was grateful, but asked if the support was going to create weapons in this way for the hero candidates he intended to conquer. Shin Cheong-son replied that this was exactly what he planned to do, since he was a weapon creator. Tae-hoon told his interlocutor that he had no further information. Perhaps Shin Cheong-son would ask her for a favor. Wu Hai-in said that it would be a favor for a person from the future. She agreed, but Tae-hoon had to warn her in advance. As they parted, Wu Hai-in said she had another business trip coming up. Did Tae-hoon know that there were very few S-rank healers in the world? Tae-hoon said that he needed to focus on helping the Manhwa Guild right now. Several days passed. The group of hunters moved along the established route. B-rank Ranger Ho Chaik said that it all looked very strange. He had heard that the Manhwa Guild and Overkill were conducting tests and thought it would be something interesting. In the end, it was just a B-rank killer and a D-rank support. His colleagues said that they were from a new guild. He himself was from the main guild, but was temporarily helping out. One of the players nudged Ho Chaik and told him not to take up space and to move faster. The player said that if the tank didn't like it, he could leave. This player was a C-rank mage named Sopal, who had the teleport class. He said he was only here because he was asked for help. But is this raid on the dungeon with those 2 players even necessary? Support asked if something was wrong. The player asked the support if he really thought there was no problem. It was as if these two had just met and were already ready to fight. One ranger in tank gear, the other a mage with a sword. Was that really how it should be? Shin Cheong-son said that they were simply equipped with what suited their abilities. The player asked Sopel who he was and why he was angry. The mage replied that he was just mad. Why is this guy whining and arguing when they haven't even gotten there yet? He asked to see the guild registration forms and wanted to talk to the guild master. Overkill, to make sure the dungeon was safe. Maybe that's enough? The young man replied that he didn't even have any special skills, but the employer's website immediately sent him an offer. That's strange. It said that they would only find out about the test inside. Sopel said that when he was an athlete, he dealt with whiners like that quickly. Suddenly, a monster attacked the players. However, the shield was activated in time, and the attack missed its target. The novice was frightened and closed his eyes. The swordsman was surprised. Did the monster really appear so quickly? Shin Cheong-son told the players that there were 3 reasons why he had invited these people to join the guild. First, they were all poor. Therefore, even without explanation, they would join the guild for the money. Second, these two made an excellent duo. And behind the young man's back, in his backpack, were a baseball bat and a tennis racket. Third, if the heroes want to climb higher, they need to fight their way through a crowd of monsters. The knight pointed the way straight into the thick of it. The players said that this was probably the path to destruction. However, the two decided that if it was necessary, they would manage. The only thing they knew was that if they had to, they would have to go and try. Shin Cheong-son warned that as long as he was there, nothing would threaten the two of them. It could be said that their test had begun. They must defeat these monsters. Genderozo is a humanoid monster that feeds on humans in dungeons. It is highly intelligent and fast, making it quite difficult to attack. Shin Cheong-son warned that there was one condition. They had to use this weapon. The protagonist threw a backpack with a baseball bat and a tennis racket at the player's feet. The newbie said that the support was crazy. Were these weapons? The monster approached the players and shouted loudly. There was no time left to think. The newbie with the baseball bat asked what they should do. The support said that first of all, they needed to check the ability of the object. The baseball bat's ability. A dirty ball can change the direction of a flying object after being hit. The direction is chosen by the user. The ability can only be applied to spherical objects. The tennis racket's ability is heavy hit. When attacking, it increases the power of the hit and the damage dealt. The player was surprised. Do weapons really have abilities? But he doesn't have any balls. Support said that the player could make them because he has the shape change ability. The newbie was surprised at how the support could know about this ability. At that moment, a monster attacked him, and the young man defended himself with a shield. The monster was thrown far back. The repulsive stab ability was used. The monster managed to stay on its feet and prepared for a new attack. The player asked what he should do with an ability that allows him to create balls in a matter of seconds. Play with this monster? Shin Cheong-son said that these abilities are good. You just need to know how to use them. Our hero told the young man to trust him. He was ready to show why this guy had been given the tracker class today. The player replied that he understood everything. Our hero thought that this player, Hyo Jaika, before coming to him with Seopil in his past life, had remained in low-level teams as a tank, which did not suit him at all. Unlike Han Jia, Jake needed to work on his weapon and partner to reveal his specialization. Shin Cheong-son told the mage Seopil that the abilities of weapons and awakened ones were similar. You have to trust them. A strange sound was heard, and more monsters appeared. They were Naga warriors. They usually live in the jungle. The danger level increases if there is a leader among them. Shin Cheong-son told Mundo Jin to delay them for a short time. Our hero asked if Seopil was ready. The answer was yes. The protagonist told Jake that it was time to show his abilities. The player with the shield and baseball bat replied that he was ready. The shape-shifting ability was activated. For a limited time, the object takes the form that is most convenient for the player. At that moment, the ball was the most suitable form. Jake tossed the ball high into the air and asked if that was what the support wanted right now. The sight was calibrated, and Jake swung the bat to strike. After the hit, the ball picked up speed and flew towards the monster. The monster jumped forward and stretched out its arm in hopes of catching the ball, but the blow was incredibly powerful, and the monster was thrown far back. Jake said it really worked. Shin Cheong-son said that this was no time to relax. They had to keep going. At that moment, Mundo Jin continued to hold back the onslaught of the Naga warriors. Shin Cheong-son shouted that it was time for Seopil to act. The blink ability was activated. Thanks to it, it is possible to teleport over short distances. The length of the movement depends on the strength of the user. Seopil swung his racket and prepared to block the blow. The mage thought that the ball was indeed returning to him. The Naga warrior raised his head and saw the projectile rapidly approaching. It was impossible to avoid the blow. In an instant, the monster's body was pierced through with blades. Jake said that they had defeated 3 monsters in the blink of an eye. Shin Cheong-son noticed that the monster's rank depended on the group's level. The players would not have been able to defeat them one-on-one. However, if there is a partner nearby who can hit the ball and do so at the right moment, players are able to defeat monsters at the level they are currently at. Shin Cheong-son said that although it was not easy to use all of this, the players would definitely be able to become top-level hunters. Jake admitted that without this weapon, it would have been impossible. Jake said he had never heard of the abilities of the items. How did the support do it? Even the A-rank weapons in the store don't have anything like that. Shin Cheong-son said that this was confidential information and could not be disclosed. Seopple noted that if a guild is among the top 3 in the country, it naturally has its secrets. The players noted that weapons, the use of abilities, and working with a partner all resemble personal training. Shin Cheong-son agreed. The young people had joined the guild that best understood the workings of the system in the country. Shin Cheong-son asked Moon Dojin to take these players to the gate at the end of the trial. Dojin wondered if Shin Cheong-son really wanted to defeat the boss alone. Shin Cheong-son admitted that he had business with this boss. The protagonist stood in front of the gate behind which the boss's room was located. The boss flew out of the protagonist's jacket pocket and said that now the young man could enter. Our hero asked if this was the place they had been talking about. Shin Cheong-son noted that he had brought the boss to where he wanted to go. Now it was time to fulfill the terms of the contract. Earlier, our hero had offered the boss a contract so that he could collect polluted mana. The system allows him to collect polluted mana. Now it belongs to him. The young man connected to the system. The protagonist thought, if this monster called himself a trick, it was difficult to completely trust him, especially without knowing who he really was. Shin Cheong-son asked what the monster was going to do with the contaminated mana he would obtain. The monster said that after that, he would disappear. That was his role. Shin Cheong-son asked what his name was. The monster replied that his name was Twilight. Shin Cheong-son asked Twilight if he could do something for him in return for his help. Twilight said that it would be the final reward. The main quest task has appeared. Collect polluted mana. A strange creature offers a deal. You must help him clean up the dungeon and collect polluted mana. The reward for completing the quest will be the ability to create weapons to destroy God. Shin Cheong-son thought that this was the first gate they had come to after signing the contract. Sumrak said it was the perfect place for him and rejected the other gates. The protagonist did not know what lay ahead, but assumed that everything was going as it should. Shin Cheong-son told Twilight that he was heading to the boss room. Shin Cheong-son and Twilight entered the hidden side of the dungeon. The layout was the same, but everything looked fake, saturated with dirty mana. Was this really the hidden side? The contaminated mana was infected, and the player could not absorb it. To purify it, one had to defeat the owner of the contaminated mana. Now Shin Cheong-son understood why Sumrak had brought him here. A monster appeared behind the hero. Shin Cheong-son dodged the monster's attack and thought that this was exactly what he needed. The monster turned out to be the infected Raja Naga. He was the leader of all Naga creatures, their commander. Due to the infection with contaminated mana, he had mutated into a stronger form. The monster's hidden side skill was Hidden Contaminated Mana. Shin Cheong-son crafted a Purifying Bound Dart, an A-rank item. This weapon was made from an incredible number of magic stones and purified cores. The blade was attached to a long rope and designed for a variety of purposes. The protagonist activated the World Net skill, and numerous blades appeared, rushing towards the monster. The monster Raja Naga covered his face with his hands, trying to avoid injury. The blades pierced his hands and various parts of his body. Another skill of the monster's hidden side was Mana Corrosion. The monster said that this person's mana was rather pathetic. Shin Cheong-son noted that he was not going to destroy him so quickly. He still had something to surprise him with. The skill, Creation of a Demonic Weapon, was activated. The demonic sword, Frapgara. Rajanaga realized that this was contaminated mana. The monster realized the danger and understood that it was necessary to dodge. During the confrontation, the hero struck the monster several times, causing significant damage. Shin Cheong-son thought that this monster had a skill that allowed it to absorb tainted mana. It had to be stopped by any means necessary. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deliver the decisive blow. The young man created a huge shield to block the monster's attacks. He sensed that the monster had used a cloud of Naga poison, a toxic substance. Fortunately, the hero had an item that could combat poison. The Aura of Purity ability neutralized poisons and negative energy within a 5-meter radius. The monster's Mana Corrosion skill depleted mana with a poisonous cloud. The protagonist decided that he had to dodge the cloud. To do this, he used a tethered dart. At one point, a message appeared stating that the player could not use the skill due to a lack of mana. The monster Rajanaga said that the man had exhausted his negligible amount of mana. Soon, the hero found himself unarmed. The monster shouted that now the man must fulfill his duty as a sacrifice and activated another attack. Shin Cheong-son said that his opponent still did not understand who the predator was here. The item's recovery ability was activated. Once a day, it could completely replenish the user's mana. At the right moment, the protagonist activated the World Net skill again. When the monster was in close proximity, a huge number of swords pierced Rajanaga's body. A message appeared. The player defeated the owner of the contaminated mana. The process of cleansing the contamination began. A new ability was unlocked. The protagonist decided to use it right away. First, he collected the most important item, the poisonous fang of the infected Rajanaga. Twilight said he knew what it was. The wound from it burned like hell. However, with his newly acquired skill, the man will be able to turn it into medicine. Item disassembly was activated. The item could be saved depending on the method of collection. Collection combined components and materials to create new objects. The player disassembled the purifying bound dart and received a magic stone, a purified core, and a giant's finger. Shin Cheong-son noted that he had collected the poisonous fang of an infected Rajanaga and a purified spirit core. As a result, an item was obtained, a purified poisonous fang of the Rajanaga. After being administered, it significantly increased the user's mana and physical abilities, as well as having a healing effect. The hero could not have imagined that he would use it in his life. Shin Cheong-son pierced the body in a specific place and drove the fang into it. Unable to stay on his feet, the young man fell to the ground and began to bleed. His body began to emit a significant amount of excess energy. Irreversible processes began to take place inside him. The young man screamed in pain. When the recovery process was complete, the hero said that the minimum preparation was over. Shin Cheong-son noted that his mana had doubled thanks to the absorption of the poison. The young man noticed that his body glowed and his movements became more agile. He pulled the sword out of Rajanaga's body and swung it over his head. His strength had also increased significantly. The protagonist decided that his power alone was enough to be considered a B-rank fighter. The hero understood that it was not yet time to rejoice. But if he collected the remaining items, he would be able to accelerate his development. Looking at the destroyed monster, the protagonist became interested in something and came closer. The young man noticed a red core peeking out of the body. It turned out to be the essence of Rajanaga, a crystal woven from the king of snakes and his venom. It was capable of healing all venom of B rank and above. Shin Cheong-son thought that he had obtained all the necessary items from Rajanaga. The young man ran quickly through the forest, constantly looking back. Was he no longer being pursued? However, at some point something flashed, and the player's head flew off his shoulders. A masked man emerged from the red mist and approached his victim. A message appeared. Quest completed. Rivals eliminated. Reward will be issued. The young man thought that if he had completed this quest at the very beginning, he would not have had to resort to theft. The player activated the opening of the store. It turned out to be an exclusive store for members of the Empty Fantasies Guild. The player went to the premium section. He was interested in the exclusive assortment. The store welcomed pioneer Chu Yeseon. He had to choose an item he was interested in. However, everything was too expensive. He didn't have enough money. A related quest appeared. Chu Yeseon thought that this quest would bring him more money, and then he would be able to afford the B-rank Gate Crusher. A masked man watched pioneer Chu Yeseon from behind a tree. The masked man realized that it was true. Some scoundrel was running around and destroying players. He couldn't handle it alone. He needed to call for help. However, Chu Yeseon suddenly appeared behind the young man and asked why he was trying so hard to report him. The villain swung his sword and destroyed the player. Chu Yeseon said he just wanted to make some extra cash. Tae-hoon contacted Shin Cheong-son by phone and reported that there was a problem. A guild member who was watching some candidates at Shin Cheong-son's request was found dead, along with the candidate he was watching. Shin Cheong-son said that the same thing had happened in his past life. The Hunters Association knew that hostility between the Awakened and the townspeople was inevitable. Therefore, they tried to hide it as much as possible. Tae-hoon noted that nothing had changed. The victims were not being reported properly in the news, and the investigation at the scene was being wrapped up too quickly. The Hunters Association had not helped in any way. The guild had to resolve the issue on its own. If it was unknown what further actions the criminal would take, it was necessary to defend themselves in advance. Shin Cheong-son said that another incident had occurred at the same time. If they protect the target this time, the criminal will definitely start looking for them. They must protect this person at all costs. The protagonist said he would take care of it himself. The guild leader said he would go too. Shin Junso asked Taehoon to take care of something else. The secretary of the Shinhwa Guild was traveling around the city with her dog. Chu Ye-seon watched the woman from the roof of a building. Her route took her through a deserted alley. After a while, the woman stopped, looked back, and said that her mysterious pursuer might show up soon. He had been following her since she left work. What did he want to say? It turned out to be the deputy head of the Overkill Guild, John Myong-gun. The player was surprised at how she knew about him. The woman said that if she was being followed, only strangers would not know about it. The dog barked. Secretary. So he was sure that this was not a declaration of war. But what other business could she have with the Overkill Guild? Myong-gun said he would explain everything now. He gathered a team to protect So-hee. At that moment, the dog began to bark even louder. Suddenly, Chu Ye-seon rushed towards the girl with a sword in his hand. He was already very close. Myong-gun quickly created a defensive front to stop the enemy's attack. After that, he dealt a devastating blow to his opponent, who flew far back. Chu Ye-seon said he was sorry. After all, there was an opportunity to end it in an instant. The villain thrust his sword forward and asked why this man kept interfering. Myong-gun ordered So-hee to run away immediately. The girl objected that she couldn't move quickly. At that speed, she would surely be caught. Jang Myong-gun said that in that case, she would have to wait a little. He would quickly deal with the enemy. The stone skin skill was activated. Chu Ye-seon used the basic technique, first sword form, and prepared for battle. The villain activated Screaming Phantom Flash, and Jang Myong-gun received penetrating wounds from a cold weapon. Ye-sun pointed his blade at the woman and said that this was the end. Suddenly, a magic sword appeared and knocked the weapon out of the villain's hands. Chu Ye-seon was taken aback by the surprise. The creator, Shin Cheong-son, appeared in the alley. Ye-sun wondered where he came from. The protagonist replied that it didn't matter. Shin Cheong-son added that this scoundrel would die right now. A huge number of newly created swords appeared in the air and rushed towards the villain. Chu Ye-seon was shocked. Was this a summon? He had never seen players summon weapons in this way. He decided that he could dodge if he concentrated, but the attack was extremely dangerous. Dodging the flying blades, Chu Ye-seon thought that players like this shouldn't be appearing right now. First the Blood Mage, now this creator. Who could this guy really be? Chu Ye-seon asked the hero if he was on the same team as the cat. Shin Cheong-son replied that if the enemy wanted an answer, he should try to defeat him. But could he? The hero said that this scoundrel had lost to a simple cat. Chu Ye-seon shouted that he was right. The guy and the cat knew each other. He tried to attack his opponent again. Shin Cheong-son activated the shield in front of him. The young man thought that this was the transparency and line of the sword of masculinity that Elizabeth had spoken of. Chu Ye-seon decided that his opponent was moving too slowly. At that moment, he was already behind the hero. Shin Cheong-son said that he had expected this. The guy's attack patterns were too simple. Chu Ye-seon was deactivated and shouted that his eyes were damaged. The gathering skill was activated. The collected material was used to create an item. A mask reappeared on the villain's face. Chu Ye-seon stated that even if he couldn't see anything, he was still able to recognize such an opponent. Shin Cheong-son said that he was not acting alone. Secretary So-hee also used her unique abilities. The Communicate with Animals skill was activated. He directed mana and strengthened the target that met the conditions. The strengthening was done through a request for communication. A demonic dog appeared in front of the villain. The dog pounced on Chu Ye-seon and knocked him off his feet. The villain pushed the dog away and stabbed it with his blade. Chu Ye-seon felt his vision returning. Now he believed he could easily win. Chu Ye-seon received information that he had been poisoned with Nagaraja's venom. His physical condition was rapidly deteriorating. Shin Cheong-son attacked his opponent with a two-handed sword. Chu Ye-sun was able to dodge the attack. The villain thought that this guy was capable of attacking him even from blind spots by summoning objects. Ye-sun disappeared from the protagonist's field of vision for a moment and suddenly attacked him from behind. A red-hot sword appeared in the villain's hands. Ye-seon asked what his opponent had to say about that. The basic technique, second sword form, was used. Ye-sun activated the path of the ghost and lunged at Shin Cheong-son. Jang Myong-gun was deactivated. So he watched what was happening from the sidelines. Shin Cheong-son turned around and rushed towards the girl to protect her. Our hero managed to block the villain's attack, which was aimed at So-hee this time. A huge number of beads appeared in the air, preventing the villain from breaking through. The protagonist thought that he had used almost all of his mana to block just one attack. The young man realized that the poison must have already spread. All that remained was to use the last technique correctly. Chu Ye-seon couldn't help but wonder. Why did this opponent move as if he could predict his every move? Ye-sun thought, if his opponent had devised a strategy against him, would he really lose? No way. Swinging his sword, he rushed into the attack. The protagonist activated the connection skill. This skill allows you to mark the target's weapon and connect with it, controlling it at will. Yesun was attacked, and his arm was injured. He realized that his opponent had a final trump card up his sleeve. Bleeding profusely, Chu Isun knelt before our hero. Shin Cheong-son said that this guy would no longer be able to use mana and counteract the poison. The skill that had allowed him to save himself was now also useless. So he turned to the protagonist and called his name. The girl thanked the young man for his help. The situation remained completely incomprehensible to her. Shin Cheong-son promised to explain everything later. A red butterfly appeared above the head of the wounded Chu Yeseong. The villain thought it was her again. Shin Cheong-son told So-hee to contact her boss, Kim Ik-hyuk. He would call an ambulance to take Jeon Myung-gun away. Shin Cheong-son and So-hee watched the red butterfly's actions with surprise. The insect landed on the ground, and many drops of blood formed around it. Instead of the butterfly, a woman appeared and said that the guy didn't look very good. Yesun said he didn't need her help. The woman replied that there was no point in being angry about losing. Pride would not change anything. The priestess added that this loser would not be able to do anything after the rebirth anyway. Chu Isun asked the woman why she was here. The priestess replied that she had come to help him. Yesun suggested that someone had summoned her since she was here. The woman confirmed that one of the members of the Empty Fantasies Guild had already won her quest with a summon. Unlike him, who can appear as soon as the game starts, she is roughly at the boss level. Yeseon said that she might as well enjoy it. This world is disgusting anyway. What difference does it make? The woman said that this guy was doing strange things as usual instead of focusing on the game. The priestess asked if he needed her help. She handed him the crystals and said that it was the Gatebreaker, which she had bought recently. Isun was surprised. What was she up to? The priestess said that while this guy was idling, he was very patient. However, it was necessary to complete a minimum number of tasks. Isun was indignant. Did she really want to make him her errand boy? The woman added that he had no choice, because he only had one rebirth left. Chu Isun took the crystal. He said that he needed to be more careful, as this world was a little different. Kim Ik-hyuk ran at full speed to help his secretary. So he happily announced that the guildmaster had returned. Kim Ik-hyuk was surprised. What was Shin Cheong-son doing here? So he said that Shin Cheong-son and the Overkill Guild had saved her. Shin Cheong-son said that Kim So-hee would explain everything, and later they could find out the details from Yoon Tae-hoon. Kim Ik-hyuk stopped the protagonist and said that a member of his guild had been attacked, and she had saved him. He couldn't leave without an explanation after that. Shin Cheong-son replied that even if he told everything, the guild leader would not believe him now. Kim Ik-hyuk said he was waiting for an explanation. How did Shin Cheong-son find out about the attack on So-hee? So-hee advised the guildmaster not to frown when talking to anyone. It makes him look like a bully. The Overkill Guild most likely investigated the recent crimes on its own and dealt with the disappearances. According to Shin Cheong-son, Ihok had already heard something from Guildmaster Hyungmo. Shin Cheong-son said he didn't know who they really were, but there was a possibility that they had come for Kim So-hee again. Shin Cheong-son added that this woman must be protected so that something like this does not happen again. Our hero noted that Kim So-hee would lend him her abilities when he asked, as a token of gratitude for today. Kim Ik-hyuk was surprised. Who made that promise? The woman said that she had accepted the help and wanted to thank the young man in some way. Shin Cheong-son said he had done everything that was required of him. After that, the young man said goodbye and headed for the exit. Ik-hyuk said he knew what people thought of him. A bully who relied only on his strength to treat others recklessly. However, now he would say what he had to say. The guild leader thanked him for saving the girl. The young men shook hands. Shin Cheong-son said goodbye and went about his business. The familiar summon skill was activated. The woman asked what had happened and why he had called her here. Shin Cheong-son showed the woman his smartphone screen and asked if she knew what was depicted in the photo. The protagonist asked if she was familiar with this technique. The woman replied that it was blood magic. She knew only one mage who could use scarlet flowers, Isabel, a female vampire who learned blood magic from the same master as her. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Did she mean to say that they were players from another world, just like her? The woman replied that such a possibility existed. They are at the same level as Elizabeth was before she was sealed. It will be difficult to recognize her in her current state. The protagonist realized that he didn't have enough mana right now. If he didn't raise his status, he wouldn't be able to withstand her attacks. The young man decided that he had to solve this problem quickly. While this is still unknown, there are new types of dungeons in the country that are different from the gates. Hidden dungeons where you can obtain special relics if you pass a test. Our hero approached a lonely building, opened the doors, and saw a spatial gap. In some places, only candidates can enter. But our hero has a key that will open anything. The protagonist said that they were in place and that Twilight could wake up. Will he be able to open it? The bird replied that it would try. Our hero found himself on the other side of the spatial gap. A message about the player's intrusion was received. The guards are waking up. He heard someone say that this place was not for him, an evil intruder. He has no rights. He would have to pay for this with his life. A black tiger pounced on the hero. A beast of the cursed forest. A guardian monster that dwells only in hidden dungeons. The victor over this monster would be able to enter the next test room. Our hero instantly crafted a two-handed sword and threw it at the monster. The young man saw no point in wasting time on the gatekeeper. The sword flew straight toward its target. The monster did not change its trajectory. The sword reached its target, and the monster was split in two, quickly and efficiently. However, this did not lead to victory. Two tigers appeared from the two parts of the tiger. If a black tiger receives more than a certain number of attacks, it splits into smaller forms. As a result of these actions, two smaller black tigers rushed at the hero. The main form remained, but the copies also had physical form and were real. The main strategy for finding the main form is to notice small differences in their images and attack. Shin Cheong-son used his unique abilities, and a huge number of swords rushed towards the black tigers. Each of the tigers was unable to dodge and received fatal wounds. As a result, the number of tigers increased, but they were all smaller in size. What remained was numerous, but no longer posed a threat. The goal of the intermediate quest was achieved. The monster demanded that the young man stop these actions. The black tiger pointed to the gate and said that the man must follow this path to reach the next stage. Our hero proceeded further. He thought that once he passed the second test, he would be able to finish this dungeon. In a dark corner of the room, the protagonist saw a person. His outline seemed familiar. The stranger stretched out his hand and activated his unique abilities. The skill World on a Grid was activated. A huge number of swords appeared in the air, aimed at our hero. Shin Cheong-son realized that he was facing a doppelganger, a monster that appears in hidden dungeons and occasionally in normal ones. The level of danger depends on the doppelganger's abilities. The protagonist thought that this was similar to a situation from his past life. Our heroes also activated the World on a Grid skill. The swords of the opponents clashed. Shin Cheong-son decided that this monster could be dealt with. When the swords collided, there was a powerful explosion with a release of energy. The hero noticed that their skills and physical abilities were equal. A battle at a distance is simply a battle of attrition. Shin Cheong-son gripped his two-handed sword tighter and said that there was something this monster could not repeat. Fragera was a passive combat skill. The will imbued in the sword would protect the player's body, and sword mastery would increase to the maximum when used. The double approached the protagonist, sustaining injuries and bleeding. Shin Cheong-son was able to defeat the double, and its dismembered body lay at the hero's feet. Then Shin Cheong-son decided to use Raja Naga's dagger. The doppelganger's skill, anger towards the original, was activated. The doppelganger came to life, and all of its abilities increased by 1.5 times. A huge two-handed sword also appeared in the hands of the double monster. The monster rushed to attack the protagonist again. The opponents clashed in a fierce battle. Sparks flew from their swords. Shin Cheong-son noticed that the doppelganger's stats had increased, but without skills, it was just swinging a sword. The hero completely penetrated the monster's body. Mana was destroyed by poison, and it was impossible to use skills. Shin Cheong-son said that while the doppelganger was recovering, he took a special dagger. The skill, World on a Grid, was activated. The poisoned knife penetrated the body of the double. The system reported that the quest had been completed. Our hero received rewards for his courage and bravery in completing this quest. Among the rewards was a scroll of enhancement. From the skills offered, the young man chose Creation. Now, thanks to the skill rank increase, the player can combine elements. It is necessary to select an element for combination. Shin Cheong-son decided that it would be thunder. The element was chosen. Now you can combine thunder with the summoned weapon. The sword began to emit lightning and thunder. The protagonist looked at the results of his actions. The monster, Double, was destroyed completely, with no chance of recovery. A bottle of liquid appeared in the young man's hand. The bird asked what it was for. Shin Cheong-son replied that it would be needed to create items. The player received the item, Double Fragments. The King of the Small Star is the deity responsible for the hero Shin Cheong-son from the 6 heroes of his past life. She specializes in replenishing missing abilities, as well as depriving them of these abilities. If you know how, it is not difficult to meet her among the deities who require solving mysteries and discovering new possibilities. There are no rank restrictions for becoming a hero. Since special items can be used to reduce the difficulty of heroic trials, she is the ideal deity for our hero right now. The deity said that she likes this player's courage. Now she is curious. Is he just a cocky kid, or the one who has a real chance to become a true hero? His trials are to defeat the chaos of the four evils and their followers who have taken over the base. The young man must show what he is capable of, for he is a candidate for heroism. Two huge monsters, Nadi, stood before our hero. These are beast-like creatures with enormous strength and bodies. They are not very intelligent, so they do not pose a great threat to a group of players. The monster asked who he was to pass. Did he come alone? Did he really want to pass them alone? Our hero gave an affirmative answer. Shin Cheong-son suggested that the Nadi step aside if they didn't want to die. The monsters found him very strange, even arrogant, and attacked. Shin Cheong-son activated the creation skill. This skill absorbs components to create new items. Goblin hair, giant finger, magic stone solvent. An item was created. Devil mask shield. The goblin-shaped shield contains the spirit of a goblin, which can be released to expel and absorb evil. It can stop the spread of strong and special curses. The devil mask's protector was activated. Ghost monsters can sense danger, so they may attack. The devil mask's ability to exorcise ghosts has been activated. The ghost's abilities are halved, and the owner's name inspires terror. Warriors ran out of the gate and shouted that the guards were wounded. They could smell blood. An intruder has appeared. He must be caught. The protagonist activated the World Net skill. The warriors who appeared were destroyed by swords flying from above. Their attack faltered. The hero grabbed one of the warriors and said he had found a monster mage. The skill of the item Proper Rights depleted their mana. Shin Cheong-son noted that these monsters had little mana, but that was actually useful. Another group of monster warriors rushed out with the same intention: to defeat the stranger. The protagonist activated the skill Mass Production, filling attribute, while continuing to absorb mana. The monsters did not understand what was happening, but they felt a burning sensation. The connection skill was activated. The player can select the target's weapon and connect to it to control it as they wish. After a short time, all the monster warriors were destroyed and emptied by extracting mana from them. A stronger monster appeared and said that it was fun. It seems that this person is not used to fighting. The monster added that for the first time in a long time, he would be able to enjoy hunting. The four evils of chaos. A powerful ghost, a hybrid of beast and man, skilled in curses and witchcraft, always carries Yome, the cursed monster, with him. Shin Cheong-son said that he was also going hunting. The monster warned that for a human, it would not be hunting, but suffering, and activated the skill Curse Master Yome. Yome would attack everyone except those with the Master's seal. The monster let out a loud cry. The curse Echo of Yome filled the space. The boss's trick was activated. If the player did not repel Yome's attack within a minute, his soul would be absorbed and become part of Yome. This was the boss's test. The protagonist had to fight both Chaos and Yome at the same time. However, our hero used his shield and realized that this trick was as if it didn't exist. The defender of the Devil's Mask launched a counterattack on Yome. Yome's echo was stopped by the shield. The abilities of nearby spirits and the effect of curses are halved. The boss was surprised. Could his opponent have obtained an item that could counter Yome? The boss admitted that even such strange talents could be impressive. The monster added that this man was already in his hands. The monster boss attacked the hero, and the young man lost his balance and flew far back. The item skill Combat Mastery was activated. The monster was surprised. Could this man really parry a sword strike in midair? This man's sword skills were impressive. Shin Cheong-son thought that even with the debuff, the difference in skill was great. Although he deflected the monster's attacks, he still took damage. The monster activated the skill Soul Curse. Our hero noticed that the souls of the fallen monster warriors were separating from their bodies. The boss began to feed on these souls. The hero used the spears he had summoned earlier. The boss was surprised. Could the man have predicted his actions? Shin Cheong-son activated the skill Filling Attribute. The weapon gained 20% attack power and attribute penetration. The hero realized that this time he had gotten the monster. The monster was wounded in the chest. Shin Cheong-son decided to deal with the boss. The item skill Proper Rights was activated, followed by the skill Master Yome. Yome recognized his new master. The curse Echo of Yome filled the space again. The boss said it annoyed him. If the participant in the fight did not repel Yome's attack within a minute, their soul would be absorbed and become part of Yome. The opponents intensively activated their skills. The boss shouted, "Does man really think he can change anything just by taking control of Yome?" The monster declared that it would destroy the man within the specified time and crush Yomi. The protagonist had his own plan and did not respond to the provocations. Shin Cheong-son, with a sword on his shoulder and a huge mask over his head, said that the monster could take the risk if it had enough strength. Shin Cheong-son thought that there was less than a minute left, so he had to hold on by any means possible. The boss activated the skill Spell Dark Gravity. Shin Cheong-son activated the item skill Defender of the Devil's Mask. Now nothing threatened him. The boss continued to attack and activated the skill Spell Tiger Attack. The tiger prepared to pounce on the hero. The effect of the Devil's Mask shield took effect. The power of the spell was reduced by a quarter. 35 seconds remained. The monster went all in and activated the skill Spell Shockwave. Shin Cheong-son thought that the monster had completely lost control of its power. He was alarmed. 25 seconds remained. The monster started to panic. It activated the skill Human Sacrifice, and immediately after that, the skill Curse, Great Black Claws. Since Yomi was now absent, the monster sacrificed its own leg for the curse. Under the influence of the curse, which cannot be avoided, all skills requiring mana will be unavailable for an hour. The boss approached the hero and said that now it was all over. There were 10 seconds left. The monster took one last huge leap and opened its mouth wide. The protagonist could already feel its breath. Our hero snapped his fingers and activated Summon Familiar. 40 points of tainted mana were spent. At that moment, a female vampire appeared and said that the monster would not be allowed to do this. How dare he try to destroy her master? Huge bloody hands created a barrier preventing the monster from approaching the protagonist. The boss shouted that even if he died, he would take the man with him. The skill Spell Shockwave was activated. Shin Cheong-son thought it was a mistake. The boss was supposed to die from the start. Time was up. Yomi began to devour his victim. The monster screamed that it could not die at the hands of the creature it served. The player received the item Yome. The item's functions will be adjusted to suit the player. Shin Cheong-son said that in his past life, he was unable to obtain Yomi because it was destroyed. This is an unexpected loot. Yomi is the bearer of a powerful curse created by the pain and suffering of tens of thousands of people. Its malice is too strong, so people cannot summon it on their own. When obtained, it increases the effects of spells, curses, and ghostly skills by 200%. Shin Cheong-son said that Elizabeth had done a good job. The female vampire replied that she had done nothing. Shin Cheong-son suggested that Elizabeth take advantage of being the first hero. The deity noted that she would take it into account. She thought she was just dealing with a cheeky upstart, but she was wrong. The goddess added that it was impressive for an ordinary C rank. It seemed as if the player knew all of his opponent's moves in advance. Shin Cheong-son admitted that he had used his knowledge. The goddess noted that the young man could not have obtained this information anywhere. Was he trying to deceive her? Shin Cheong-son denied this assumption. The goddess suggested that there was something about this player that she did not know. The woman touched her finger to the young man's forehead and said she would check it now. What the goddess saw impressed her deeply. The woman thought that she now understood that she had misjudged him from the very beginning. This player had already been chosen by a more powerful deity. Her decision was just a step in his plan. The goddess told the young man to stand up. He had proven his right to be a hero. As the deity responsible for heroes, she named him Hero Shin Cheong-son. A powerful beam of energy from the heavens passed through the protagonist. His awakening rank was raised to B rank. The hero received a privilege, and his stats were raised to the maximum thanks to her influence. The goddess said that now the hero must receive a reward commensurate with his right. The protagonist received the Shin Cheong-son bow. This is a bow given by the god of the sky to his children. All attacks with this bow will have a sacred attribute that adds 150% to the damage. The young man thought that he would now use the Shin Cheong-son bow often. Our hero received a true reward, a seed of an azure flower. It can be grown in heavenly gardens and contains a huge amount of mana. The flower slowly absorbs the user's mana, and to speed up the process, it can be fed items with mana. Shin Cheong-son thought that he needed to carefully watch over the seed until a sprout appeared. The goddess said she would send the hero wherever he wished. Shin Cheong-son thanked her and said there was a place he needed to return to quickly. The young man added that there were people there who might need his help. A winged creature appeared in the city. The townspeople were confused. Was it an angel or a monster? Could it be related to the crack in the sky? Suddenly, everyone saw system windows in front of them. Why so suddenly? The winged creature said that they had come to deliver an invitation. The creature added that only those who were suitable would be able to respond to the invitation. This meant that those who were unfit would be immediately excluded. The main scenario of Night of the Dead was activated. Chaos reigned in the city. People began to run away in fear, shouting that it was a monster. A girl stumbled and fell to the ground while running away. She backed away, begging the monster not to come near her. Suddenly, an armed player appeared in front of the frightened girl and stood up to defend her. The young man told the girl to get up and run away immediately. In response, he heard words of gratitude. The hunter remembered his conversation with the support, who said that the monster would appear when the rift began to glow. Shin Cheong-son's words proved to be true. The hunter didn't lose his cool and rushed at the winged monster. Everything around him was engulfed in flames. The monster was ready to face the hunter and activated the bone spear skill. Then he used the bone explosion skill. Local explosions began to occur in various places around the approaching hunter. The hunter thought that it would be very difficult to break through the monster's defense with an average attack. The monster activated the bone shard skill, and sharp bones flew in all directions. Tae-hoon used the explosion skill and approached the monster under the cover of the flames that engulfed everything. The hunter said that now everything would be different and activated the skill Explosion, Maximum Throw. The monster couldn't withstand such an explosion and was destroyed. Tae-hoon noticed that this monster was much stronger than he had expected. In terms of strength, it was at least A rank. Without the weapon Shin Cheong-son had given him, it would have been incredibly difficult to deal with. Tae-hoon looked around and said that such monsters could appear again. But first, it was necessary to evacuate the civilians. The monster activated the Return of the Fallen skill, and the winged beast reappeared on the battlefield. The monster began to sneak up on the hunter from behind. The head of the Overkill Guild turned around and saw the monster approaching. But how was this even possible? Tae-hoon thought, if the Angels of Death have the ability to resurrect, and they are not burned immediately or struck by a divine attack, everything could end very badly. Shin Cheong-son came out of the gate with the gifted bow and said it was a job well done. Thanks to the guild leader, the quest was completed without any casualties. The hero defeated the monster. The reward was the Black Key. Main quest: World Disaster, Night of the Dead. An endless number of dead are entering the real world. The player with the hero status must prepare properly and go to the world of the dead to stop the invasion. Tae-hoon noted that this is a quest for all players when the hero appears. The protagonist said that if you prepare properly, the test will not be so difficult to pass. Chu Yeseon looked at the information window and wondered, what is going on in this world? It had only been 6 months since the system was activated, and already a hero had appeared. And this hero was none other than support. Yeseon thought that this guy didn't just bypass him, remaining a C-rank player. He knew about empty fantasy, and had already managed to obtain the status of hero. It was as if he really knew everything in advance. Chu Yeseon decided to buy a space crack generator at the store. The young man reasoned that if he knew where to go, he would go there and wait for the player. The spatial crack generator was a blade capable of creating spatial rifts and allowing one to penetrate them. The Temple of Fanatics. One of the fanatics called for people to give their lives for the sacred relics. According to the quest conditions, our hero entered the temple. The fanatics immediately noticed him. Understanding what was happening, the protagonist activated his swords and aimed them at the aggressive fanatics. Since he caught his opponents off guard, they were all destroyed rather quickly. The young man noticed a glowing vampire bowl. The hero thought that everything inside seemed simple, but it would take too much time to gather the necessary resources alone. Shin Cheong-son said that in order to get the item for Elizabeth on time, he would need help. A side quest was created, the Gate, Temple of Fanatics. It was necessary to get rid of the fanatics and destroy the vampires. A secret boss was hidden in the temple. The Summon Familiar skill was activated, and Elizabeth appeared nearby. The woman asked, "What is it this time?" Shin Cheong-son replied that he had a job for her. These are mana stones that contain divine power. They need to be obtained. Elizabeth was indignant. Did the young man summon her just to do the dirty work? But Shin Cheong-son pointed out that they needed as many of these stones as possible to complete the quest, Night of the Dead. Her skills were perfect for this. Shin Cheong-son warned that when the time ran out, the secret boss would disappear. They needed to make an item for her quickly. Shin Cheong-son made a pickaxe and said there wasn't much time. He would explain everything else later. The woman activated her bloody hands, which grabbed the pickaxe and began mining stones. Elizabeth said she would never forget such shame. Our hero approached the wall. If he remembered correctly, the secret door should be somewhere here. The secret button was found. The young man opened the door slightly and said that in his past life, monsters had appeared from here. However, the protagonist saw not monsters, but the bodies of destroyed hunters. The young man noticed that they had died very recently. This meant that someone had been here before him, Someone's voice asked why he was late. They had been waiting for him here for a long time. The voice sounded familiar. Shin Cheong-son saw the owner of the voice and was surprised. How did he get here? Chu Ye-seon said that support had disappeared somewhere immediately after receiving the status of hero. It was as if he was following a precise strategy of trials. Yesun admitted that he understood. The hero would not be able to get past the secret boss of the dungeon. The villain had an ancient vampire extract in his hands. Yesun immediately warned that his opponent shouldn't expect to catch him with the same trick twice. Chu Yi-sun added that support wasn't the only one who could analyze his opponent's behavior. The villain rushed at the hero and said that the guy had no time to come up with new tricks. However, Shin Cheong-son easily dodged his opponent's attack and found himself far away. Shin Cheong-son noticed that his opponent probably thought he could easily defeat him. But if that's all he's capable of, then it's a huge mistake. Yi-sun felt that support's stats had increased significantly after receiving the hero status. The villain said that this was of little use in close combat. Shin Cheong-son swung his sword, but his opponent easily dodged these attacks. Chu Ye-seon said that the hero was no match for him in speed. Shin Cheong-son said he didn't need to be. The creation skill was activated. Chu Ye-seon dodged the swords flying at him and said he would no longer fall for these pathetic tricks. Shin Cheong-son replied that he would see if that was really the case. Our hero swung at his opponent with a two-handed sword. Chu Ye-seon managed to parry the attack again and even counterattacked. Shin Cheong-son decided that was enough. Yi-seon thought that something was clearly wrong here. Even with his hero status, this guy couldn't be strong enough to match him. Chu Ye-seon realized that the moment his opponent summoned the item, he lost his chance to attack. Now there was no chance to attack. The villain's fight was not going well. He couldn't figure out how to mount an effective attack. Yesun said that the art of swordplay based on maximum speed was similar to a technique he knew. Maybe he should use it? He parried the protagonist's attack again, but his opponent's sword continued to hover in the air on its own. Where was this support? Shin Cheong-son appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his opponent by the head, and activated the skill Proper Rights. He began copying his opponent's skills. The skill Flying Swallow Sword was copied. Shin Cheong-son studied his opponent's skills and said that he had expected as much. His opponent possessed sword skills that required extreme speed. Chu Ye-seon jumped aside and ordered support to take his hands off him. The player was poisoned by Ralji Naga's poison, and his physical abilities were significantly reduced. The protagonist asked his opponent where he had acquired such a skill. After all, the secret book where this knowledge was stored was not supposed to have appeared yet. Chu Ye-seon replied that if his opponent wanted to know something, he should first show respect before asking questions. The villain initiated the opening of the store. He wanted to purchase an explosive potion right away. All available funds were spent on the purchase. Chu Ye-seon ended up with an explosive potion that lasted for an hour. He announced that he was not going to go that far for some support. Chu Ye-seon drew his sword from its sheath and used the basic technique, third sword form. The villain once again threatened his opponent, declaring that he would now cut support to pieces. He activated Mad Destroying Phantom Storm. However, the protagonist did not flinch or retreat. Shin Cheong-son wondered if that was all his opponent was capable of after such threatening words. The hero said that if Yesun couldn't even use half of his skills properly, then there was no point in improving his stats. In his hands was the sword, Fraga. Shin Cheong-son thought, maybe this attack is like a chaotic storm, but it has clear rules and specific strikes within it. His sword skills had reached their maximum level. Our hero reasoned that if he knew the trajectory of the swords and responded precisely to it, this huge storm could be easily destroyed. Chu Ye-seon suffered multiple stab wounds, his body bleeding. He couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. The protagonist approached his wounded opponent and ordered him to surrender. There was no one else who could be used in his place. The villain jumped to his feet, grabbed a knife infected with mana, and shouted that it couldn't end so easily. However, the blade, cutting through space, attacked Chu Ye-seon and damaged his arm. The knife slipped and fell to the floor. Shin Cheong-son reminded him that his opponent had no more lives left. Yi-sun replied that support didn't know everything about him. Shin Cheong-son said that if Yi-sun wanted to live, he had to answer his questions. But Yi-sun replied that those whose souls were held hostage had no such choice. According to him, support knew nothing about them. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. What exactly did his opponent mean? Chu Ye-seon explained that they had become monsters in order to survive. They had all betrayed the players in their worlds and brought destruction here. Yesun added that soon people would see other villains. While everyone was preparing, their enemies were not sitting idle either. Soon support would understand what he meant. Shin Cheong-son left the room and returned. The protagonist approached Elizabeth and asked if she had obtained everything. The woman glared at him in response. Elizabeth said that he was forcing her, an elder vampire, to do the dirty work while he hunted peacefully. He had no idea how terrible and humiliating it was. The gathering skill was activated. The player used the hidden item Ancient Vampire Extract, which improved the quality of the item being created. Elizabeth said that even if she was his familiar, if he continued to treat her this way, she would not forgive him. The young man handed the woman a pill and said that it would help improve her stats without any restorative fragments. He thought that he would need her help often in the future. Shin Cheong-son explained that the Stone of Saints could be obtained in other temples, but it was here, in the dungeon, that a special variant could be found. Elizabeth thanked him. The woman swallowed the pill and said that it definitely had an effect. The restorative fragment probably had a similar effect. Elizabeth asked if she could get more, but Shin Cheong-son refused, explaining that items that increase abilities are unique. Shin Cheong-son told Elizabeth not to worry. They had enough strength for further action. The female vampire realized that the young man was going to make her work again. Shin Cheong-son stated that, in any case, they had already done everything necessary in this dungeon. Our hero looked at the blade and said that he had received an unexpected loot. It was a blade that cut through space. The protagonist noted that it was time to go to the dungeon of global disaster. Undead creatures appeared from a crack that opened in the sky above the city. Shin Cheong-son and the cat came out of the portal. The hero said that now they needed to find Yoon Tae-hoon. He promised to supply the guild with materials, so they might have everything they needed. The undead from the crack descended to the ground in close proximity to the protagonist. The young man was surprised. Had the disaster already begun? Shin Cheong-son looked at his watch. 6 hours had already passed. The report began the moment he went underground to farm the Stone of the Saints. For unknown reasons, the disaster had been activated. The giant from the rift began to spew poison and corrode the surroundings. The news reported unexplained phenomena around the world. It was not the appearance of a gate, but a disaster. In France, an overgrown tree of life was recorded. In China, a palace of eternal frost appeared. In the United Kingdom, the spire of the Black Mage was discovered. Shin Cheong-son thought that these were the same places and their disasters. But why were things happening now that were supposed to happen in 2 years? Our hero was called out. The young man looked back and saw Moon Do-jin, but how did he find him? Do-jin replied that the guild leader had informed him. He was waiting here for support to accompany him. Shin Cheong-son asked where Yoon Tae-hoon was now. Do-jin said that the guild leader had been waiting, but about 3 hours ago he left with people from the Shinhwa guild. Since the people were in danger, he wanted to deal with the giant. Shin Cheong-son said that they couldn't defeat the giant right now. But even if they could, it wouldn't be the end. The protagonist was unable to get through. The subscriber's phone was turned off. The hero thought that he needed to somehow stop the head of the Overkill Guild. Shin Cheong-son remembered the twin rings. He thought, if Tae-hoon has the ring now, he will be able to contact him. In the protagonist's palm lay a ring containing the power of twins, born on the same day and at the same hour. Those who wear it are connected and can communicate telepathically by mutual consent, as well as teleport to each other at any time. Kim Ik-hyuk asked Tae-hoon if they could begin. Tae-hoon asked him to wait a moment. Tae-hoon established contact and inquired about Shin Cheong-son. Shin Cheong-son told the hunters to return immediately. At their current level, they would not be able to defeat the giant. Tae-hoon was surprised. Had they come all this way just for Shin Cheong-son to turn them back? The smoke from the monster was spreading more and more. Shin Cheong-son said that there was nothing they could do now. The giant was just a vessel spreading smoke. The problem lay elsewhere. Kim Ik-hyuk couldn't understand what was going on. Tae-hoon said they were going back. Ik-hyuk was indignant. Tae-hoon himself had called him, saying he needed help, and now he was canceling everything. Tae-hoon clarified that it wasn't his decision, but Shin Cheong-son's. Tae-hoon asked what they should do now. The protagonist told them to go to the nearest station immediately. Before using the ring's teleportation device, he would stop by the Overkill Guild. Shin Cheong-son asked if what he had requested earlier was still at the guild. Tae-hoon confirmed this and said he would wait at a nearby station. Shin Cheong-son told Moon Do-jin that they would go to the Overkill Guild. He looked around at what was happening and asked in surprise if Moon Do-jin had really made his way through all this on his own. The player replied that Shin Cheong-son was the only one he knew in the guild, so naturally he had gone alone. Besides, he was the only one who could move around unnoticed. The bodies of dead hunters and ordinary civilians were scattered everywhere. Do-jin said that was exactly why he had to come alone. After the quest appeared and the giant appeared, a group of awakened hunters showed up. They had obviously sucked the blood out of the hunters, like vampires. When the protagonist heard about vampires, he immediately thought of Elizabeth. Shin Cheong-son said that they might be somewhere nearby, so they needed to hurry. The hero was right. The hunters were suddenly attacked. Moon Do-jin managed to react quickly and put up a shield in front of him. Shin Cheong-son used his unique abilities and created many shields around him. An armed player who appeared out of nowhere said that he was impressed by these people's reaction. Shin Cheong-son held his shield in front of him and repelled the attacker's attack. At the same time, the young man thought that his weapon had broken. He would have to be more careful from now on. The aggressive player said that his victim had been caught. He swung his axe at the protagonist again. However, the villain was hit by an unexpected attack. He was struck and began to bleed. The female vampire Elizabeth used her unique abilities and threw the attacker far back. She was outraged. How dare a low-level vampire attack her master? Another opponent appeared behind Elizabeth, who approached and prepared to strike her. The mist skill was activated. After this attack, Elizabeth suffered damage and her body was severely injured. Another attacker watched the battle from the roof of a neighboring house. She told her comrades to deal with these people the normal way. Moon Do-jin said that the attackers were fighting another vampire. Shin Cheong-son explained that it was his familiar. Do-jin was surprised. Was Shin Cheong-son's familiar a vampire? The protagonist said he would explain everything later. Now they had to deal with the mage on the roof of the building. Our hero took out a two-handed sword and said he would take care of the rest. The young people split up. The protagonist thought that something was wrong here. They were poor fighters, but their strength and agility were at least B or A rank. Their abilities and characteristics clearly did not match. The mage on the roof tried to support her comrades. The female mage was suddenly attacked, but she didn't understand who did it. There was no one nearby. Moon Do-jin, with a dagger in his hand, quietly crept up behind the mage. Shin Cheong-son told Elizabeth that these people's physical strength was absurdly great compared to their abilities. Elizabeth replied that it was because of their vampire traits. They could absorb some of other people's abilities with their blood. Moon Do-jin suggested that they were the ones who attracted the criminals to attack people. He had already seen that female vampire somewhere on the internet. Do-jin added that she was a criminal. She was wanted as a killer. Plus, she had escaped from prison. Shin Cheong-son thought that these were the awakened ones, whom it was questionable to use. They had been turned into vampires and released into the wild. The phone rang. Do-jin looked at the screen. It was Min Hee-soo calling. Hee-soo said they had a problem and Moon Do-jin needed to come immediately. She added that strange awakened ones had appeared and attacked the guild. Someone approached Min Hee-soo and said that a rat was hiding there. It seemed that there were still hunters who could be reached by phone. The girl looked up and looked at these people. One of them asked how good the hunters were in battle. He expected more from representatives of one of the three greatest guilds. But here, according to him, there were only rats. Another villain objected, telling Sohyo not to talk about people that way. Otherwise, it would seem that they themselves feed on rats. Do-jin, Shin Cheong-son, and Elizabeth moved further into the deserted territory. They came to the place indicated by Hee-soo. Do-jin was shocked. Who could have done this? The bodies of the destroyed victims were scattered everywhere. Shin Cheong-son noticed that all of the victims had vampire bite marks. However, he did not see Min Hee-soo among them. Do-jin said that when the guild leader left with the other members, Hee-soo mentioned that she had forgotten something and went upstairs. Shin Cheong-son suggested that they split up and look for her. The hero told Eliza to start on the first floor and work her way up. If she encountered an enemy, she was not to engage in combat. Moon Do-jin was to start from the middle floor before going further. Shin Cheong-son added that he would check the top floor, where the guild leader's office was located. Our hero approached Yoon Tae-hoon's office. The door was wide open. The people inside noticed him and said that he was the one the woman had called. He didn't look too strong. They were A-rank vampires, Lee So-hyun and Lee So-hee, with the classes Wicked Defender and Wicked Priest. Shin Cheong-son saw Min Hee-soo's bag in the girl's hands. Our hero immediately asked what they had done to the woman. Lee So-hee asked if he was talking about the owner of the bag. The young man could try to find out for himself if he was so interested. Lee So-hyun rushed at the protagonist and said that he could also try to find out from the woman, if he could. Shin Cheong-son grabbed his two-handed sword, swung it, and prepared to repel the attack. In the heat of the battle, the hero and the vampire dealt devastating blows to each other. Lee So-hyun realized that this man was using a divine attribute. Otherwise, he would have fallen long ago. Lee So-hyun shouted that caution was necessary. Lee So-hyun said that this man was definitely better than all those rats. He activated the advanced shield skill, which absorbed 80% of the damage from attacks directed straight at the shield. Shin Cheong-son activated the World Net skill and spread it throughout the room. The vampire realized that his movements would now be restricted. Lee So-hee activated Black Shield to help her brother avoid defeat. Lee So-hyun noted that So-hee had reacted in time and expressed his respect for her. Shin Cheong-son approached his opponent closely and prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Lee So-hyun managed to block the blow with his shield and asked in surprise how this man dared to be so insolent. Lee So-hyun, as usual in such cases, smiled and asked if that was all his opponent was capable of. Shin Cheong-son admitted that he was not very skilled with the sword. However, he activated the skill, filling attribute Lightning. He told his opponent that it was all over and activated the item skill Combat Mastery. Lee So-hee used the skill Divine Aura. The hero's attack was repelled. She was surprised. Did her opponent think that her role was limited to support? The girl delivered an unexpected blow, and the hero flew far back but managed to stay on his feet. Lee So-hyun said that it was really fun to fight this person. So much fun that even hunting was enjoyable. No enemy he had encountered so far could compare to him. Shin Cheong-son thought, is body regeneration a feature that everyone gets when they become a vampire? The hero realized that he needed a powerful divine attribute to break through their shields and stop their regeneration. Shin Cheong-son activated the creation skill. Lee So-hyun told her sister to try harder. After all, hot blood tastes the best. However, Shin Cheong-son used his unique abilities and put up a huge shield in front of him. Lee So-hyun wondered why it was so big. The hero activated creation again and used materials to create weapons, a holy stone and a solution of magic stones. Shin Cheong-son told the vampires to try to repel it. A huge number of arrows flew towards them. Lee So-hee declared that these arrows would do them no harm, even if there was nowhere to run. She activated the advanced shield skill. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Did they really think that was all? Lee So-hyun said that he was not afraid of ordinary arrows. At that moment, one of the arrows pierced Lee So-hyun's body. The hero created the item Great Arrow of the Saint. It was a powerful arrow made from a large amount of lightstone and a solution of magic stones. Lee So-hyun immediately activated the Black Shield skill to counter the attack. Shin Cheong-son swung his two-handed sword, attacked the woman, and dealt damage to her. Shin Cheong-son said that it was not a divine attack, so his opponent should recover quickly. Our hero held his sword to the woman and demanded that she answer his questions. Moon Do-jin put the wounded Min Hee-soo on his back, and they tried to get to a safe place. Shin Cheong-son noted with satisfaction that Hee-soo had been found. Do-jin said she was several floors below. Elizabeth added that for some reason, they had only tied her up and had not drunk her blood. Shin Cheong-son suggested that they needed Hee-soo alive. They wanted to get the guild's items and materials. They were supposed to deliver all of this to Isabel as payment for becoming vampires. Do-jin asked how Shin Cheong-son found out about this. Shin Cheong-son, remembering the vampires Lee So-hee and Lee So-hyun, said that it was better for Do-jin not to know. Our hero noted that when Hee-soo woke up, they would be able to retrieve the item. At that moment, Tae-hoon got in touch. The protagonist asked the leader what had happened. Tae-hoon replied that vampires had suddenly appeared everywhere, and that they needed to go to the agreed location. After that, the connection was lost. The Twin Rings item had used up its ability and could no longer be used. Tae-hoon, fighting the vampires, activated the explosion skill. Where did they come from? Although they were not very strong, there were a lot of them. These creatures did not come here by accident and were hunting purposefully. Tae-hoon said that the world was already in chaos. Who was responsible for this? Isabel said she expected more from the awakened S ranks, but they turned out to be much weaker than she had anticipated. Kim Ik-hyuk was surprised. Who was she? He asked if she was their boss. Tae-hoon warned Ik-hyuk not to get involved. Kim Ik-hyuk replied that there was no need to worry. Such things would stop with the destruction of the leader. Isabel said that this player couldn't do anything to her with his powers. At that moment, Ik-hyuk was attacked. The blood magic, Red Spider Lily, was activated. Kim Ik-hyuk was paralyzed and lost the ability to move. He fell to his knees. Isabel noted that a reckless attack on an opponent whose strength he does not know always leads to such an outcome. This player had neither technique nor strategy. She had brought many vampires here, and even the awakened S ranks were powerless before her. But without that guy, the players of this world didn't stand a chance of progressing. Tae-hoon heard about that guy and thought that only one player had shown unprecedented growth. So, this female vampire knows about Shin Cheong-son. Isabel looked at Tae-hoon and said that now it was his turn. She would play with him a little, then turn him into a vampire and make him her subordinate. Kim Ik-hyuk said that wasn't a very good plan. He activated his deep strike skill. Kim Ik-hyuk overcame his opponent's technique, jumped to his feet, and attacked her. Ik-hyuk said that monsters must understand the limits of their leniency towards humans. Did she really think he would attack without a plan? Isabel was surprised that the player was able to survive her attack. Apparently, he had skills that reduced the damage he took. Isabel activated the blood magic Advent of Butterflies again. The players looked up and saw a huge number of bloody butterflies above them. Ah-hyuk said tensely that their pollen was floating in the air. The players were amazed by the Feast of Butterflies skill. It limited their vision and breathing, and also reduced the power of their attack skills. Kim Ik-hyuk asked in surprise what the point of such a smokescreen was. Tae-hoon noted that even attacks that were not at full strength could be useful. Ik-hyuk had to take the wounded and guild members and get out of the smokescreen. Ik-hyuk objected that there was no way out. How could he get out? Tae-hoon said they had to hurry. He would open the way for a while. The skill, Explosion, Maximum Ejection, was activated. The exit was unblocked for a while. Tae-hoon repeated that they had to hurry because everything would soon be restored. Ah-hyuk asked his comrade what he was going to do. Tae-hoon replied that there was a way out for him too, but if Ah-hyuk and the other guild members stayed, they would simply rot there. Isabel approached and declared that she was not going to let anyone leave. Ah-hyuk hurried and managed to hide on the other side of the curtain of fire. Isabel said that was nice, but it didn't change anything. The female vampire declared that she was ready to see what this player had in store for her. Tae-hoon said that she was so impatient that he would definitely not disappoint her. The skill Body Enhancement Burning Tyrant was activated. This is a high-level technique obtained by the player from the S-rank skill book. All combat stats exceeded the limit. Tae-hoon happily noted that this was his first time using S-rank skills. He activated the exclusive technique Inflicted Heavenly Fire. Isabel realized that her opponent had an ace up his sleeve, and that this would cause her problems. The glow of the berserker filled the space. Moon Do-jin asked if they shouldn't rush to help the guild leader. Shin Cheong-son replied that the ring was no longer active, and it was too late to go now. All that remained was to believe in Yoon Tae-hoon's victory and wait. Do-jin wondered what if he was attacked by that same female vampire Isabel. Shin Cheong-son said there was no need to worry. He had invested well in Tae-hoon. The phone rang. It was guild leader Yoon Tae-hoon on the line. He said he was fine and had not suffered any serious injuries. Tae-hoon explained that they had been suddenly attacked by a group of vampires, which is why he had been unable to contact anyone. Shin Cheong-son asked if he had found out who the leader of the vampires was. Tae-hoon replied that the leader was a female vampire in a suit. Shin Cheong-son realized that he was talking about Isabel. Dae-hoon added that thanks to the item Shin Cheong-son had given him, he was able to stop her without suffering serious injuries. The S-rank skill book proved to be useful. He tried using them for the first time, and the result was incredible. This book was clearly useful. Shin Cheong-son said that S-rank skills are most effective when used by awakened beings of the same rank. Shin Cheong-son added that Tae-hoon would not be able to use such a skill again for some time. Tae-hoon replied that this was why he would not be able to help his interlocutor with the dungeon, even though he had promised to do so. Shin Cheong-son told Tae-hoon to return to the guild immediately, where he would tell him what to do next. After all, no one knew when the vampires would attack again. Tae-hoon was surprised. Were there really that many of them? Shin Cheong-son replied that there were indeed a lot of them. They couldn't be stopped once they had already begun their attack. Hisu held out a box and said that it was the very object the guild leader had mentioned. One of the guild members had accidentally obtained it several years ago. At first, no one paid much attention to it. However, the villains who attacked the guild were looking for this very item. It is an artifact of disaster. They want the catastrophe to only intensify. Inside the box was an item called the Sleeping Gem of the Gnome. It was a unique artifact from legend. When the world is in danger, it will reveal its true nature. Do-jin noticed that the black mist was getting thicker. Now everything that was happening looked serious. The quest information was updated. The first night after the disaster is coming. With the giant's poison growing stronger, monsters will begin to appear all over the world. It is necessary to defeat them and receive contributions. Do-jin suggested that all players would start fighting each other to earn more rewards. Shin Cheong-son agreed. From this moment on, the chaos would only intensify. Once the monsters appeared, it would be difficult to even defend this place. The process of creating weapons from the materials obtained began. The protagonist crafted an item that allowed Do-jin to repel the giant's poison. Several such artifacts needed to be made to prevent the poison from entering the area. Shin Cheong-son said that Tae-hoon would return soon. A safe base must be prepared for the guild members and other people. He added that he was counting on his comrades, but he himself had to move on to the next quest. A warning was received. A player had entered the territory of the field boss, Messenger of the Lepers. The quest was, Awaken the Sleeping Gem of the Gnome. Shin Cheong-son realized that this was the location of the next task. The Messenger of the Lepers is a field monster that spreads its enchanting requiem. Every 3 hours, it blows its horn, affecting everyone around it. The peculiarity of the monster is that after it dies, it is reborn in another place and continues to collect souls. Now was the perfect time to destroy it. Few people had fallen under its spell yet. Shin Cheong-son entered the temple and noted that there were too many people here for such statements. Something was clearly wrong. Among those present, he noticed the archer Han Chia. Shin Cheong-son approached the girl and told her to be quiet. Han Chia was surprised to see him there. He replied that it was his question. He did not expect to meet her in this place. Han Chia explained that when the disaster began, she was with other hunters. They evacuated people to a safe place. But then they were suddenly attacked by some pale-skinned awakened ones. She woke up here. Shin Cheong-son suggested that they had been deliberately gathered in this temple. He asked if the kidnappers had said anything. Han Chia replied that she had heard mention of some kind of ceremony. Perhaps that was why she thought she heard a faint noise coming from there. The passive skill, sensory enhancement, was activated. Shin Cheong-son suggested that the girl go and check. If her words were true, they should know the conditions for the appearance of the field boss. The ceremony was indeed in full swing. The skill criminal ceremony was activated. The hooded man said that everything was almost ready. As soon as they completed the quest, he would be able to survive the end of the world. Hearing the noise, he turned around and asked how an outsider could be here. Shin Cheong-son attacked the nearest fanatic in the temple with his sword. The hooded man shouted that someone had invaded at such an important moment. The battle continued, and one of the arrows pierced the body of the hooded man. He was amazed. Could it be an arrow with a divine attribute? The shooter asked if he had already captured the messenger and begun the summoning ceremony. The hooded man was astonished. How could he know about this? Shin Cheong-son said that the quest was supposed to end with the capture of the messenger. But his opponent destroyed him, and now he had to find where he would be reborn. A female warrior stepped forward to protect the hooded man. A rank vampire Lee Ju-hyo, a battle mage, declared that the battle must begin with knowledge of the enemy's strength. Shin Cheong-son replied that he understood perfectly well. The villains who tried to attack the hero from behind were struck by arrows and wounded in the chest. The protagonist said that he was not alone either. Outside, behind the glass, Han Chia stood with a bow in her hands. The World Net skill was activated. Lee Ju-hyo noted that this was too confident a move, just because he had defeated a few opponents. She activated the Lightning Aura skill. Shin Cheong-son realized that she had changed the shape of her weapon and was skilled in aura techniques. Lee Ju-hyo used the Lightning Strike skill and declared that her opponent would be destroyed. Then she used Electric Bait. The young man was surprised. When did she have time to do that? The female vampire shouted that it was time to attack. An armed player appeared behind the hero. Han Chia cried out that she would not let this happen and fired several arrows at once. The attacker was destroyed. The Penetrator Territory skill was activated. Everyone in the area of effect was destroyed. Han Chia came closer and said that she had already destroyed everyone else outside. Shin Cheong-son praised her and added that now they needed to free the people and get out themselves. A message came in. The instigator of the ceremony is sacrificing himself, increasing the progress of the ritual. A hidden boss appeared. The doors swung open, and a hooded man appeared in the doorway. He declared victory. But at that moment, the hooded man fell to the ground, lying in a pool of his own blood. The protagonist realized that this guy had been summoned after all. Shin Cheong-son ordered Elizabeth to take Han Chia with her and get out of there quickly. The hidden boss is the bishop of the Twisted People. He can only be found in a world engulfed in disaster. The boss said he could smell a fresh soul. The soul absorption skill was activated. The hidden boss began to act. The boss admitted that he hadn't had such a feast in a long time. Shin Cheong-son thought that the boss wanted to devour the victims. He had to stop him somehow. Without hesitation, our hero rushed to attack the boss. He already had a plan in mind. The boss said that he would devour this man's soul later. First, he would eat everything else. Shin Cheong-son replied that there would be no soul devouring. The second chance bonus was activated. The player can create weapons using rare materials. The boss was surprised. How is this possible? Shin Cheong-son took out a newly created sword and said that now it was the boss's turn to become a victim for his quest. It was a sword created from human souls. It gave attacks a soul attribute that dealt damage to certain monsters. To pass this level, everyone had to reach 100 glory points. The boss said that these souls were very important. How dare a human turn them into puppets? The hidden boss, Lord of the Scorched People, was unable to absorb the souls. The monster boss said that this man was a narcissistic scoundrel. He would take his soul for himself and play with it. The man would not even go to hell. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was very upset to hear such words. Thanks to the effect of an experienced master, the nature of the materials is reflected in the weapon. The weapon is also assigned a unique skill. Shin Cheong-son said that the monster could attack when it saw what the man was capable of. The monster told his opponent not to be so confident. The attack of the dark forces began. The protagonist activated the item skill, Liberation of Souls. All souls were sealed, thereby increasing the power of the skill. Using the additional abilities he gained, our hero dealt a crushing blow to the boss. The boss said that these were quite interesting abilities for a toy. The boss attacked our hero with a mace, but the young man disappeared somewhere. The boss declared that this toy was useless even during an attack. Shin Cheong-son said that it was not a toy. The souls of the item were sealed in fragments. The item activated the soul attribute attack. Our hero approached at a sufficient distance and activated the item's combat skill. The boss was beheaded. A message appeared. Although the boss was wounded, he would still recover soon. It was necessary to find another way to completely get rid of the enemy. Shin Cheong-son realized that this monster was not so easy to destroy. It was necessary to find its weak spot so that it could not be revived. Shin Cheong-son thought, the longer the fight, the fewer advantages he had. His mana was running out. To destroy the boss, he needed to catch him off guard and strike at his weak spot. The boss said that this was why his opponent's sword was just a mere toy. The monster added that even if he cut him into 1,000 pieces, he still wouldn't die. It wasn't a sword, but a stick. The monster said that a person could swing his sword as much as he wanted, but it wouldn't do anything. After that, the man himself would be turned into a toy. The monster activated the skill Gnarled Bodies. The skill brought the dead back to life. The resurrected lost their original form and were reborn in a distorted state. The mangled bodies merged together and approached our hero from behind. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Did the boss summon the monsters? Where did they come from? Shin Cheong-son turned his attention away from the boss and began to fend off the attack of the mangled bodies. The boss laughed and shouted that now he would definitely finish this man off. At the same time, he swung his mace again. Our hero activated the World on a Grid skill. The boss shouted that it was too late and nothing could help the man now. Shin Cheong-son, gripping his two-handed sword tightly in his hands, approached the monster boss. This was quite unexpected for his opponent. A few swings of the sword, and the boss was once again cut to pieces. He laughed and said that it was still useless. The villain continued to claim that our hero's soul now belonged to him. The soul liberation skill was activated. The monster did not expect this turn of events, and his body was engulfed in flames. The monster was surprised. Had the man sealed the souls in stone and scattered them into the air? Shin Cheong-son replied that this would be enough for the monster. The monster admitted that this opponent was the first to use souls in this way. It would not be easy to defeat him in battle. The boss said that in that case, he would try another method. The villain tore open his chest and said that the man had no idea what was inside. A warning appeared. The skill Anchor of the Underworld was activated. The hidden boss opened the world of the underworld and tried to keep it in reality. While using the skill, the player cannot move, but a protective barrier appears. The boss said that the human's toy was powerless to penetrate this barrier. Shin Cheong-son said he could do it. He had been thinking about it from the very beginning. The player returned the scattered souls and created a new weapon. Shin Cheong-son said that now he did not need to restore materials or mana. The creation skill was activated. The bow of the divine soul was created. The lightning attribute was sealed in the weapon. Shin Cheong-son told the boss to try blocking it now. An arrow from the bow of the divine soul flew straight into the underworld. The boss laughed. The man had lost because there was no more time. The soul liberation skill was activated. All souls were sealed in the weapon, increasing its power. Shin Cheong-son said that the opponent was confused when he didn't notice his own trick. The boss was destroyed. A message appeared about the boss's destruction. The player received a reward and the quest was updated. A notification appeared stating that after the boss was destroyed, the progress of the quest in the hostile forces region had decreased. Shin Cheong-son thought that these forces belonged to the empty fantasies. Our hero had never seen such messages before. Shin Cheong-son asked one of the players what he knew about empty fantasies. The A-rank vampire woman Lee Seo-eun said that someone had already destroyed the Lord. The hidden boss was destroyed, and she disappeared. She only managed to absorb the boss's ability. Who destroyed him then? One of the players approached the female vampire and, swinging his sword, said he would destroy her. However, the player's attack was deactivated, and his weapon disappeared. The female vampire, who had parried the attack, said that it was necessary to find the one who had dealt with the boss. Shin Cheong-son thought that certain players were destroying monsters and bosses. Lee Soo-yeon, bound hand and foot, said that she was supposed to be turned into a vampire. She didn't know all the details, but she understood that it was used to start the hunt for hunters. Shin Cheong-son thought that such situations were less common before the disaster. It must be somehow related to empty fantasies. Shin Cheong-son asked Lee Soo-yeon what she was going to do now. The woman replied that her contract would end after summoning the monster boss. She had failed the mission and now had to go it alone. Lee Soo-yeon knew she was lying. As soon as she left, she would find the others and destroy this man. Shin Cheong-son said that in any case, whether she wanted to or not, she would have to return to Isabel. The young man noted that she was the only survivor of this incident. They might question her for details, but they certainly wouldn't destroy her. Then she would return with her comrades to try to destroy him. Wasn't that so? Shin Cheong-son said that even if she didn't intend to destroy him, it didn't matter. Did she really think he would allow a human trafficker who had kidnapped over 600 people to go unpunished? The rent skill was activated. The young man stated that he had an unfair contract for such cases. Lee Soo-yeon would carry out his orders in order to stay alive. Shin Cheong-son said that first, she would not be able to find out any information about his skills or anything related to him. From now on, she must pretend that she has never seen the weapons he created and used. Second, she is obliged to answer his calls immediately. Otherwise, he will receive information from empty fantasies. Third, she must report the whereabouts of the scoundrel who destroyed the boss. Shin Cheong-son told Lee Soo-yeon to communicate with him formally. The girl replied that she understood everything. Our hero warned that her life would be in danger if she broke even one rule. The contract between the players was signed. Shin Cheong-son said that now he wanted to hear everything she knew about the sword demon. Destroying the boss, using abilities after that. Had the goal of the quest changed? Finding the spy hiding in empty fantasies was a surprise. Shin Cheong-son thought it was time to get the real reward. A message came in that a player with a special system had been detected. The reward for defeating the hidden boss would be adjusted based on the player's level. Shin Cheong-son thought that the special system was probably a past life. The monster Twilight said that he could sense it, so it was okay to open it. Shin Cheong-son thought that it was about the defiled mana. The item Desecrated Mana Crystal was obtained. Our hero thought that 1,000 points of defiled mana was a lot. He would be able to fill up immediately. The passive skill Mana Absorption was activated. Shin Cheong-son read the information and noted that his analysis skill was getting stronger, but the sequence seemed strange. Shin Cheong-son thought that now he would easily destroy the next boss, the Sword Demon. As a reward, he could choose between the skill Summon Perverted Dead or the item Soul Catching Staff. Shin Cheong-son decided that catching souls would be more useful. Although the dead can wield weapons, they can still be useful. However, their form is not entirely suited for this. The staff could also be useful for binding others. However, the young man felt that there was a better use for it than what was indicated in the system. Therefore, he had to choose it. The player chose the soul-catching staff as a reward for destroying the monster. Shin Cheong-son thought it was time to move on to the next opponent. The elderly woman thanked the young man for saving her life. Han Chia said that all those who had been sacrificed had awakened and their souls had returned. Everyone had survived thanks to them. Shin Cheong-son admitted that, to some extent, he had turned to others for help, even though they had been used as weapons. Shin Cheong-son added that in any case, it was time for him to move on to the next quest. Han Chia offered her help. The protagonist said that the archer had other business to attend to. The young man noted that those who were captured by the awakened were not hunters, but ordinary people. The thicker the fog, the more problems there are. Before it becomes difficult to move around, they need to be sent to the Overkill Guild. Han Chia promised to do everything. One of the players, moving around the city, said that this area looked safe. His colleague said that witnesses had seen a sword demon somewhere around here. The boss who is chasing the hunters and the awakened. If he appears, they will immediately receive a notification. The young man saw his colleague searching for information on the internet. It turned out that he was not the only one doing so. A message came in that a monster called a weapon-swallowing demon had appeared. The player was frightened when he suddenly saw an armed woman in front of him. The young man activated his cunning skill and said he didn't understand where she had come from. The woman said there was no point in hiding and swung her huge sword at the player. The young man realized that she knew human language. Was she really not a monster? The woman struck, and her opponent fell to the ground. She said she never thought the rumors about her had spread so far. No wonder she had no prey after yesterday. The player asked if she was a human or a monster in human form. The woman replied that it didn't matter. What mattered was that she needed them all. Suddenly, swords appeared, aimed at the woman. She barely managed to fend off the attack. The player said that he had finally found the sword demon. The attacker was our hero, who approached the woman, swinging a two-handed sword. The player thought that this brave man had repelled the sword demon on his own with pure strength. The woman said that this guy must be the one who dealt with the Lord. His weapon is impressive. Shin Cheong-son said he was willing to give one of his weapons to the sword demon as a gift. The creation skill was activated. The woman asked, "Is that really a weapon summoning ability?" Unfortunately, it's not the best solution against her. The sword demon declared that the young man was unable to destroy the Lord. He is insignificant. The protagonist asked his opponent if she knew that she was not a weapon. Shin Cheong-son put his sword aside and decided to attack the sword demon with his fists. Our hero jumped high, swung his arm, and delivered a powerful blow. Shin Cheong-son told the sword demon that in this case, the correct answer was fists. The player absorbed 10 points of infected mana to use the sequence skill. The sword demon couldn't understand what was happening. After all, she was facing a normal support with the ability to produce weapons. Why was he so strong? Shin Cheong-son said that he even began to worry when he heard that she had absorbed the monster's ability. However, it turned out that she was weak. Our hero noted that there was nothing special about this opponent. The woman thought that this guy was dangerous to her. If she didn't put in enough effort, she could die. The protagonist dodged his rival's sword, counter-attacking with his spiked gloves. Shin Cheong-son thought that the sword demon in his past life would have dodged such an attack. She did not absorb all of his abilities. The woman said that now she understood why the bishop had died at his hands. This support was no ordinary player. However, she promised to take his weapon. The black armament skill was activated. Shin Cheong-son thought that his opponent had not simply absorbed his abilities, but had made the sword demon her familiar, and was feeding it by giving it weapons. The use of black armament is a skill copied from the enemy. The World Net skill reacted to black armament, and the player gained the ability to subjugate all skills summoned by black armament. The rival was outraged. What had this support done with her weapons? The young man thought of the axe of the Mountain King Shin Yo-chul and the enchanted sword of the magical knight Shin Jisoo. They were just silhouettes, but he saw the weapons of people he knew. People who had played an invaluable role in preventing the end of the world, yet had not received the blessing of a hero in his past life. Shin Cheong-son thought that it might work in this life as well. Even if it was an early disaster, it meant that they had not achieved everything that had been in his past life. They were still at the forefront, sacrificing themselves to save others. Shin Cheong-son asked his rival, "Does she call their weapons her weapons?" The woman noticed that she couldn't move. The creation skill was activated, immediately followed by a powerful blow, after which her opponent was deactivated. Energy chains appeared around the woman's body. What was happening? Shin Cheong-son knocked his opponent down and began beating her, saying that they could have become heroes if it weren't for her. Elizabeth approached the wounded player and said she wanted to check his bleeding. The young man thanked her for saving him. The guy raised his head and saw that he was talking to a vampire. He screamed in fear. Elizabeth asked, "So what if she's a vampire?" The young man said that this woman was not a supporter. She was with the monsters. She should not come near him. The sword demon grabbed the protagonist by the arm and said she would take into account the fact that her opponent had made it this far without any decent weapons. However, they would end this insolence right here. The collection skill was activated. The skill completely neutralizes and absorbs all weapons around. Depending on the quantity and quality of the absorbed weapons, abilities will increase. The woman said she would return her weapon that her opponent had taken. Shin Cheong-son replied that he was ready to feed her weapons until she burst. All kinds of weapons were aimed at the monster from above. The monster told the demon to stop absorbing weapons. This guy definitely had something up his sleeve. Shin Cheong-son grabbed a two-handed sword and struck the monster's arm. Our hero said it was time for her stomach to explode. The skill, filling attribute, lightning, was activated. The monster's entire body began to be covered with wandering lightning bolts. It was unbearable. The woman asked, "Does he really think that defeating her will change anything?" The monster added that her friends would definitely take revenge. Shin Cheong-son, sword in hand, said that if they wanted to, they could make an effort to do so. The player thanked the protagonist for saving him. The young man said he had seen this support before. It was the same hero. The young man added that he had received a notification before the disaster and watched the video. Surely this was the same hero. Shin Cheong-son said that the guy had it all wrong. It was definitely not him. Shin Cheong-son added that there was no need to be upset. There was someone else in the video. The young man remembered that the head of the Overkill Guild, Tae-hoon, was also in the video. Shin Cheong-son said that he was just one of his people working to stop the disaster. The young man noted that in that case, the Overkill Guild was the hero. The protagonist said that this guy could go to that very guild. It was safe there. He could take his friends with him too. The young man pointed to Elizabeth and asked if she was really his comrade in arms. Elizabeth reminded him how she had stopped his bleeding. Shin Cheong-son confirmed that she was his comrade. The protagonist added that she was his closest and most reliable comrade. The young man, supporting his colleague, headed in the direction of the Overkill Guild office. Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had not disclosed the information that he had become a hero. Shin Cheong-son noted that heroes are needed in times like these. However, Tae-hoon is much more suited to this role with his abilities, character, and fame. The young man added that he would be considered simply an ally of Tae-hoon. When the rumor spread, those who considered him a hero would be confused. Information was received about the completion of the quest, Awakening of the Sleeping Gem of the Gnomes. A new opportunity was discovered. The sealed Ghost King was found. Shin Cheong-son said he was very happy to meet the ghost deity. The Ghost King Krim asked, did they free him from the seal? Judging by his surroundings, his body was causing problems. Shin Cheong-son thought that in his past life, this Ghost King had been sealed by his own subordinates, the Bishop and the Sword Demon. After the death of the two field monsters, it was he who gave the heroic rewards. The time is different, but the meaning remains the same. Shin Cheong-son said that his soulless body was now spreading a black mist. If this continued for another 3 days, the forces of disaster would grow stronger, and the places engulfed by the mist would turn into hell. Shin Cheong-son added that he would like the Ghost King Krim to prevent this from happening. The Ghost King said that the underworld is not so bad once you get used to it, but if the player asks, he is willing to help. In the name of the Ghost King, he grants the title of hero. From this moment on, the spawn of death will follow his orders. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Why had the stats been increased again? Now they were all almost S rank. He could use revived reinforcement on Elizabeth. Shin Cheong-son thought that now he had a way to end the disaster. The demonic weapon Sambrender is known as a sword capable of cutting giants. The player obtained the Sambrender and found a way to destroy the giant. Find the giant's heart and pierce it with this sword. Shin Cheong-son noted that he had never seen such a reward in his previous life. The protagonist thought that the system gives players what they need, but he does not yet understand what effect this will have. Shin Cheong-son thought that he needed to complete the quest, and then the effect would become clear. A holographic image, a magical sign, appeared in a certain place some time ago. Isabel was surprised. Had so much time passed? They needed to stop guarding this place and leave immediately. The female vampire said that if no one had appeared in all this time, then no one would come. Her comrade asked if she was going to contact Tai Hong. Isabel nodded affirmatively. If her abilities had increased by 200%, she would be able to defeat the guild leader without much difficulty. Wouldn't the one who gave them everything be happy to use such a body when it appeared? The player asked about his S-rank escort. Isabel said that the player, Kim Ik-ho, could be used to the maximum, especially since the blood of an S-rank player greatly increases stats. One of the comrades reported that someone had come to them. Isabel said that it was probably lost blood corpses, or a player with a quest. The woman said that if it was a player, then she would get useful blood. The person who appeared said that a vampire he knew had told him that only vampires and lower levels could obtain power from blood. The uninvited guest turned out to be the protagonist, accompanied by Elizabeth. The young man added that there could be other vampires obsessed with power and eager to improve their stats. Isabel asked if it was the same child she had met earlier. Chu Ye-seon was supposed to track him down and destroy him. But why was he here? Shin Cheong-son replied that the guy's name was Chu Ye-seon. So she didn't know what had happened at the gate. That guy had been destroyed. Chu Ye-seon had made a mistake in following him through the gate. Isabel ordered her minions to capture the young man. Her comrade said that a system window had appeared and now they couldn't move. They couldn't attack the target because of the ghost hero's skill. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Do senior vampires not obey skills? That seems very strange. Isabel thought, is this guy really the ghost hero? How could he grow so much in just a few days? The female vampire exclaimed that even with the hero's advantages, he was useless on his own. She would handle him herself. Elizabeth suggested that Isabel was well aware of the hero's advantages. Isabel was indignant. How dare a nobody like Elizabeth try to stop her? Elizabeth said she wanted to know everything that had happened in their world while she was asleep. Isabel declared that she had nothing to say to someone who had become a beast of a man. Isabel added that because of Elizabeth, she had postponed meeting this boy, but she could not have imagined that he would change so much in such a short time. Elizabeth thought that they only knew her as she was before she lost her abilities. Isabel said she would destroy her rival and take her blood magic, as well as her master's blood. The butterfly flash skill was activated. Elizabeth noticed that she was alive because Isabel was furious at her presence. Elizabeth added that thanks to this, she had new abilities. The skill Revived Reinforcement was activated. Isabel thought that the Black Mist's enhancement and other skills were stuck. In terms of abilities, her rival was slightly above her. On the other hand, Isabel understood that when it came to coincidences, she had the advantage. Isabel said that no matter how much her master supported her, she had to understand that it couldn't bridge the gap between them. However, in the next moment, Isabel was attacked by infected mana. The female vampire thought that her transformation had been stopped. When did Elizabeth acquire such a skill? The item Cursed Sphere was crafted. It was a sphere created from a Yome vessel and a soul trap staff. Shin Cheong-son said that he would leave the questions and Isabel to Elizabeth's discretion. The protagonist declared that now was his time and took out a black key. This key appears with the onset of disaster. For those who understand its value, it can lead them to the place where the disaster will end. Shin Cheong-son made a deliberate and thoughtful decision. He inserted the black key into the gate. Thanks to this key, our hero was able to pass through the gate. The young man thought that in his past life, they had cleared this place in 3 months at tremendous speed, turning the city into a city of the dead. However, now there were only 2 of them here. Shin Cheong-son swung his sword and pierced the body through and through. Shin Cheong-son thought that this time everything went easily and simply. Information was received about the completion of the quest, End of the Disaster. The player stopped the giant, and it will no longer spread the black mist. The player's ban will be increased. Shin Cheong-son found himself in a strange place. Where was he? There was nothing around him. A child saw him, found him, and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Had he really come so far? The boy added that even though he had given him tricks, it was too fast. Shin Cheong-son asked the boy who he was. The child remembered that the young man's memories had not yet returned. The child said his name was Odin. He was the one who gave the young man a second chance and some useful skills in this life. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Did this boy really give him a second chance? The child explained that, to be more precise, it was the power of the hero's advantage that he had given him. Did this guy really not remember anything? Shin Cheong-son behaved strangely at first glance and pointed the newly made sword at the child. Shin Cheong-son said that if the boy was going to cheat, it wouldn't be him. He knew everything about this game, but he had never heard of a god named Odin. Shin Cheong-son added that even if the boy was a god whom he had definitely not met in his past life, there were no advantages in the system that could turn back time. Shin Cheong-son repeated the question, "Who is this boy?" The child said that this young man is very distrustful. However, his answer will not change. The child said, "The god of war and creation who supports a certain creator. Everything the young man knows was given to him by him." The child added that he created this system from start to finish. He can even add a save function. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Why did he create this system? The boy said that the young man would now find out everything. There is one who calls himself the god who will remain at the end. Shin Cheong-son remembered seeing this name in the questions. The god who will remain at the end. This is the one who is trying to destroy the other gods in order to remain the only one. The child said that he originally created the system to raise warriors who could fight against him. He called the useful guys he selected heroes. The boy said that he sent this young man back so that he could create these heroes. If he knew who would become a hero, he could make weapons for them and support them. However, he could not have imagined that the young man himself would become a hero. Shin Cheong-son asked why the boy couldn't fight him directly himself. Why go through the complicated process of creating warriors and heroes? The child replied that he had struck first, before the heroes had been gathered. Created by the system, he began to make his own heroes so that no more heroes could arise. He began to destroy the world in which the system existed. The boy added that he had been attacked even before that. He managed to survive, but in order to activate the save function, he had to make a choice. The child added that with his last ounce of strength, he chose this young man. Then he turned into a child and began to hide in a separate, isolated dimension. Shin Cheong-son thought that he was just an old man in a child's body. Shin Cheong-son was surprised. Why did he choose him after all? Even in the last battle, he was hardly useful. The boy admitted that the young man was useless. He himself was Moon Do-yoon's exclusive support, the Shadow Hero. But despite his impressive name, he was a D-rank support who could barely scrape together the resources to create a disposable blade. Earlier, the young man was just lucky to get into the Davon guild. He wanted to be their equal, even though he was just looking at their backs. The young man wanted to become their comrade, but that didn't happen. Until the end of the world, he was never able to become their equal. The boy said that was the main reason. Heroes are not chosen for their strength or usefulness. The boy added that he made this choice by accident. A random choice of someone who prepares and tries. That's all. While the young man watched his comrades die, he was useless, but until the very end, he desperately tried to help them. That is enough to create a hero. The results exceeded all expectations. Can Shin Cheong-son now call himself a comrade of those guild members? Shin Cheong-son asked the boy what he wanted. The child said that the young man should continue in the same vein. After all, he seemed to want to save the world. If he wants a reward, he can be made a new god when he regains his strength. Shin Cheong-son said he didn't want to become a new god, but he could fulfill the child's request. The child said that in that case, he would give the young man what he could not give him in his previous life. It was Gungnir, the spear of Odin, the main Norse deity. The spear can pierce any defense and also tracks the target at which it is thrown. The boy said that it was his spear. It would become the basis for creating the items the young man needed. Shin Cheong-son jumped out of the portal. The players were kneeling before him. Shin Cheong-son asked Elizabeth what was going on. The female vampire replied that after defeating Isabel, she had absorbed her power. Now these guys obey Shin Cheong-son's orders. Our hero was surprised. Were these really his soldiers? The protagonist asked how many people they had killed. The player replied that they were creating a reserve army, so they weren't hunting. Isabel said that they would leave when they gained the power of the undead, so they were on standby. Shin Cheong-son thought that looking at them, it was clear that their stats were good. After all, they were hunters or people who had trained hard. They wanted to capture the city by doubling their stats. Shin Cheong-son told Lee Ju-hyo to get up. The protagonist said that from now on, she would be the leader. Shin Cheong-son declared that the vampires would go on a reconnaissance mission to the capital and fight the evil spirits in the fog to save the peaceful population. Whoever asked, they had to answer that Tae-hoon, the head of the Overkill Guild, had defeated the main vampire and freed them from hypnosis. Shin Cheong-son told Elizabeth that they would go together. Soon, disasters would break out in other regions as well. A magical castle on one of the air islands. Les said that he had found them all. The heroes of another world. The woman congratulated Lord Les. He had finally achieved his goal. The young man said that this was not the end. Les noted that at first he was looking for heroes of this world. He destroyed those who showed no potential and used those who proved useful, waiting for them to awaken as heroes. But that took too long. Les added that he had come up with the perfect alternative plan, to borrow heroes from other worlds. Les added, "It doesn't matter who he is. What matters is what he is capable of." Streams of mana began to flow out of the young man's body in all directions. The woman was attacked by one of these streams, and her body was pierced through. Les thought that thanks to the glitch, he had managed to create a gateway between the islands of the endless sky and another world. As a result, he gathered the materials and weapons of the players necessary to create a weapon to destroy God. Les said it was time to summon the hermit. It was time to meet the creator he had encountered earlier. The woman asked, "What if he doesn't want to?" Les replied that he had no time to think about his desires. He would have to be made to listen, even if it meant using force.